Chapter 91 Foolish and Unhappy. You are listening at novelfull.audio. After collecting all the Otsutsuki blood, Chu Yang activated Flying Thunder God and returned to Konoha village. During the period of collecting blood outside, the shadow clones had built the research room and could be officially put into use. Chu Yang classified the blood of different families and began to extract the bloodline factors in the blood. In addition, when sealing the tailed beasts before, Chu Yang also collected the chakra of the tailed beasts, from the 1 tail to the 9 tail. At this moment, they were also placed in the research room. When the Otsutsuki blood is successfully extracted and Chu Yang's Sage mode becomes the 6-path Sage mode, he can try to use Yin-Yang release to create a small 10-tail, the raw materials are the chakra of the tailed beasts that he secretly collected. In case of success, the next step is to revive the sacred tree and obtain the sacred tree fruit. As for how to make the sacred tree bear fruit again, Chu Yang has to think about it again. Anyway, it is not advisable to seize the energy of the earth and civilians. He does not want to be the target of public criticism and stand on the opposite side of everyone, especially with Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Chu Yang will take action only after a concrete and feasible plan is in place. At present, his focus is still on extracting the bloodline factor. With the help of the shadow clone, there will be results soon. Marvel World. This is the 4th time I have invited you, Mr. Chu Yang. I'm sorry, I'm still a student. What's the conflict between working for S.H.I.E.L.D. and being a student? Ah. I thought you were talking about something else. Natasha felt that she was going crazy. Such conversations took place almost every day. If Nick Fury hadn't insisted that she monitor Tony and Chu Yang here, she would have left long ago. The guy on the opposite side was unmoved, and Natasha tried her best but couldn't get him to agree. Of course, there is one last trick: minors cannot watch. However, Natasha has a hunch that the result may be a loss of both the lady and the army. After all, a guy who is mixed up with Tony Stark, no matter how old he is probably not a good guy. If Chu Yang knew what Natasha was thinking, he would definitely cry out for injustice. Even if you don't accept the invitation, at least help me. You've taken advantage of me these days. Natasha looked at Chu Yang with resentment. Those who didn't know would think Chu Yang had done something to her. It's obvious that you always start the fight first, and when you can't beat me, you say I took advantage of you. Don't you have any special fetish? Do you like being beaten? Chu Yang rolled his eyes speechlessly. Since Natasha was beaten by him last time, she would come to him to spar every now and then. If he ignored her, she would directly attack and leave with bruises all over her body. Chu Yang didn't know that Natasha was ridiculed by Nick Fury when she went back that day. She was frustrated in her self-esteem and couldn't sleep. In the end, she felt that Chu Yang should be a hidden mutant. She wanted Chu Yang to show his true colors and further confirm her guess. It's easier for her to accept losing to a mutant than to an ordinary person, but unfortunately, Chu Yang didn't need to use any extra abilities to beat her to pieces, so Natasha had nothing to prove except that she could take a beating. Natasha could only take a different approach and plan to trick Chu Yang into some difficult tasks in the name of a private person. It would be best if it was a task that looked troublesome at first glance. Chu Yang was not a fool. He knew her intentions and ignored her. He was only worried about Tony's body now. Watching the metal toxins occupy his body bit by bit, Tony, who was overwhelmed by the pressure of death, performed a series of crazy actions. Not only did he have a crazy party at home, he also had a fight with his good friend Colonel Rhodes. Chu Yang chose to watch from the sidelines despite his worries, although this seemed a bit ruthless, but without these struggles, Tony would never become a real Iron Man. Chu Yang knew that Tony would be fine. Natasha reported Tony's recent abnormal behavior to the higher-ups, and his madness finally attracted the attention of Nick Fury. Thinking of Chu Yang's sincerity, Nick Fury found Tony and started the conversation straight to the point. During the conversation, Nick Fury mentioned Tony's father, Howard Stark. He once discovered a new element, but due to the technological limitations of the time, he did not complete it. Tony, who is in the present era, can find this element and complete what Howard Stark did not complete. After returning home, Tony found the notes and videotapes left by his father. He watched it silently by himself. The videotape conveyed not only Howard's vision of the future, but also his deep fatherly love for Tony. Tony, who felt this, looked at the Stark Expo model left by his father, and his mind flashed. And he finally realized the configuration of the new element. Tony came to the laboratory in high spirits and found that Chu Yang was already preparing experimental instruments. Chu Yang asked him with a smile, "You look so happy, you must have found a way to deal with metal toxins." "Oh. Shit." Tony asked in surprise, "How did you know?" "No, when did you know?" Chu Yang teased, "I guessed it when you were having sex more and more frequently, as if you would have no chance if you didn't do it again." Tony's face suddenly turned red, and he said angrily, "Shut up." "No problem." Chu Yang shrugged and spread his hands, "Before you shut up, you have to tell me what to do." Tony said, "Build a circular accelerator." After saying that, the two smiled at each other and got busy in the laboratory. It didn't take long for new elements to emerge. Tony hurriedly put it into the reactor near his heart. With a flash of blue light, the bulging veins on Tony's skin gradually softened. Tony, who felt his health was improving, couldn't help but wave excitedly, "Well done." Just then, Agent Phil appears in the lab. He came to say goodbye to Tony. He was supposed to be the go-between, responsible for Tony's communication with S.H.I.E.L.D. But now, Phil Coulson tells Tony that he has been assigned to another mission in New Mexico. Tony expressed his regret that Phil had a very affable personality and was very comfortable to deal with. After explaining his purpose, Phil Coulson showed no sign of leaving. Instead, he kept looking at Chu Yang. "What's up?" Chu Yang was a little confused. "Well, Natasha told me that you would like to go to New Mexico with me." Phil was a little embarrassed. Just when Chu Yang was about to refuse, Tony asked first, "Is it dangerous?" Phil quickly raised his hand and said, "It's not dangerous, it's just that something fell from the sky and needs to be dealt with." "Similar to a meteorite?" "Yes." "That's really not dangerous." Tony quickly turned his back and whispered to Chu Yang, "Bring some back for experiments. My new suit needs better materials." Chu Yang glared at him angrily. Tony turned around and said with a smile, "Since there is no danger, just take him with you and treat it as a way to relax. He has been staying in the research room for too long recently, which is not good for his physical and mental health." "You're right, Mr. Stark." Phil Coulson said with a smile. Chu Yang was ready to give up the resistance and just treat it as a trip, otherwise Natasha would have to bother him again in the future. The next day, Chu Yang and Phil Coulson set out on the road to New Mexico. "Let me tell you first, I'm here for a trip and I can't deal with your messy things." "Of course, but for the sake of friendship, if you are willing to help me when I am in trouble, I will be very happy." "How come you guys from S.H.I.E.L.D. all talk the same way? Are they all taught by the same teacher?" "If you're talking about training consultants, yes." "Oh. I'm just a student, can you please stop putting so much pressure on me? Besides you, there is no other student in the entire United States who can torture a senior agent with his bare hands." Phil Coulson said with a shrug. After arriving in New Mexico, Chu Yang and Phil took a Hummer and headed to a desert area. It is said that a strange thing fell there not long ago. Chu Yang knew that the things that fell were Thor's hammer, and Thor, the strongest and most stupid person in the Avengers, because of his arrogance, he put his comrades in danger, and at the same time he contradicted his father, the god King Odin. Odin believed that Thor was not qualified to inherit the throne at this time, so he deprived him of his divine power and banished him to the earth. Thor's hammer was also thrown down by Odin, and he cast a spell on it. Only qualified people can lift Thor's hammer and gain the power of Thor. Quite idealistic, Chu Yang felt that he probably didn't belong to the qualified category, so when he came to New Mexico this time, he really had a tourist mentality. It would be better if we could get some scraps from Thor's hammer. When he found his place, Chu Yang saw people standing outside the crater created by Thor's hammer. They are all locals. At first, everyone was attracted by the huge crater, and then they saw Mjolnir at the bottom of the crater. The first man failed to lift Mjolnir. Naturally, a second, third, and fourth person were attracted. As time went by, almost everyone nearby came to play the challenge game. "Is there a new activity here called hammer pulling?" Chu Yang turned to look at Phil Coulson and teased. "It's a pity that this event is coming to an end." Phil Coulson had a headache and quickly called someone to clear the place. One thing that is very troublesome about America is that in public areas, officials do not have the power to expel ordinary people. Unless there is danger in this place, the authorities can expel them in the name of evacuating the crowd, so before Phil Coulson arrived, or before S.H.I.E.L.D. intervened, the local police had no power to clear the area. Soon, a group of people in black suits and a large number of police arrived at the scene at the same time. Amidst continuous shouting and cursing, they very forcefully asked the spectators to leave the area. Chu Yang looked at Phil Coulson curiously. Phil Coulson laughed. I told them there are weapons of mass destruction here. Chu Yang. With no one left waiting, Phil Coulson ordered people to use large equipment to prepare to move Mjolnir. The results are clear, doesn't work at all. Finally, when the tank was pulled back and forth, the engine was dry and smoking, but Mjolnir still stood quietly at the bottom of the pit. In desperation, Phil had no choice but to take Chu Yang down to the bottom of the pit. What do you think this is? Phil Coulson stepped forward and reached out to touch Mjolnir with doubts. Hammer. Chu Yang replied pertinently. Stop joking, okay? Phil Coulson said helplessly, what kind of hammer can't even pull a tank? Alien's hammer. Chu Yang replied seriously. I know you're here for a trip. Phil sighed and tried his best to smile, but in a personal capacity, can I ask you to use the knowledge you learned from Tony to help me analyze it? I'm not kidding you. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, such a small thing is so heavy that even a tank can't pull it. How high is the density? Can you find materials that meet the requirements on Earth? Phil Coulson was stunned for a moment and was speechless. Chu Yang walked to Thor's hammer and touched the inscriptions on the surface of the hammer with his hand. This was Asgard's magic. He was more interested in these inscriptions than the material of Thor's hammer. Phil Coulson called the phone again, and Nick Fury was on the other end of the line. He said it was an alien's hammer. Alien's hammer? That's an interesting answer. Maybe he's right. What to do now? That thing can't be moved at all. I've tried every method. Since it can't be moved, then build a research room on the spot and be careful to seal off the surrounding area. Clear. After a while, there were more cranes on the empty desert, and a large number of construction workers began to come in and out. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s manpower and material resources, a fully equipped research laboratory will appear here in a day at most. During this period, Chu Yang had been squatting next to Thor's hammer, pondering the inscriptions on it, never leaving. Phil Coulson has been staying by Chu Yang's side, not allowing anyone to disturb him. Even the sound of construction nearby is much quieter than in other places. It would be great if I could contact Hogwarts. I don't have to figure it out by myself. He is better at dealing with these text symbols than me. Reading these inscriptions for a long time made Chu Yang feel like his brain was being squeezed dry, and he had to stop and take a breath. By this time, it was already dark, and the temporary research room had taken shape. Would you like to take a break? You've been staring at this thing all day. Phil Coulson said worriedly. The power of magic is very profound. You may not be able to understand even the tip of the iceberg in a month, let alone a day. Chu Yang stretched and yawned. Sorry, I seem to have heard something wrong just now. Phil looked at Chu Yang suspiciously and asked, are you talking about magic? Chu Yang felt that there was nothing to hide, so he nodded and explained, in addition to the special material itself, the hammer is also blessed with magical power, so it is surprisingly heavy. Phil shook his head quickly, that's not the point. The point is, how do you know there's magic on the hammer? Chu Yang replied matter-of-factly, nonsense, of course because I understand. Phil's eyes were blank. What university offers this course? Chu Yang looked at him as if he were a fool. Phil Coulson took a deep breath and smiled. Yang, I know that students your age like to read fantasy novels, so they will have some unrealistic fantasies. I was like this when I was a child, but... Chu Yang smiled slightly, pointed at Phil, and whispered, Tarantaligra. Dancing spell. As soon as he finished speaking, Phil's feet began to shake involuntarily, and he performed a street dance on the spot. Phil Coulson. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents passing by outside stopped and stared at this scene with dumbfounded eyes. Mr. Coulson, can't you tell that you are such a good dancer? Do a Thomas twist, Mr. Coulson. Come on. The detectives who were watching the excitement were no longer satisfied with the simple dance steps and began to make demands. Phil Coulson was anxious. Let me stop. Chu Yang lifted the spell. Phil stopped dancing, hunched over, and gasped for air. If Chu Yang didn't let him stop, would he just dance until he died? Phil couldn't help feeling frightened. It won't jump to death. Usually if you are too tired to move, your body will automatically stop. Chu Yang seemed to have guessed what Coulson was thinking. I still don't believe it. I know some hypnosis masters can do similar things. This must be hypnosis. I told you it's magic. Phil Coulson stared at Chu Yang suspiciously, trying to find a flaw in his expression, but the other man looked calm and did not look like he was lying. Chu Yang cast a floating spell to make the small stones at his feet float. Phil stared at it for 2 or 3 seconds. After confirming that it was real, he opened his mouth wide and said, "House gift crab." After a while, Phil Coulson dials Nick Fury's number again. Nick Fury, who had already answered several calls from Phil, gradually became a little impatient. You better have something urgent. Phil quickly said, that guy is a magician. Nick Fury was confused. Who? Phil whispered, Yang. Nick Fury said in surprise, shouldn't he be a mutant? Phil said, I don't know if he is a mutant, but I am sure he is a magician. I saw him perform magic with my own eyes. After a few seconds, Nick Fury said with a headache, I have met mutants, aliens, and mad scientists over the years, but this is the first time I have met a magician. It has become increasingly uneasy recently, and the Avengers plan must be put on the agenda. Phil Coulson asked, what should we do about Yang? Nick Fury said, what else can we do? Let's just make a magician. Anyway, he is not much different from a mutant. If we can recruit him, we can recruit him. Phil Coulson said helplessly, Natasha and I have tried hard to persuade him, but he has no sign of agreeing. It seems that he really does not want to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury pondered and said, then don't force it, keep monitoring. We have a good relationship with Tony Stark now. He may join the Avengers in the future, so we need to maintain a friendly attitude. Phil nodded and said, I understand. Just after hanging up the phone, the agent under Phil Coulson came over and said, Captain Coulson, we found several scientists nearby. They recorded some of the situations last night. You see. Phil Coulson said decisively, confiscate all their things. This matter cannot be spread. The agent nodded, and then carefully reminded, your friend has started to stand in front of the hammer in a daze again. Do you want to remind him to rest? Phil Coulson shook his head and said, don't worry about him. He can do whatever he wants. The next day, Phil led the team to the location of the scientists. This group of scientists is none other than Thor's girlfriend Jane Foster, her good friend Dr. Eric, and Jane's friend Daisy Louise. They rescued Thor, who was exiled by the god King Odin, and recorded everything last night. For safety reasons, Phil forcibly took away all their equipment, including a large number of memory cards. There was a big conflict between the two sides. It was a pity that Thor was not here at the moment, otherwise, he would probably have a good fight with these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. In the end, it was Dr. Eric who calmed Jane's emotions and prevented her from continuing to have conflicts with S.H.I.E.L.D. Dr. Eric said, don't get involved with S.H.I.E.L.D. I have a friend who studies gamma rays. Because he offended them, his whereabouts are still unknown. What Dr. Eric didn't know was that his friend Dr. Bruce Banner had just made a big fuss in Virginia not long ago. He would never have thought that the green guy reported on TV was his old friend Banner. Jane, who calmed down, also felt that confronting the official organization would not end well, so she could only give up and sulk alone. Thor, who was looking for the whereabouts of Thor's hammer in the town, also got news of Thor's hammer. In the evening, Thor returned to Jane's research institute. The two discussed for a while and drove to the location of the deep pit. They look like a group of robbers. What safety issues are they talking about? I think the most unsafe existence in the whole United States is these people in black suits. On the way, Jane kept complaining about what S.H.I.E.L.D. did today. Those materials were the hard work of her lifelong research. Thor smiled calmly and said, don't worry, when I get the hammer back, I will help you teach them a lesson and get back all your research materials. Jane was amused by this man with mysterious confidence, but she didn't feel disgusted, but felt a little cute. At the same time, she became curious about Thor's true identity. This man is polite, but likes to talk nonsense. When night fell, the two drove to the vicinity of the deep pit and found that a huge research institute had been built here, surrounded by temporary buildings. People coming and going are all wearing black suits, very similar to the group of people in the daytime. Is what you are looking for really in there? Jane said in shock. How about we come back another day? Before he finished speaking, Thor had already rushed out. He sensed that Thor's hammer was here. It suddenly started to rain heavily. The patrolling agents found Thor rushing towards them and issued a warning. Thor didn't take them seriously at all and rushed all the way. A fight broke out between the two sides. Instantly, gunshots rang out. Because of the night and the heavy rain, the agents' vision was blocked and they couldn't hit as accurately as usual. On the contrary, Thor, even though he was deprived of his divine power, was still the battle-hardened Thor, and his combat experience had long been turned into instinct. He rushed out of the darkness like a tiger into a flock of sheep, and the agents were no match at all. In the darkness, a man stood alone on a high platform, aiming his bow and arrow at Thor, who was fighting with the agents. He contacted Phil through the headset and asked, "Do you want to do it?" Phil Coulson said, "No, he may be our alien friend. Observe him first. If he doesn't carry anything suspicious, let him in." Under Phil's instruction, the number of agents besieging Thor gradually decreased, and intentionally let him fight his way out to the location of Thor's hammer. Thor kept moving forward, following the induction, and found Thor's hammer. Just when he was happy, he found a boy sitting next to Thor's hammer. The boy stared at Thor's hammer, as if in a daze, muttering something in his mouth. The distance was too far, and Thor couldn't hear it clearly. Thor thought the boy was not a threat, so he stepped forward and prepared to take Thor's hammer, muttering, "Hey, boy, you'd better stay away from me, otherwise you might be struck by lightning later." The boy looked up suddenly, his voice suddenly became louder, and there was a slight sound of thunder. As he waved his hands continuously, Thor's hammer was no longer quiet, and the lightning surged and floated up. Thor stood there in amazement. Gift crab. Thor's hammer floated in the air for a second, and then landed, but in just a short second, it gave Thor a great shock. He rubbed his eyes, thinking that he must have been dazzled. Chu Yang touched his chin and fell into deep thought. He had just interpreted a small piece of magic left by Odin on Thor's hammer, so the hammer had a reaction, but it was only a small piece, and it could not be driven at will. Chu Yang was about to try again, but was interrupted by Thor in time. Hey, stop. This is my hammer." Thor hurriedly stepped forward to stop Chu Yang's behavior and asked, "How did you do it?" Looking at the other party's long golden hair and explosive muscles, Chu Yang knew that the man in front of him was Thor, the god of thunder. "The power of this hammer is limited by magic. I want to try to see if I can unlock it," Chu Yang said truthfully. "This is my hammer. No one can cast magic on it." Thor suddenly remembered what his father Odin said when he exiled him, "You are not qualified to be king." Thor's face suddenly looked a little ugly. He turned around, stretched out his hand to hold Thor's hammer, and wanted to lift it up. The result, Thor's hammer seemed to have 1,000 pounds of power. His muscles bulged all over his body. He tried his best, but he couldn't shake it at all. He was not qualified to use Thor's hammer. Thor, who realized this fact, was like a deflated ball, and he was lost. The rain mixed with mud covered Thor's whole body, making his image at this time extremely embarrassed. He raised his head slowly and was about to shout. "Are you asking why?" Thor turned his head to look at Chu Yang in surprise. How could this mysterious boy know what he was thinking? "I have interpreted part of the inscription. It says that anyone who is qualified can lift this hammer and gain the power of Thor." "You said this is your hammer, so you are Thor." Chu Yang smiled, "Or, you used to be Thor." Hearing the word once, Thor was very disappointed and smiled bitterly. "Yes, I used to be a god." Chu Yang asked again, "Why did you lose your qualifications as a god?" Thinking of what he had done before, Thor was speechless. He didn't want to admit that his father Odin deprived him of his divine power because he was disappointed with his own arrogance and stupidity. "I see cowardice on your face. You don't seem to have the courage to admit some facts." Chu Yang's words startled Thor again. Okay, that's enough chit-chat. You broke into the lab without permission and injured so many agents. We have reason to detain you. Phil Coulson showed up with a large number of soldiers and agents, subdued Thor, who had no intention of fighting, and locked him up. He looked at Chu Yang and asked, "Do you really believe he is a god?" "Such a destitute god." Chu Yang smiled and said, "He is either a god or a psychopath." "Choose one." Phil Coulson sighed and said with a headache, "I don't really want to choose either one. Communicate with him with a little sincerity. He doesn't seem to have any scheming, so you should be able to get something out of him." Chu Yang patted Phil's shoulder, yawned and prepared to go to sleep. Deciphering the magic inscriptions made him exhausted. Sincerity again. Phil Coulson frowned. This word has appeared frequently in S.H.I.E.L.D. recently. A moment later, a figure suddenly appeared in the room where Thor was imprisoned, the second son of the god King Odin, Thor's younger brother, Loki. It's just that he is not his biological son, but was picked up by Odin on the battlefield during the war with the Frost Giants. Now Loki knows all the truth, and he thinks that his father has always favored Thor because of blood relationship. Loki, who feels that he has no possibility of inheriting the throne, chooses to betray Asgard and joins hands with the Frost Giants. At this time, Odin fell into a deep sleep. Loki temporarily took over the throne and ordered that no one was allowed to bring Thor back from Earth. However, he came to Earth quietly just to deceive Thor. "Because of your arrogance, Asgard went to war with the Frost Giants again. My father is old and can't bear such a huge blow, so he has fallen asleep. Now, I have inherited the throne and signed a truce agreement with Lao Fei, on the condition that you will be permanently exiled. From now on, you can never return to Asgard." The news of his father's death dealt a huge blow to Thor, far more than the blow he suffered when he couldn't lift Thor's hammer. Thor collapsed and shed tears. Loki turned his back, raised his lips slightly, and then disappeared in the room. The god of deception is best at lying. Thor, who was simple-minded, could never have imagined that his beloved brother would deceive him with such a thing. Chu Yang, who was refreshed after a good sleep, was ready to study Thor's hammer again. Asgard's magic is very special. By analogy, his own magic attainments have been greatly improved. Chu Yang felt that if he could understand the inscriptions on Thor's hammer, his wandless spellcasting ability would be improved to Dumbledore's level. Then, casting the 3 unforgivable curses would be a piece of cake. Halfway through, Chu Yang thought of the dejected Thor, so he turned a corner, made 2 cups of coffee, and came to the room where Thor was imprisoned. After entering, he found that Thor's mood was even lower than before. "What makes you so depressed about not being able to pick up the hammer?" Chu Yang directly untied Thor and handed him the coffee in his hand. "It has nothing to do with Mjolnir." Thor held the coffee, his voice full of sadness. "My father died because of my selfishness and stupidity." Chu Yang's eyes flashed with understanding. "It seems that Loki, the little liar, must have been here." He then asked, "There is a smell of magic here. May I ask who has been here?" Thor looked up in surprise. "You can actually sense Loki's magic power. He is the most powerful spellcaster in the entire Asgard, except for my mother." "Loki." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. "According to Norse mythology, you should be Thor, the god of thunder, and your father is the legendary god Odin." Thor nodded and said, "Yes." The door of the room was opened again. It was Phil Coulson. Seeing Chu Yang here, he said in surprise, "I thought you would sleep until tomorrow morning." Chu Yang smiled and said, "My curiosity woke me up." Phil Coulson nodded and said, "It's understandable. Whether it's a scientist or a magician, they are fascinated by knowledge. But I hope you won't unlock the prisoner's electronic shackles without authorization next time." "Sorry." Chu Yang shrugged. He needs a cup of hot coffee to comfort his current mood. His father, Odin, passed away. Phil Coulson scratched his head and said, "He is not only a god, but also a prince." Suddenly, Phil Coulson felt something was wrong. "Who are you talking about?" "Odin." "Odin in Norse mythology." Chu Yang nodded. "Yes, the one you are tying up now is the famous Thor. Compared to Norse mythology, Americans prefer Greek mythology and have filmed a large number of related film and television works. they like to combine American elements with Greek mythology. This makes people from other countries mistakenly believe that Greek mythology is unique to America. Their son from the Korean country has learned this very well. Most people have only heard of Norse mythology but do not know much about it. As long as the god king is mentioned, everyone will subconsciously think of Zeus instead of Odin. Phil Coulson, who thought of the myth, felt very dreamy at the moment, and the next second he thought Chu Yang was talking nonsense. He was not even willing to believe that Thor was a god, let alone believe that he was the god of thunder. Loki just came. Chu Yang dropped a bombshell. Impossible. Phil immediately shook his head and said, "There are surveillance cameras everywhere here. The camera can't block the magic of God." Chu Yang sneered. "What he said is true. Loki just came. He told me the news of my father's death." Thor continued to be depressed and told the whole story. Phil Coulson's scalp was numb. The news one after another made his heart go up and down like a roller coaster. "Mr. Agent, don't be nervous. This is most likely fake news." Chu Yang drank the coffee in his hand in one breath and breathed a sigh of satisfaction. "Impossible." Thor frowned and looked at Chu Yang with a bad look. "Loki would not deceive me with such a thing." Chu Yang raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, "If it is really the legendary god King Odin, how could he die so easily? Is it just because he is old and can't bear the pressure? How many days have you been on Earth?" Thor was stunned for a moment, thinking about it carefully, and felt a little strange. His father had just exiled him to Earth. How could he die so quickly? Chu Yang added, "As for signing a peace treaty with the Frost Giants, it's even more ridiculous. The god King Odin is dead, and Thor the Thunder God has been exiled to Earth. What can Loki use to intimidate the Frost Giants? If I were a Frost Giant, I would have invaded Asgard long ago, and I would not have signed a bullshit peace treaty." Thor suddenly realized, and then endless anger surged from his heart, roaring. "Loki!" Phil Coulson quickly pulled Chu Yang aside and whispered, "You told me before that it was an alien, how come it has become a god now?" Chu Yang said, "Is there a possibility that God is an alien?" Phil Coulson choked when he heard it. "It makes sense." Chu Yang teased, "Call quickly, you will be scolded again if you are late. You will be scolded if you call now." Phil Coulson dialed the phone with a headache. "It's early morning, Phil." Nick Fury suppressed his anger and said slowly, "Tell me, what surprise is waiting for me?" Phil Coulson coughed dryly and walked out of the room. Thor walked in front of Chu Yang and said in a deep voice, "I must return to Asgard and expose Loki's lies." Chu Yang shrugged, "It seems useless to tell me this." Thor stared at Chu Yang and said, "I just saw that you can summon Thor's hammer, and it also responded to your call." Chu Yang shook his head and said, "It's not Thor's hammer that responded to me, but the magic cast on it. I just recited part of the spell correctly." Thor stared at me with his eyes like a cow, then recite the rest correctly. Chu Yang laughed angrily, "Can Odin's magic be used if it is recited correctly? Is it an artificial intelligence lock?" Thor sighed, "What should I do? I have lost the qualification and cannot pick up the hammer, let alone summon the Rainbow Bridge." Chu Yang said, "That's your problem. You have to be willing to stay on Earth and spend your whole life." After that, Chu Yang left the room. "Wait for me." Thor hurriedly chased after him. The two came to the area where Thor's hammer was located, and the researchers were still measuring the energy fluctuations emitted by Thor's hammer. Because of its special material, scientists tried many devices but could not leave any traces on Thor's hammer, so they gave up the method of violent splitting. Even if it could be done now, Phil Coulson would not allow it. This is Thor's hammer. If it is broken, it will not be an international dispute, but a cosmic dispute. After Chu Yang arrived, other staff members left on their own accord to avoid disturbing him. This is something Phil has emphasized many times. Thor, on the other hand, looked curious and observed how Chu Yang analyzed Asgard's magic. After watching for a long time, he realized a frustrating fact: he couldn't understand it. As a representative of the muscle school, Thor's brain was a world away from Loki's. If it weren't for his good genes, he would probably only be a bodybuilding coach in his life. "You and Loki are the same kind of people," both very smart. I have never been able to learn these messy magic since I was a child. Thor said with a complicated look. In fact, it is not impossible to give the throne to Loki. Anyway, I am not qualified to lift Thor's hammer. Chu Yang observed the inscriptions and said, since you have been exiled and lost your qualifications, isn't it a foregone conclusion that he, as Odin's only remaining son, will inherit the throne? Then why did he come all the way to Earth to deceive you? Thor felt that his CPU was about to burn just thinking about it, and said with a headache, can't you just say it directly? Chu Yang smiled and said, there is only one reason, he is even less qualified to inherit the throne than you. He is very likely not Odin's son. Thor was stunned. His first reaction was that his mother had cheated. Chu Yang ignored him and hurried to learn the inscriptions on the hammer. According to the plot development, Thor will take it away soon. At the same time, Loki is making a deal with the Frost Giants. In a war between Asgard and the Frost Giants in the early years, Odin took away the icebox, the treasure of their tribe. It was also in that battlefield that Odin met Loki, who was still a baby, and took him away to raise him. Now, Loki wants to use this treasure to exchange for an opportunity. He wants the Frost Giant King Lao Fei to find an opportunity to kill the sleeping Odin. Lao Fei agreed to the deal, but what he didn't know was that all this was Loki's plan. Loki wants to become the hero of Asgard. If the plan is achieved, even if Thor picks up Thor's hammer again, he can't shake Loki who sits firmly on the throne. Just when Loki thought everything would go according to his plan, Thor's comrades quietly opened the Rainbow Bridge and prepared to go to Earth to bring Thor back. He took a look at the opened Rainbow Bridge. Loki turned and went deep into the palace and released Asgard's ultimate weapon, Destroyer Armor. Loki wants to completely eliminate all those who prevent him from ascending the throne. Chapter 92 The Magician's Fighting Style. You are listening at novelfull.audio. When it was almost dawn, Jane and Dr. Eric came to the Temporary Research Institute and prepared to take Thor away. To do this, they also gave Thor a false identity. Coulson repeatedly stated that Thor stayed voluntarily, but the two did not believe it, so Phil could only arrange a meeting for them. After meeting, Thor explained everything about himself to the two. Jane and Dr. Eric were shocked after hearing this, but they said they understood, but they just needed some time to digest the huge amount of information. Jane never imagined that she would fall in love with a god. Thor glanced at Jane quietly. The atmosphere between the two was somewhat awkward. You haven't seen Mjolnir yet, have you? I can take you to see it. With that said, Thor led the two of them to the area where Thor's hammer was, showing off Thor's hammer on the way. Mjolnir's hammerhead is made of URU metal, Asgard's specialty metal, and can store a large amount of energy. The handle part is called Wood dropped by the World Tree, and it has a very powerful magical affinity. It was built using the internal energy of an entire star, and it was also blessed with my father's magic and divine power. At this point, Thor's voice stopped abruptly. Even though he knew that his father might not have passed away, the fact that he was disqualified still left a knot in his throat. Soon, Jane and Dr. Eric saw the legendary Thor's hammer. The two couldn't resist their curiosity as scientific researchers, and immediately stepped forward and carefully observed Mjolnir. Fascinated, he even ignored Chu Yang's existence. What a great work of art! Jane praised Mjolnir without hesitation and reached out to touch it. Eric stopped her behavior and turned to look at Thor. Will touching it bring any danger? Thor explained, there is no danger. You can also try to lift it up. Of course, this is impossible. Jane didn't believe it, so she immediately grasped the handle of Mjolnir and lifted it up with force. Chu Yang was looking forward to it. This is the future female god of thunder. If she really lifts it up, it will be great fun. Pity, Thor's hammer didn't move at all. After trying for a few minutes, Jane gave up and complained, it's really heavy. You usually fight with it. Aren't you tired? Thor smiled proudly, of course not. I am Thor, the most powerful warrior in Asgard. After 2 or 3 sentences, the two began to flirt with each other. Chu Yang couldn't stand it anymore and decided to give them this small space. As soon as he went out, Phil Coulson bumped into Chu Yang. The former is like hitting an iron plate, with stars in your eyes and dizziness. Why are you in such a hurry? Chu Yang looked at him doubtfully. I was just about to look for you when a strange guy suddenly flew from the sky. It looked a bit like Tony's armor. He was causing a lot of trouble outside. Go and have a look. With a serious look on his face, Phil immediately took Chu Yang to the outside of the temporary research institute. A hooded agent was using bows and arrows to fight with the humanoid armor that Phil said. The surroundings were filled with smoke, and a large number of soldiers and agents were injured. Fall to the ground, even several tanks were scrapped. After Chu Yang stared at the armor in mid-air for a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "That thing is two different things from Tony's mechanical armor. It has a very strong magic reaction on it." Phil reacted immediately and said, "Is this something from Asgard?" Chu Yang smacked his lips. "It's obvious that he's here to kill people and silence them. Loki wants Thor to stay on Earth completely, in the form of a dead man. The destroyer armor is Asgard's most powerful weapon. Existing weapons cannot cause effective damage to the destroyer armor." When Phil saw this, he could only call for help immediately. Chu Yang looked at the archer who was still restraining the destroyer, thinking that he should be Hawkeye Clinton Barton, who was as famous as Natasha in S.H.I.E.L.D. The arrows Hawkeye brought were all special arrows with extraordinary power, but when they hit the destroyer, they were like fireworks, leaving no trace at all. He was able to temporarily contain the destroyer, which was already an extraordinary performance in archery. While Phil was calling for help, the destroyer began to really exert its power, gathering energy beams on its body and launching a large-scale AoE attack. The destroyer, who uses Odin's divine power, magic, and soul power as his driving source, has almost no upper limit to the energy in his body. Even if large-scale attacks are used continuously, there is no sign of energy depletion. Hawkeye and the agents were beaten to the point of running away. "What should we do? It will take a while for rescue to come." Phil asked anxiously, "Is there any way you can delay it for a while? If this continues, no one here will be able to escape." Chu Yang glanced at him. "I'm still a student." Phil smiled bitterly. "I know, but no one can handle it except you." Chu Yang shook his head and said, "I refuse moral kidnapping." Phil's eyes turned red with anxiety. Chu Yang said leisurely, "I have to pay more." Phil was stunned for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Add." Chu Yang smiled and slowly walked towards the destroyer. "Aren't you a magician? What are you doing up there?" Phil was horrified and wanted to bring Chu Yang back. If something happened, there would be an irreparable rift between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark. This will directly affect Nick Fury's Avengers plan. The next second, lightning flashed across Chu Yang's body, then, a strange rune appeared on his face, like a mask, armament haki, which cannot be seen by the naked eye, spread all over Chu Yang's body. He took a deep breath, his heart beat wildly, his body temperature rose, and the whole world slowed down. Thunder release armor, Sage mode, armament haki, source breathing, 4 buffs were activated at the same time. Facing the destroyer, Chu Yang behaved as cautiously as he did when facing Ikimara Jin, taking advantage of the gap when the destroyer attacked Hawkeye and the others. Chu Yang held 2 wooden swords and performed sword skills. Recently, in addition to constantly practicing source breathing, Chu Yang of the Demon Slayer world has also made great progress in sword skills. He integrated the sword skills of sun breathing and moon breathing to create a new sword skill. This was the first time Chu Yang performed it. Source breathing 1 formed sun and moon rotation. A dazzling light suddenly lit up between heaven and earth and rushed towards the destroyer. This extremely powerful force made the destroyer feel threatened. It didn't care about attacking other targets, and immediately took a defensive posture. A heavy light golden protective shield quietly emerged. Chu Yang held 2 swords, one bright and one dark. The wooden sword in his right hand burned with golden flames, and slashed at the protective shield fiercely. Ripples appeared on the protective shield, cracks appeared, but it didn't break. As the sword fell, Chu Yang twisted his waist, and the wooden sword in his left hand surged with dark energy. Like the quiet moonlight falling, it hit the protective shield again. The power of the sun and the moon superimposed on each other, producing unimaginable power. The protective shield of the destroyer shattered. The impact of the energy explosion swept around. Like a typhoon, people and cars were blown away, and in an instant, people and horses were thrown to the ground. Phil Coulson and Hawkeye watched this scene from a distance, stunned. Is this how all magicians fight? The movement outside was like an 8-magnitude earthquake. which startled Thor and Jane, who were talking about love. When the two came out, they happened to see the destroyer falling out of the dust. Chu Yang was flying in the air, with 3 different lights covering his body: lightning, sunlight, and moonlight. His power was extremely terrifying. In Thor's eyes, Chu Yang was more like a god than him. Thor swallowed his saliva and turned to ask Phil, "Is he really a magician?" Phil's eyes were more confused than his. "Don't ask me, this is my first time seeing this either." As the two were talking, the destroyer got up again. There were only some slight knife marks on the surface of the armor, and it was not seriously injured. It turned its head to look at Thor, then looked up and locked Chu Yang's figure. Considering him the biggest threat on the field, Loki, who was controlling the destroyer, was also startled by Chu Yang, and then decided to annihilate this human first. The destroyer took off, flew at high speed in the air, and had another fierce battle with Chu Yang. Phil seized the time to evacuate all the researchers in the institute and wait for support from the SHIELD headquarters. Thor looked up, clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart was about to rush to his throat. Thor knew that this destroyer was sent by Loki to kill him. As the most valiant warrior in Asgard, he could only accept the protection of others at this time. Jane pulled Thor's arm and said anxiously, "Let's leave here first." Thor was motionless, staring at the destroyer. Dr. Eric arrived in time and took Thor away with Jane. The 3 left the temporary research institute. Dr. Eric looked back and saw that Chu Yang and the destroyer were still fighting in the sky. "Oh, my God!" Dr. Eric took out 2 pills from his pocket and threw them into his mouth, and then he calmed down. After walking a few hundred meters, Thor stopped with an ugly look. "Jane, I can't just leave like this. That destroyer is coming for me." "I know it's coming for you, so what can you do?" "I am the son of Father Odin and the Crown Prince of Asgard. As the god of thunder, I can't run away. I can't shift the responsibility I should bear to others." Thor's emotions completely broke out because he was angry at his own powerlessness. "That's right, Thor," a familiar voice sounded behind him. Thor turned his head and couldn't suppress his joy in his eyes. His best comrades and friends suddenly appeared here: Sif, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg. The latter 3 are called the 3 warriors of Asgard and are Thor's capable men. Sif is the only woman in their small group and is also a famous warrior in Asgard. Seeing them, Thor's heart rekindled hope and strength. The 4 stepped forward and explained the current situation of Asgard to Thor. Odin fell into a deep sleep. Loki was abnormal. These situations were the same as Chu Yang's previous guesses. He actually said everything right. Thor looked at Chu Yang with shock and respect from the bottom of his heart, so Thor made a decision secretly. After understanding the situation, Thor's comrades immediately assisted Chu Yang and helped Chu Yang to contain the actions of the destroyer, and Thor ignored Jane's dissuasion, returned to the institute, and reached out for Thor's hammer. "Mjolnir, please recognize me again, so that I can fight side by side with them as the god of thunder and protect everyone here." Thor prayed softly. On the other side, Chu Yang and the 4 Asgardian warriors still could not defeat the destroyer and could only suppress the opponent's actions. In the final analysis, the 2 swords in Chu Yang's hands were just wooden swords made by Mu Dun. Even if Chu Yang himself was very strong, it would be difficult for him to break through the destroyer's hard armor. As Asgard's most powerful weapon, every inch of the destroyer's body is made of materials of the same level as Mjolnir. In the distant past, it even fought with Odin against powerful enemies like the Celestials. "My Overlord color coil is not good enough, otherwise even with a wooden sword, I can still cause damage to it." Chu Yang silently calculated that the time had passed by now, and no matter how useless the god of thunder was, he should be able to raise Thor's hammer again at this time. The thought was fleeting, and the next moment, thunder suddenly erupted in the research institute. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and the faces of the other 4 people also showed joy. The vast lightning condensed into a beam, which knocked the destroyer away and landed in front of everyone. The thunder light dissipated, and what appeared in front of everyone was Thor wearing armor and regaining his divine power. Thor, holding Thor's hammer, regained his former glory, and lightning flashed deep in his eyes. He turned Mjolnir, and the thunder fell with his guidance, drowning the destroyer. However, the destroyer was not easily eliminated and stood up again against the thunder in the sky. Thor and others rushed over directly, and the 2 sides started fighting hand to hand. Chu Yang cleared all the buffs and returned to his appearance as a harmless student, standing quietly watching the show. "Won't you go up and help?" Phil Coulson, who had been a war correspondent for a long time, suddenly appeared. "The time has come. If you want to renew, you have to add money." Chu Yang glared at him angrily. "Feelings are not for you to fight for. Don't worry, in order to thank you for your efforts this time, we will prepare a thank you gift." Phil Coulson said with a smile, "I hope we can establish a good cooperative relationship." "Cooperation?" Chu Yang waved his hand. "Forget it, I prefer staying in the research room than fighting. If you bother me with any random excuses in the future, I will kill you first." Phil Coulson's smile stopped abruptly. Chu Yang said, "Also, in return, this destroyer armor must be sent to Stark Tower first. After I finish studying it, you can study it again. If you dare to act recklessly, I will kill you first." Phil Coulson couldn't laugh at all now, grimaced and stopped talking. On the other side, Thor showed off his power and successfully ended the destroyer, preparing to summon the Rainbow Bridge and return to Asgard. Jane stood in front of Thor reluctantly, tender and sweet, and her eyes were almost wired. The comrades turned their backs and gave the two of them some time. The two were tender for a while. Thor then summoned the Rainbow Bridge, and a burst of bright light broke through the space and shone on the earth. What a strong energy! Chu Yang stared at the Rainbow Bridge and couldn't help but sigh. This was the most powerful energy wave he had ever felt so far. Just as he was about to leave, Chu Yang found that the light beam seemed to have deviated and was getting closer and closer to him. Before he could get away, a hand suddenly stretched out from the beam and grabbed Chu Yang's clothes. "Fuck!" Chu Yang only left a curse word before being pulled into the Rainbow Bridge. The light disappeared. Coulson looked at the empty grass, his eyes were dull, and then a cold air hit the sky. "Something happened. I lent you my assistant, but you told me that he was taken away by aliens." "Calm down, Tony. To be precise, he was taken away by Thor. So, I have to ask Zeus to deal with him, right?" Forehead. Tony was furious in the laboratory, and even Nick Fury, who rushed over, had to step back. Phil Coulson even bore all the other party's anger. At this moment, he lowered his head and dared not say a word. He is just a freshman, and his real age is only a freshman in high school. Tell me, what can he do to survive on that damn alien planet? Tony was a little hysterical. Normally, Pepper Potts would have persuaded him, but this time, she didn't say a word, folded her hands on her chest, and looked at Phil Coulson coldly. She was angrier than Tony. Phil Coulson is embarrassed. He actually wanted to tell Tony that the freshman you mentioned was more like a humanoid weapon than Asgard's strongest weapon. Not only could Chu Yang live there, he could also live a very nourishing life. Tony, I know you are angry, but you need to calm down now. This incident has proven my hunch. The crisis the Earth is facing now is of cosmic proportion. We need a group of people like you to ensure the safety of the Earth. Nick Fury said seriously. Sorry, I can't even protect my assistant, let alone the Earth. You have found the wrong person. Tony sneered, I don't want to participate in your damn Avengers plan. Nick Fury's expression changed. He didn't expect Tony's attitude to be so tough, and he directly refused to join the Avengers. Nick Fury said solemnly, Don't be emotional, Tony. Tony sneered, You have been investigating me for so many years, so you should know my character. I just like to act on impulse. Remember what the New York Times said about me? Willful, arrogant and arrogant are my labels. Nick Fury took a deep breath and had a headache. He underestimated the importance Tony attached to his companions. Feeling Tony's current irritability, Phil Coulson carefully reached out and said, I think Yang should be able to protect his own safety. He is the most powerful magician I have ever seen. After saying that, Phil Coulson added in his heart, He is also the only magician I have ever seen. After hearing this, Tony's sneer became stronger and stronger, and he couldn't help but sneered, another alien, another Thor, and now another magician. When did your words become as ridiculous as the FBI? Phil Coulson reluctantly took out a computer from his suitcase and played the surveillance video of the Institute at that time. The whole process of Chu Yang's battle with the destroyer was recorded. Tony just glanced at it unintentionally, and the whole person was stunned. Pot stood beside him, looking at the computer screen, full of question marks. Nick Fury was also watching it for the first time. He was busy rushing to comfort Tony and didn't have time to watch it in advance. The three of them looked at Chu Yang in the picture, who was like a god. With two swords, he shattered the protective shield on the destroyer that even shells couldn't penetrate. Wowed up, Nick Fury was amazed and said to Tony, "In my impression, magicians are hiding in the distance and setting off fireballs." Tony looked confused. "Me too." Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "I knew this kid was wrong. How could an ordinary person easily destroy my armor?" Phil Coulson said. "Thor took Yang away, probably to ask him to help solve Asgard's current predicament, and he will be sent back after it's over." Tony wondered, what else can he do? Yes. What else can I do? Chu Yang thought so too, so when Thor and Loki were fighting, he didn't take action, and honestly stood aside as a spectator. When two brothers are fighting, why should an outsider like him join in the fun? It was not until Thor broke the rainbow bridge that the smile on Chu Yang's face suddenly froze. "You destroyed the rainbow bridge, how can I get back to Earth?" Chu Yang walked to Thor angrily. "Sorry, I forgot." Thor suddenly realized and apologized. "What on earth do you want to do by bringing me here?" Chu Yang asked helplessly. "When I become king in the future, I want you to be my military advisor." Thor's eyes burst into a gleam. "Just for this?" Chu Yang's eyes were dull. "You can infer Loki's conspiracy from so little information. Your brain is better than Loki's." Thor did not hesitate to praise him. Laughing, Chu Yang felt very uncomfortable. He knew the direction of the plot, and of course he could guess what Loki wanted to do. This had nothing to do with brains. He just wanted to leave here quickly. Asgard is not a good place. After Odin's death, living here is more risky than on Earth. First, Thor's sister Hela returned to Asgard after breaking the seal of the god King Odin, and then destroyed the entire Asgard. The people of Asgard took a spaceship to escape to the Earth, and encountered the purple potato spirit Thanos on the way, and half of the people died. It almost broke the silly Thor. Chu Yang didn't want to be the half that died. After resolving the turmoil caused by Loki, Thor's reputation in Asgard suddenly reached its peak. No one could shake his position anymore, and becoming the next king was almost a foregone conclusion. Thor's high popularity, by the way, also made Chu Yang a celebrity. Thanks to the publicity of the famous Asgard 3 warriors, they boasted to everyone how Chu Yang helped Thor defeat the destroyer on Earth. They also said that Chu Yang saw through Loki's conspiracy and enlightened Thor to regain his will. They exaggerated a lot. Now wherever Chu Yang goes, the attention he gets is second only to Thor. He was also summoned by Odin alone, in order to reward Chu Yang for helping Thor. Odin promised to fulfill one of his wishes. Chu Yang asked to return to Earth. Odin shook his head regretfully, saying that there was no other way to send him back before the Rainbow Bridge was repaired, and asked him to change his wish again. It seemed that Chu Yang's first wish was not fulfilled, and Odin felt embarrassed. He asked Chu Yang to make a slightly bigger wish and promised to help him fulfill it. Thinking that there was no chance to go back for the time being, Chu Yang made another wish. "I want to learn Asgard's magic." Odin frowned slightly. "It's not that I refuse. As a mortal, it's difficult for you to learn Asgard's magic because of your physical shackles. Sorry, I'm afraid it can't be as you wish." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Just give me a chance." Odin pondered for a while, smiled and nodded. "I like your confidence, so I agree to your wish." Chu Yang started his new journey of learning magic in Asgard, Harry Potter world. Recently, Headmaster Dumbledore is often not in school. Where did he go? No one knows. Although he was not often seen in the past, the number of times he left school alone has increased noticeably. However, the students have not noticed it yet, and the teachers and professors have not noticed it either, as they seem to have gotten used to the mystery of Headmaster Dumbledore. Chu Yang silently paid attention to everything. He knew that the more often Dumbledore left school, the more it proved that the collection of Horcruxes had come to an end. Voldemort's Horcruxes. Tom Riddle's diary is in the hands of Lucius Malfoy. Because of Voldemort's fall, Lucius Malfoy was worried about the diary all day long, fearing that his identity as a Death Eater would be exposed. Now he was probably preparing to get rid of this diary that might bring disaster. It was not difficult for Dumbledore to get it. Gaunt ring was hidden in the old Gaunt house by Voldemort. The ring was inlaid with the resurrection stone and Voldemort's curse. If someone could not resist the temptation and put on the ring, the curse would take effect. Chu Yang had mentioned this in the fake book. I believe that with Dumbledore's wisdom, he would definitely be vigilant. The easiest Horcrux to get is Ravenclaw's diadem, hidden in the room of requirement with the fake book. This is not difficult. Hufflepuff's gold cup is hidden in the vault of Gringotts, which is known as the safest place in the wizarding world. In the eyes of the strong, it is no different from their own backyard. However, given Dumbledore's character, he will most likely negotiate with the goblins to get this Horcrux out. The fifth Horcrux is Slytherin's locket. This is a relic of Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts. It has been passed down from generation to generation in the Gaunt family, the direct descendants. Later, it was sold to the owner of Borgin and Berks by Voldemort's mother, Maripi Gaunt, for 10 galleons. After Voldemort retrieved the locket, he made it into a Horcrux and hid it in a cave on an isolated island. Voldemort put the locket into the bottom of a glass container, then cast a vicious spell, and the glass container was filled with potion. Anyone who wanted to take the locket had to drink the potion. This potion will make the person who drinks it suffer extreme pain that is worse than death. Sirius Black's younger brother, Regulus Arcturus Black, drank these potions. He paid the price of his life for this. Before he died, he asked his house elf Creature to take the locket and told it to destroy it, but unfortunately, Creature tried many ways and failed to destroy the locket. The locket was protected by Voldemort's powerful spell. The locket was finally left and hidden by Creature in the old house of the Black family. As a supporter of Voldemort's pure blood concept, Regulus was once a Death Eater, until later he discovered that Voldemort was not promoting the so-called pure blood concept at all, but was using violence to suppress all those who opposed him. Regulus Black, who recognized Voldemort's true face, chose to betray in the blow of the collapse of faith. He successfully took the locket and used a fake locket to confuse Voldemort, but the stigma still accompanied him throughout his life. No one knew that Regulus Arcturus Black was a true hero, so Chu Yang wrote his unknown deeds into a fake book. The last Horcrux was Harry himself, or rather, the soul fragment that Voldemort accidentally left in Harry. The first 5 were not difficult to find, but the last one might bring difficulties to Dumbledore, and how to eliminate the soul fragment in Harry's body was a difficult problem for Dumbledore. After all, he could not cast a spell on Harry with the mentality of killing him as a prerequisite, and eliminate the Horcrux in the simplest way. According to the Time speculation, Chu Yang felt that Dumbledore should find at least 3 Horcruxes, including Harry who has been in Hogwarts. That is 4 Horcruxes. Chu Yang only needs to help Dumbledore collect at most 2 more Horcruxes, and there will be a chance to completely eliminate Voldemort. The time is almost right. Chu Yang immediately had the intention of showing his cards. Chu Yang did not dare to say that he knew all the dark magic that Voldemort was proficient in, but at least he knew 70% to 80% of it. In addition, Chu Yang has been studying ninjutsu, ghost arts, and spells during this period of time. By analogy, he has also invented many spells to deal with black magic. No longer have to worry about being tricked by strange and evil spells and causing a disaster. Voldemort can be killed without any mistakes. Just when Chu Yang was thinking about how to confess to Dumbledore, some guests came to his room that night. Harry, Hermione, and Ron came to Chu Yang's room wearing invisibility cloaks. "Hey, Yang, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but you have to go out with us now," Harry said with some embarrassment. "Please, we need you very much." Hermione and Ron looked at Chu Yang eagerly. Chu Yang nodded, picked up his clothes and changed in the bathroom, and followed them out of the dormitory. It would definitely not work for 4 people to squeeze in the invisibility cloak. Chu Yang motioned them to go first, and he followed behind alone. The 3 of them carefully cleared the way in front. Chu Yang followed them out of the school and headed straight to Hagrid's cabin. On the way, the trio seemed to be hesitant to speak, as if they had something to say, but they didn't know how to tell Chu Yang. Among them, Harry's struggling expression was the most obvious. Chu Yang smiled and spoke first. "You didn't call me out to play adventure games, did you?" The 3 of them laughed awkwardly at the same time. Finally, it was Hermione who mustered up the courage to ask, "Yang, Principal Dumbledore told us that you once met Voldemort." "Yes." Chu Yang nodded. Harry suddenly became excited and asked eagerly, "Is Voldemort scary?" Chu Yang shook his head and said, I don't think he is scary. On the contrary, he looks weaker than I thought. Fragile. Harry was surprised by Chu Yang's answer. He didn't expect that Chu Yang would use this word to describe the Dark Lord, who was talked about in the magic world. Hermione and Ron also frowned. This was not the answer they imagined. Chu Yang smiled and said, if Voldemort was still as powerful as before, he would have appeared openly in front of the world. Why would he need to hide? Hermione couldn't help but nod, convinced. Chu Yang's positive attitude unknowingly affected them, and everyone gradually no longer regarded Voldemort as a scourge. After all, no one who has seen it with his own eyes is afraid, so why should we be afraid? This was what the three Harrys were thinking at this time. After you've asked, it's my turn. Tell me, what does Principal Dumbledore want to see me for? Chu Yang's question startled the three of them again. Hermione asked in surprise, how do you know? Chu Yang said, Principal Dumbledore will not tell you about my meeting Voldemort without any reason. Only then did Hermione realize that she had just spilled the beans, so she giggled awkwardly. Harry took a deep breath and said solemnly, Principal Dumbledore hopes that you can stay with me in the Forbidden Forest for a while. What's in the Forbidden Forest? There is the giant war tree that mutated from the Whomping Willow, and there is the Unicorn clan that worships Chu Yang as a god. There is also the Centaur Firenze, who has a very close relationship with Chu Yang, and the Centaur clan behind him who have good intentions towards Chu Yang. Together, these three forces can sweep through everything in the Forbidden Forest. This is his home court. Dumbledore asked Chu Yang to stay with Harry in the Forbidden Forest, implying that he hoped he could protect Harry. The over 100-year-old man finally made up his mind to fight Voldemort head-on, but before destroying the soul fragments in his body, Harry is Voldemort's only chance to make a comeback. Staying at Hogwarts would make Harry a target for Death Eaters. Staying in the Forbidden Forest was not only safer, but also dispersed the power of the Death Eaters. In fact, from Chu Yang's point of view, it would be more efficient for him to bring the giant war tree and push directly horizontally, but Dumbledore still treated him as a student. Letting Chu Yang be solely responsible for Harry's safety was his bottom line. It seems that the camping equipment I bought not long ago will come in handy. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. That would be great. Harry also smiled despite his embarrassment. I'm very good at setting up tents. George and Fred taught me when we were watching the Quidditch match. Ron was eager to try it, as if he was really going to go camping in the wild. Why are you excited? Principal Dumbledore said that it was Yang and Harry who went to the Forbidden Forest, not us. Hermione glared at Ron angrily. One more person means more power to protect Harry, isn't it right? Ron retorted confidently. It's not about having more power to protect Harry, but about having one more person to drag Yang down. Hermione reached out to grab Ron's ear, but he quickly dodged it. Principal Dumbledore said that Chu Yang can summon unicorns. Don't you want to see unicorns? Ron whispered in Hermione's ear, acting a bit like a little devil. For girls, unicorns are an irresistible existence. Which girl would refuse to ride on a unicorn and walk under the moonlight? Hermione's attitude suddenly became less determined. She murmured in a low voice, it's dark and scary in the Forbidden Forest. Harry and the others will definitely be scared if they are alone, but it will be different if there are more people. Ron gave her a thumbs up. A few people chatted and walked to Hagrid's cabin. Hermione stepped forward and knocked on the door knocker. Boom, boom, boom. Hagrid opened the door sideways, with a mysterious look on his face. Come in. The warm fire drove away the severe cold in the night, and everyone felt a sense of warmth. Chu Yang looked around and asked, isn't Principal Dumbledore here? He has more important things to do. Hagrid brought out several cups of hot tea from the kitchen and handed them to the children. This has almost become your mantra. Ron joked, imitating Hagrid's tone, you will say this every time we ask about Principal Dumbledore. Hagrid's eyes widened and he shouted loudly, you have no idea how important what Principal Dumbledore has done. He is now. Hagrid. Chu Yang spoke quickly. Oh. Merlin's beard. Hagrid, realizing that he almost said something wrong, looked at Chu Yang with thanks. In fact, we know what Principal Dumbledore is doing, and we gave him the book about Horcruxes. Ron looked at Hagrid proudly, it's just that we don't know where those things are. Hagrid quickly stepped forward and covered his mouth. The oil and dirt on his hands almost made Ron spit out. While the two were fighting, Hermione turned to Chu Yang and said, "You don't know what a Horcrux is, do you?" Chu Yang smiled and nodded. "Is there something you don't know?" Hermione was a little excited. Being able to show off her knowledge in front of Chu Yang was probably the happiest thing for her in school, so Hermione began to tell the whole process of how she found clues to the Horcrux from a book called Old Things You Didn't Know About Hogwarts. The little lady's eyes were shining like stars in the night sky. After finishing speaking, she stared at Chu Yang with hopeful eyes. Chu Yang understood and immediately praised, "Hermione, you are so smart." Hermione's cheeks were slightly red and she raised her head proudly. "How could this be possible? We obviously discovered it together." Ron broke away from Hagrid and hurriedly pulled Harry, who showed an embarrassed expression. Chu Yang said helplessly, "Okay, Mr. Ron, who is witty and brave." Ron nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, you are really discerning." Harry thought he was embarrassed and quietly turned his head away as if he didn't recognize him. "Children, be quiet. We will set off to the Forbidden Forest later." Hagrid pressed his hands down to signal everyone to keep their voices down. "Hagrid, may I know how many Horcruxes Principal Dumbledore has found so far?" Chu Yang asked casually. Hagrid shook his head and said, "Sorry, I can't tell you the specific number, but there are still 2 pieces left that have not been found. In terms of difficulty, the most likely ones are Gaunt's ring and Slytherin's locket." After a while, Hagrid led everyone to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, stopped in front of a lake. "There is a cabin there." "Okay, this is it." Hagrid happily introduced his work to everyone. The wooden house is not big, but it is more than enough to accommodate 4 people. However, the interior is relatively simple, with almost no decent furniture except a bed and a heater. Under Hermione's surprised gaze, Chu Yang took out a small handbag and started pouring things out: tents, sleeping bags, camping lights, outdoor folding tables and chairs, toolboxes, hanging ropes, scattered hooks, first aid kits, pots and pans, etc. The remaining 4 opened their mouths in shock as more and more items fell out of the handbag. "Are you moving?" Hermione gulped. "Not much." Chu Yang lowered his head to check if there were any gaps. One obvious benefit of learning to apparate is that he can travel freely between the magical and non-magical worlds. "I have to admit, you are more prepared than I was." In order to cover up his embarrassment, Hagrid coughed dryly and asked Chu Yang curiously, "Are you interested in camping?" Chu Yang nodded and said, "Since the orphanage, I have lived in groups for too long. If I have the chance, I hope I can be alone for a longer time." Ron was happily circling around the camping equipment. His father's work was closely related to the Muggle world, so he had a lot of contact with it. Harry whispered, "I remember Professor McGonagall said that the invisible stretch charm is forbidden to be used on personal items." Chu Yang smiled and said, "If everything is done according to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, then magic will bring us much less happiness." Hermione nodded hurriedly. "I agree." Harry was lost in thought. Chapter 93, Forbidden Forest, Unicorn and Visitors. Please read on, monthly vote. You are listening at novelfull.audio. "Okay, it's time to go, Ron, don't touch Harry's things." The night was getting darker and the temperature was getting colder, so Hagrid had no choice but to urge Ron and Hermione to leave. How did he know that both of them wanted to stay? Ron looked at Hermione in panic, and the latter's eyes turned around, looking like a ghost. "Hagrid, how long will it take Yang and Harry to clean up all this stuff? We should help them clean up before leaving. This is the basic etiquette of gentlemen and ladies." Hermione pulled on Hagrid's clothes and began to try to persuade Hagrid. Hagrid looked up at the camping equipment scattered on the ground around him. He sighed and said, "Okay, but we have to hurry up." Ron was happily playing with the outdoor tent. "Hey, they don't need that. Here is a wooden house that I built with my own hands. It is not only warm, but also safe." Hagrid stopped Ron from taking the tent apart. Hermione quickly pulled Ron away, glared at him fiercely, and whispered in his ear, "Can't you wait any longer?" Ron scratched his head and laughed twice. Under Hermione's command, everyone moved things in an orderly manner until the ground suddenly shook. Dong dong dong. Ron looked down at the dancing stones at his feet and shouted in horror, "It's an earthquake." Hermione and Harry then screamed. The three of them ran away with their heads in their hands. Hagrid and Chu Yang looked at each other. "This is not an earthquake, but something huge is approaching." "You three, calm down." Hagrid pulled one with each hand and controlled the three scurrying little squirrels. "Look up." Hearing Hagrid's reminder, Hermione raised her head first, and then saw that the sky was completely covered by a huge object. It was a towering giant tree, or a tree man. Its size was indescribable. Just standing there, its shadow enveloped the nearby lake. "Creepy." "Aw." Hermione let out a deafening scream. Harry and Ron looked up at the same time and yelled after seeing the huge creature. Chu Yang was so noisy that his ears hurt, so he cast the silencing curse. The mouths of the three people seemed to have been sewn shut, and their screams suddenly stopped. "Don't be nervous, that's Yang's pet, haven't you seen it before?" Hagrid explained. "Pet?" Hermione, Harry, and Ron looked at Chu Yang in horror. "It's the Whomping Willow in school." Seeing that they were quiet, Chu Yang lifted the spell. "Impossible." Hermione immediately shook her head and said, "The Whomping Willow is not that big." Chu Yang didn't bother to explain to them, and directly gave the instruction to the giant tree, "Find a place to sit down, don't block the light." The giant tree moved slowly, and the cabin was once again bathed in the quiet moonlight. Ron squinted one eye and looked up, and said with difficulty, "It's hard for me to believe this is true." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I gave it a new name, called the Giant War Tree." Under Chu Yang's order, the Giant War Tree behaved very well. Hagrid was absolutely right in describing it as a pet. Harry looked at the Giant War Tree with lingering fear and swallowed. Only now did he understand why Principal Dumbledore insisted on letting Chu Yang accompany him to live in the Forbidden Forest for a while. Such a terrifying creature, even if Voldemort comes, he can't defeat it, right? Just as the Giant War Tree sat down, the ground shook again, and then some small branches and vines extended to Chu Yang's feet like tentacles, gently rubbing against Chu Yang's mage robe. "Is it acting coquettishly with you?" Hermione looked at the twisting branches on the ground in surprise. "Well, strictly speaking, it's still a child." Chu Yang joked. Ron laughed dryly and said, "Children of dozens of years old." Harry adjusted his glasses and nodded. According to the age of the trees, children in their 20s are very appropriate to describe them. "That's right, Harry." Hagrid stroked the branches of the Giant War Tree with a gentle expression, as if he were treating a real child. "In other words, with its presence, the Forbidden Forest has changed from the most dangerous place to the safest place." Hermione's eyes lit up and she pinched Ron secretly. Ron almost jumped up in pain, but was suppressed by Hermione's fierce eyes. He nodded angrily in agreement. "It does feel safe, Hagrid, are you right?" "Of course." Hagrid said proudly, "You can completely trust this little guy." Little guy. Chu Yang looked at the Giant War Tree that was as tall as Ultraman, and suddenly felt a little funny. "Since it's so safe, wouldn't it be better for us to stay here?" Then, Hermione said matter-of-factly. "Of course, that's not right." Hagrid, who had insufficient IQ balance, suddenly reacted and shook his head quickly. "Principal Dumbledore didn't say you can stay here." Ron continued, "But he didn't say, we can't stay here." Hagrid was speechless, his brain gradually shutting down. At this moment, the ground began to shake again, and everyone looked at the Giant War Tree. Ron reminded, "Don't move around." The Giant War Tree stretched out its hand to scratch the crown of the tree, expressing its confusion with every gesture. "I didn't move." Several people looked at each other. Neighing sounds sounded one after another in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, and then white figures rushed out of the darkness. Hermione said excitedly, "It's a unicorn." "I saw a unicorn." Ron opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief, "So many unicorns." Merlin's beard. Countless white figures gathered into a torrent under the moonlight, rushing like a tsunami. The scene was shocking. Harry was stunned. The unicorns stopped slowly. Most of them stopped by the lake and drank water, while the rest walked near Chu Yang, but because there were other people around Chu Yang, the unicorns subconsciously kept their distance. Hagrid took a few deep breaths, suppressed his excitement, turned to Chu Yang and said, "They must have smelled your breath." Chu Yang nodded. To be precise, it was the pure vitality in his body that attracted the unicorn. "Are they your pets too?" Hermione's face flushed with excitement. "I know it's rude to ask, but can you let me ride the unicorn, just for a little while? If they don't like it, forget it." Hermione stood awkwardly. "They are my friends, don't worry, unicorns like smart and kind girls like you very much." Chu Yang whistled, and the unicorn standing nearby immediately ran to him and gently touched his hand with its head. The vitality is like a hot spring, flowing into the unicorn's body through Chu Yang's hands. It made a long and cheerful cry. "Ride on." Chu Yang cast a floating spell on Hermione, sending her accurately onto the unicorn's back. As Hermione screamed in surprise, the unicorn carried her and strolled near the cabin, bathing in the moonlight. "The picture is beautiful," Ron said anxiously. "And me, I want to ride too." A sly smile flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. "Are you sure?" Ron nodded firmly. "Well, you said so yourself." Chu Yang used the floating spell to send him to the back of another unicorn. As soon as it got close, the unicorn tilted its head to one side and kicked Ron down from midair. "Oops." Ron sat down on the ground, grinning in pain. In the end, Hagrid didn't bully Hermione, and after repeated warnings, he left the Forbidden Forest. In fact, at first, Dumbledore was planning to let Hagrid stay in the Forbidden Forest with him, but Hagrid refused, because Hagrid felt that Dumbledore was in a more dangerous situation than Chu Yang and Harry, and he would face the insidious Death Eaters head-on. Of course, the great Dumbledore will not lose, but after all, he is old. After Hagrid left, the cabin became a playground. Hermione took Harry and Ron to have fun and mingle with the unicorns. Chu Yang took advantage of this period to quietly pack up his tent and sleeping bag. Judging from the looks of these people, no one would choose the small wooden bed carefully prepared by Hagrid, so Chu Yang took 4 sleeping bags in one go. After about half an hour, the 3 of them were exhausted from playing. When they came back rubbing their eyes, they saw 4 cute little tents on the empty grass in front of the cabin. There are camping lights both inside and outside the tent, adding a touch of warmth to the cold Forbidden Forest. The 3 cheered and each chose a tent and went inside. No one seemed to be planning to wash up. Not long after, gentle snoring came from the tent. Seeing that they were all asleep, Chu Yang took a folding stool and sat next to the tent, using the lighting of the camping lamp to read a book. He is waiting for someone. When the book turned to the 5th page, a strong wind blew on the grass. Firenze's muscular figure appeared in the moonlight. "Nice to see you again." Firenze bowed with a smile on his lips. "I guessed that you were here after I noticed something strange about the unicorn." Chu Yang laughed and said, "Don't always talk to me in such a polite manner. Friends shouldn't be like this, Firenze." "Okay." Firenze nodded, walked to Chu Yang with light steps, bent down and whispered, "Dumbledore told me in advance that during your stay in the Forbidden Forest, I will definitely ensure your safety, although I know that Voldemort has no ability to threaten your safety." Chu Yang closed the book and said, "The person you want to protect is not me." Firenze glanced at the tent where Harry was. "You keep an eye on them, I want to go out." Chu Yang stood up and took out the staff from the loose wizard robe. "Where are you going so late?" Firenze was a little worried. "Go see an old man." Chu Yang smiled, and immediately used apparition, and the surrounding space began to distort. In a flash, Chu Yang disappeared in front of Firenze. Firenze was already used to this. After getting along for a long time, Firenze was the only person who knew Chu Yang's true strength. When Chu Yang's feet landed again, he had arrived at a town called Little Hangleton. Gunter's old house is located within a 5-mile radius of Little Hangleton. Chu Yang has to find the exact location by himself. The last 2 problems, Blake's ancestral house and Gunter's old house, are nothing more than choosing one of the 2. The ancestral home of the Black family has a loyalty curse, so someone from the Black family needs to lead the way, but Chu Yang has no connection with this family, so he prioritized coming here to try his luck. Chu Yang put away his wand, formed a seal with his hands, and prepared to use the super light and heavy rock technique to fly into the sky. Fortunately, it was late at night, and there was no one on the street. No one saw a guy in a wizard robe making some strange gestures. after Chu Yang rose to a certain height, he looked down at the ground and carefully searched for the old house hidden in the mountains and forests. Finally, he found the dilapidated house in the gap between two steep hillsides. Chu Yang flew around and landed in front of the old house of Gaunt after confirming that there was no one. There was a circling snake pattern engraved on the door knocker of the gate. Very good, very. Slytherin style. Chu Yang detected the magic fluctuations of the gate and felt that there was no problem. Then he pushed the door open, and his sight color unfolded. There were more whispering sounds in Chu Yang's ears. Following the sound and searching continuously, Chu Yang found an old man in an indigo wizard robe in the corner of the old house of Gaunt. Dumbledore sat on the cold wooden floor, the faint moonlight shone on him through the window, his expression was sometimes tangled, sometimes ferocious, and he looked like he was in a state of madness. A gold ring inlaid with black gemstones fell in front of Dumbledore. This was the gaunt ring that carried the fragment of Voldemort's soul, Chu Yang observed. Dumbledore stayed and found that he had not been cursed by the ring. Instead, he was stuck in a stalemate against the curse while trying to remove the curse. Dumbledore has always wanted to destroy all Horcruxes at the same time, not giving Voldemort a chance to react. That's why he chose to take the ring away instead of destroying it on the spot. However, the black magic that Voldemort used to protect the Horcruxes was very powerful and could not be easily removed, but Dumbledore still underestimated the curse on the ring. The old man didn't know how long he had been deadlocked here, his face was pale, and his physical strength was obviously exhausted. Chu Yang clapped his hands, and the wooden floor under his feet suddenly made a creaking sound. A piece of green vine broke through the crack in the floor and slowly stretched to the gaunt ring. After wrapping around it for a few times, it completely sealed the ring. Then Chu Yang reinforced another layer of sealing technique. After doing all this, Dumbledore next to him suddenly took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. "Why are you here?" Dumbledore was very surprised. "Hermione and the others told me about the Horcrux, so I wanted to come and take a look." Chu Yang reached out and helped Dumbledore up. "Thank you." Dumbledore stood up shakily and explained, in addition to the curse, the ring also has a powerful spell protection. Anyone who wants to remove the curse will be counterattacked. He has always been very thoughtful. I was careless. Oh, right. Hermione and the others probably don't know the location of the Horcrux. Dumbledore slowly turned his head and looked at Chu Yang and asked, "How do you know there is a Horcrux here?" Chu Yang replied, "Hermione told me what's in the book, and I guessed it myself. Most of the time, I'm more worried about you being too smart than the student's stupidity." Dumbledore said helplessly, "Especially you." Chu Yang asked back, "What about now?" Dumbledore laughed, "I have to praise your courage and wisdom, Mr. Chu Yang." Chu Yang also laughed. After a moment, Dumbledore said, "I don't have the strength to cast a spell now. You have to take me away from here and use apparition." Chu Yang took out his wand. "Glad to serve, Headmaster Dumbledore." The surrounding scene began to distort and change, and the next second, the two appeared next to the cabin in the Forbidden Forest. "I have to say that your apparition is already at the master level," Dumbledore praised. "It's still far worse than you." Chu Yang turned around and took a folding stool and placed it next to Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't sit down in a hurry, but looked around, his eyes full of shock. Not far away, a group of unicorns were wandering. He knew that Chu Yang was favored by unicorns, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. "Headmaster Dumbledore." Firenze looked at Dumbledore and Chu Yang, who suddenly appeared, his face full of surprise. "Hello, Mr. Firenze." Dumbledore's shock gradually eased, and there was a hint of smile at the corner of his mouth. He can be sure that Harry is absolutely safe here. He is almost absolutely sure of winning this war. Then there is only one problem left, how to deal with the soul fragments in Harry's body. Dumbledore frowned. "Principal Dumbledore, is there anything I can help you with?" Firenze asked. "Just a small problem." Dumbledore shook his head. "Firenze, can you please check the surroundings?" Chu Yang suddenly spoke, and Firenze nodded without thinking much. He left the vicinity of the cabin in a few leaps. After Firenze left, Chu Yang said to Dumbledore, "If you have any concerns, please tell me. As the smartest student in Hogwarts, I will help you share them." Dumbledore thought for a long time in his heart. turned his head and looked at the tents behind him, and then cast a spell to isolate the sound. He said slowly, "To destroy Voldemort, all Horcruxes must be destroyed, and Harry. He is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes." Chu Yang showed an appropriate expression of surprise, then pretended to be silent, and said after a while, "I want to know everything, okay?" Dumbledore told everything, starting from how Tom Riddle became Voldemort, until Voldemort was counterattacked by the blood curse and his soul was split into Harry. "According to you, Harry is at most a pseudo-Horcrux, because the whole process was not strictly carried out according to the manufacturing process of the Horcrux, it was an accident." "I think so too, but the key to the problem is that even if Harry is a pseudo-Horcrux, the killing curse is still needed to eliminate the soul fragments in his body. We can try to split Harry's soul by making a Horcrux, and we only need to make slight changes to the spell." Hearing this, Dumbledore's mind flashed, and then he looked at Chu Yang with surprise. "Theoretically, this is completely possible. The soul fragments in Harry's body are not stable enough, and it is much easier to separate them from Harry's body than to directly split a complete soul. The difficulty of casting will also be greatly reduced. Secondly, the soul fragments are hidden in Harry's body, not directly integrated with Harry's soul. As long as the spell is modified appropriately and it acts on the body, it will not affect Harry's soul." Dumbledore, who had an idea, swept away all his anxiety and regained his previous confidence. "You always surprise me." Dumbledore looked at Chu Yang with satisfaction, with a smile in the corner of his eyes. "It's just some cleverness." Chu Yang smiled modestly. "The real difficulty lies in how to change the spell, which is something you can do." Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. "Next, we just need to find a tool that can destroy the Horcrux, and Harry's problem can be solved. Each Horcrux is protected by a powerful spell, and it is difficult to destroy it by conventional means. In the later plot, when Harry used Gryffindor's sword to kill the basilisk, the sword absorbed the snake venom and gained the ability to destroy the Horcrux. The basilisk is hiding in the girls' public bathroom at Hogwarts. It has not come out to harm people yet. It's just right to kill it now." Just as Chu Yang and Dumbledore were discussing how to change the spell, Ron's tent suddenly made a noise. Dumbledore didn't notice it, but Chu Yang heard a subtle sound. Squeak. That it was the sound of a mouse. Chu Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, turned around and waved his wand, and the magic power shot out like lightning, hitting the edge of the tent. A mouse that ran out of Ron's tent was hit by magic and fainted on the ground. "Oh!" Dumbledore was surprised. This mouse was Peter Pettigrew, who was lurking in the Weasley family. It was he who betrayed his good friend James Potter and told Voldemort about the Potter family, which led to Voldemort killing Harry's parents. Afterwards, Peter Pettigrew blamed Sirius Black for the incident and pretended to be killed by him, and Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban because of him. During this period, Chu Yang let him go because he didn't want to disrupt the plot and cause complications. In addition, he has always been honest and didn't do anything out of line, but now, Chu Yang can't let him mess up at the last minute. "If you continue to pretend to be dead on the ground, the next spell will be the killing curse," Chu Yang said coldly. The mouse suddenly jumped up from the ground and ran desperately into the depths of the forbidden forest. The next moment, a white figure suddenly rushed out and blocked him. The unicorn raised its hoof and kicked the mouse hard. In mid-air, Peter Pettigrew showed his true form and fell heavily at Chu Yang's feet. "Is it you?" Dumbledore recognized Peter Pettigrew. "Hello, the great headmaster Dumbledore." Peter Pettigrew didn't dare to look up, and lay on the ground timidly. A person who should have died is still alive. Sirius didn't kill him at the beginning. Dumbledore's mind was full of thoughts, and after a moment, there was only one answer left. "You are Potter's secret keeper, right?" Dumbledore was furious, his silver hair flying all over the sky. "Tell me the truth." Peter Pettigrew was trembling with fear. The angry Dumbledore's aura was no weaker than Voldemort's. Chu Yang walked to him and whispered, "I am proficient in the 3 unforgivable curses. Tell me, which one do you like?" Peter Pettigrew's face suddenly changed, and he told the truth of the year in fear and trepidation. Dumbledore was furious. Peter Pettigrew trembled. Chu Yang said, "The most important thing now is to go to Azkaban to rescue Sirius Black." Dumbledore's anger between his eyebrows gradually eased, and he nodded and said, "You are right, he should not be punished by me. Azkaban is where he should go." Peter Pettigrew's face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes were full of despair. For such a coward, the horror of Dementors is no less than Voldemort. The next day, Peter Pettigrew was taken away by Dumbledore and Hagrid. They were going to the Ministry of Magic to tell the truth and use Peter Pettigrew to exchange Sirius Black from Azkaban, early morning. There was a new guest in the Forbidden Forest. He was in ragged clothes, with a sallow face and skinny muscles. He looked like he had been malnourished for a long time. His eyes were numb and his face was a bit sinister. Coupled with his messy hair, he exuded a vicious feeling all over his body. Harry and Hermione subconsciously stayed away from him. They didn't understand why Hagrid would bring a stranger here. The two of them whispered, discussing the identity of the man in front of them. Hagrid said something in Sirius's ear, and the latter's numb eyes suddenly lit up, staring at Harry. Harry was startled by him and ran towards the cabin without looking back. It happened that Chu Yang came out with breakfast. Boom. Harry, who was in a panic, bumped into Chu Yang, and his eyes instantly lit up with stars. Chu Yang stabilized the shaking dinner plate and looked down to see that Harry had fainted and fell to the ground. "It's great to be young, just fall asleep." Chu Yang sighed. "Oh," Hagrid exclaimed and stepped forward, ready to help Harry up, but Sirius was faster than him and rushed to Harry in a few steps. Sirius gently wiped the scar on Harry's forehead and shouted softly, "Harry Potter." Harry opened his eyes drowsily, and what he saw was the man with a fierce face. He wailed in fear and passed out again. Hagrid reminded helplessly, "I think you should sort it out. Blake, look at what you have scared the child into." Sirius was too embarrassed to speak. Chu Yang placed breakfast on the folding table outside the room, turned to Sirius and said, "The bathroom has been arranged on the second floor and can be used at any time, Mr. Black." Looking at the young man with an oriental face in front of him, Sirius suddenly remembered the conversation between Dumbledore and himself. The other party told him that a student named Chu Yang captured Peter Pettigrew, and he regained his freedom. Sirius asked, "Are you Chu Yang?" Chu Yang smiled and nodded. "If you have anything to say, you can talk slowly at the dinner table. We are going to have breakfast soon. I hope you can finish washing up quickly." The boy's exceptionally mature manner of speaking surprised Sirius. "Go and wash up quickly, I'll take care of Harry." Hagrid urged Sirius, looking unconsciously at the breakfast that Chu Yang had just prepared. The smell of the food made him swallow his saliva. After Sirius handed Harry over to Hagrid, he walked straight towards the cabin. Hermione nervously stepped aside, and the former politely said thank you. "It seems not as scary as imagined." Hermione looked at Sirius's back and murmured in a low voice. Then she walked to Chu Yang and asked in a low voice, "Who is he? Why did you call him Mr. Black?" Chu Yang replied, "Blake was a good friend of Harry's parents during their lifetime and also Harry's godfather." Hermione's eyes suddenly widened. Hagrid carried Harry to a stool and sat down, then took out something similar to a plant root from his pocket and placed it under Harry's nose. Harry shuddered, then took a big breath and slowly opened his eyes. "Fortunately, I saw Hagrid this time." Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The tent on the grass moved. Ron, wearing pajamas and sleepy eyes, got out of the tent, smelled the smell and walked slowly to the dining table, ready to sit down. Hermione angrily pulled the stool under his butt. Ouch! Ron fell firmly to the ground and woke up after a doze. Only then did Hermione feel satisfied. After a while, everyone gathered around the dining table, their mouths watering from the smell of delicious food, and they were all a little impatient. Squeak! Sirius pushed open the wooden door and reappeared in front of everyone. Although he was still wearing the same simple and shabby clothes, his mental outlook was completely new. He no longer looked sinister, but just a little thin. Hermione said, "After washing it, it looks pretty good." Sirius bowed slightly and chuckled, "Beautiful lady, thank you for your compliment." Hermione's face turned red. "Everyone is waiting for you, sit down quickly, Blake." Hagrid swallowed anxiously. Sirius, who was already very hungry, didn't care about his appearance. He took 3 steps at a time and sat down next to Harry. He took a deep breath of the rich aroma of food and looked intoxicated. Harry stared at him curiously. "Now that everyone is here, let's start dinner." Chu Yang motioned for everyone to eat. Ding ding dang dang. The sounds of knives and forks colliding with plates came and went. Everyone had their heads buried and stuffed things into their mouths. This vegetable chowder is so delicious, almost as good as my mom's. Ron buried his head and muttered while eating. Compared with my mother's craftsmanship, this is a very high praise. Thank you, Ron. Chu Yang said with a smile. Hermione was about to praise the deliciousness of the food, but when she heard Chu Yang say this, she immediately shut up and stared at Ron without speaking. Feeling Hermione's murderous gaze, Ron was a little confused. After Hagrid finished the vegetable soup in the bowl, he took a piece of grilled bacon and put it into his mouth. He chewed it for a while before wiping his mouth with satisfaction. Sirius had already finished the food in front of him, but he didn't know what to say and was a little embarrassed. Chu Yang lightly kicked Hagrid's leg. Hagrid understood, coughed dryly, and introduced Sirius' identity to everyone. Bang! The spoon in Ron's hand fell to the ground, pointed at Sirius, and said in disbelief, "He is the one, from Azkaban." Hermione covered Ron's mouth. Sirius smiled, not caring. Hagrid explained, Blake was wrongly accused. He did not kill anyone, nor did he betray Harry's parents. Later, Hagrid told the whole story, and Ron and Hermione looked at Sirius with more sympathy. How aggrieved a person feels when he has been imprisoned in Azkaban for more than 10 years on unfounded charges. Sirius noticed the expressions of the two and said with a hearty smile, "Before coming here, I was indeed full of resentment, but after seeing Harry, nothing mattered anymore." Sirius looked at Harry tenderly. "You look so much like your father, and those eyes are exactly the same as Lily's." That I don't know why, but when he heard this sentence, Harry suddenly burst into tears and choked up. Sirius stood up and gently hugged Harry into his arms. This moment was what Harry had longed for countless times in his dreams, when his father could hold him tightly in his strong arms. Harry, who gradually accepted Sirius, showed an innocence he had never seen before. He surrounded Sirius and asked some childish questions, and Sirius answered them tirelessly. The scene was very fatherly and filial, even too kind to a father and filial to his son, a little bit disgusting. Even Ron and Hermione couldn't help but hide in the cabin and help Chu Yang wash the dishes. I hope they can get along as well as they do now when Harry is a teenager. Hagrid squeezed the door panel and walked in helplessly. Ron complained, "When you built the wooden house, didn't you consider that you would come in?" Hagrid patted the dust on his body and said, "Time is urgent." Chu Yang and Hermione put the washed dishes aside to dry. He wiped his hands and asked Hagrid, "Where is Principal Dumbledore?" "Resting." Hagrid said worriedly, "It's not a good thing for him to have to run around at this age. I finally persuaded him to go back and take a nap." Chu Yang nodded, but unexpectedly, Dumbledore appeared in the cabin just after noon. "You came here just after Hagrid left. You didn't avoid him on purpose, did you? He keeps clamoring for me to get some rest, but now I'm thinking about Horcruxes and I can't sleep at all." "What do you mean?" "Let Black come with me. I want to get the last Horcrux." The last Horcrux is the locket hidden in the Black ancestral home, but it requires the guidance of someone from the Black family to enter there. Dumbledore suddenly sighed. In addition to the Horcrux, someone must also know about Regulus Arcturus Black, especially his brother Sirius. While the two were talking, the cabin was pushed open and Sirius came out. "I took up most of Harry's time. It's time to return him to his friends." Sirius bowed slightly towards Chu Yang. "I didn't have time to express my gratitude just now. If it weren't for you, I will continue to stay in the dark Azkaban." Chu Yang waved his hand. "Don't be so polite. Let's not talk about it for now. Principal Dumbledore needs your help." Sirius looked at Dumbledore with some surprise. What would make the great Dumbledore ask him for help? Dumbledore said, "I need you to take me to the ancestral home of the Black family, where Voldemort's Horcrux may be hidden." Black shook his head subconsciously and said, "Impossible." Although the Black family believes that Voldemort's proposition is correct and they all agree to maintain the purity of wizard blood, they have not really become Death Eaters, except. Note, Narcissa and Bellatrix are not considered members of the Black family after they marry. At this point, Black paused, with a trace of sadness in his eyes, except Regulus, but he has been killed by Voldemort long ago. Dumbledore sighed. His death is indeed related to Voldemort, but he did not die as a Death Eater. After saying this, Dumbledore explained the cause of Regulus Black's death. Sirius' whole body was trembling. If the person in front of him was not Dumbledore, he would probably yell at him as a liar. Regulus. Sirius' eyes gradually became moist. He is a hero. Dumbledore said sincerely and firmly. Sirius closed his eyes, choked with tears and unable to speak, and kept nodding. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, I understand. I will take you to the Black family's ancestral home and help you find Voldemort's Horcrux. Dumbledore reminded, the best time is now. Sirius turned his head and glanced at the cabin. He wanted to stay with Harry for a while longer. Dumbledore thought he was worried about Harry's safety, so he patted Chu Yang on the shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, he will protect Harry's safety. Sirius was doubtful and couldn't help but said, he looks to be about the same age as Harry. Chu Yang smiled and said, Harry and I were born at the same time. Sirius shook his head and laughed, with all due respect, let alone protecting Harry, you may not even be able to protect yourself. As for Peter Pettigrew, he is not a qualified wizard. Beating him is not something to be relished in. Just as Dumbledore was about to explain, a figure suddenly rushed in front of Sirius, raised his 2 front hooves high, and pretended to step on him, frightening Sirius so much that he stumbled and fell. Firenze, stop it. Chu Yang immediately stopped Firenze's behavior, furious and angry. Sirius looked up and found that there was a handsome centaur in front of him. The other party looked at him coldly with an extremely unhappy expression. Human wizard, I hope you can show enough respect to Mr. Chu Yang. Firenze took a few steps back. Dumbledore stepped forward and pulled Sirius up, who asked in confusion, why are the centaurs here? Dumbledore explained, Mr. Firenze is Yang's friend. He is very friendly and does not reject humans. Sirius muttered, his attitude towards me is not friendly. Dumbledore squinted and smiled, didn't he say that you should respect Yang? This is the secret to getting along with him. Sirius. On the other side, Chu Yang and Firenze whispered something, and then walked towards Sirius. Mr. Black, besides Firenze, I know other friends in the Forbidden Forest. If you are really worried about Harry's safety, I can let them come out to see you. Sirius, who had suffered a loss once, raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. Okay, I know you have many friends, I don't want to see them for the time being. Dumbledore laughed, then, he took out his wand, put one hand on Sirius' shoulder, and asked, are you ready? Sirius nodded. Dumbledore performed apparition, and the two suddenly disappeared in front of Chu Yang, with Sirius' help. Dumbledore had no problem getting the locket, so all the Horcruxes were already collected. We need to prepare the tools to destroy the Horcruxes. At night, after Harry and the others fell asleep, Chu Yang rode the unicorn back to Hogwarts and quietly came to the girls' bathroom. The entrance mechanism of the secret room requires Parseltongue to trigger, but Chu Yang doesn't know how to do it, so he chose a simpler method. Chu Yang formed seals with both hands to perform earth escape, and then the whole person merged into the ground, swam for a while, found the pipe leading to the secret room, drilled in, and slowly flew to the bottom. After walking for a while in the tangled stone path, Chu Yang came to a stone door engraved with Slytherin's unique snake pattern. This is it. Chu Yang pressed one hand on the stone door, and suddenly exerted force, and the surroundings shook. The stone door was like a broken mirror, constantly splitting and finally collapsed. Chu Yang stepped into the secret room. Chapter 94, The War and the End of Voldemort. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Different from the rough corridor outside, the stone passage in the secret room is finely polished, with exquisite and weird basilisk statues on both sides. Under the statue are flowing pools, like two moats, flowing slowly. The air is moist and cold, which is exactly the environment snakes like. Chu Yang walked forward step by step. In the center of the secret room was a large statue of a human face. There was no doubt that the owner of this face was the famous Salazar Slytherin. Behind the statue is the hiding place of the basilisk. The mechanism of the statue, like the bathroom above, requires Parseltongue to trigger, so Chu Yang chose a more direct method. Make a seal with your hands. Chu Yang used earth escape again, earth release. Split the earth and turn the palm. Chu Yang slapped his hands on the ground. And the ground began to collapse section by section until the statue of Salazar Slytherin shattered. A dark gap appeared behind the rubble. Hissed at the sound of the basilisk sticking out its tongue and crawling reached Chu Yang's ears. Then a huge creature quietly appeared in the gap. The basilisk was huge, with a waist that was about 2 meters thick. It stood up and hovered, staring down at Chu Yang. Chu Yang closed his eyes and did not look at it. The eyes of the basilisk are the same as those of the legendary Medusa. If you look directly at them, you will die, and if you look at them indirectly, you will be petrified. A trace of human ridicule flashed deep in the basilisk's pupils, and then it slowly swam towards Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang had his eyes closed, he could see and hear that his domineering energy was already unfolding, and every move of the basilisk was within his perception. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, sudden. The ground is heaving. Emerald green branches and vines broke out of the ground and wrapped around the basilisk, fixing it in place like iron chains. Unable to move, the angry basilisk kept twisting its body, trying to break free from the branches attached to it, and its roar echoed in the secret room. Pity. The branches and vines wrapped around the basilisk not only did not break off, but became more and more numerous, becoming tighter and tighter. After a fierce struggle, the basilisk opened its bloody mouth and began to pour out venom. An unpleasant smell immediately appeared in the air, making people dizzy. Chu Yang took a few steps back. The venom is slowly corroding the branches and vines on the basilisk's body. Chu Yang smiled when he saw this. The reason why he didn't kill the basilisk immediately was to make it spit out as much venom as possible. In addition to destroying Horcruxes, the basilisk's venom has many uses, and Chu Yang wants to collect a large amount of this venom. After a while, the basilisk noticed something was wrong. No matter how many branches and vines were corroded by the venom, those annoying branches and vines would continue to grow. In the next moment, it stopped spitting poison and used its last strength to twist its body wildly. My IQ is not low, it's a pity. Chu Yang muttered, and then increased the chakra output. The branches immediately grew into a thick tree, pressing the basilisk to the ground. The tree grew bigger and bigger, until it completely swallowed the basilisk's body and broke through the secret room ceiling. Chu Yang collected most of the venom that the basilisk poured out before it died, and the rest flowed into the pool in the secret room. Chu Yang didn't know whether the water here would circulate to the school, so he simply destroyed the entire secret room. The violent shaking even affected Slytherin's dormitory. Snape thought there was an earthquake and quickly asked the students to take refuge in the courtyard. When the students reached halfway, the shaking stopped, and a group of people stood in the corridor looking at each other. Snape frowned. On the other side, Chu Yang had returned to the cabin. Not long after, Dumbledore came back with Sirius, and they brought the last Horcrux, Slytherin's locket. All the Horcruxes have been collected. Dumbledore smiled happily, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. Principal Dumbledore, I found this in the Forbidden Forest. It may have an impact on Horcruxes. Chu Yang handed a bottle of basilisk venom to Dumbledore. Dumbledore picked up the venom and looked at it carefully, then took out a silverware engraved with complicated patterns from his arms and poured the venom on it. The silver melted instantly. Dumbledore's eyes lit up and he nodded. Such a powerful poison can indeed cause damage to Horcruxes. Once a Horcrux is damaged beyond repair, the soul residing on it will be completely destroyed. In other words, as long as Harry's problem is solved, all of Voldemort's Horcruxes can be destroyed. Sirius showed an incredible expression, even though Dumbledore had told him just now in the ancestral home. It was a lot, but he still couldn't believe it. I also feel like I'm dreaming. Dumbledore said meaningfully, but I believe everything is an arrangement of fate. While speaking, Chu Yang felt that Dumbledore glanced at him. Dumbledore continued, with Voldemort's current state, it is impossible for him to create a new Horcrux in a short time. Sirius said, then he is no different from ordinary people today. They all have one life. The question is how to kill him again. That if Voldemort concentrated on hiding, no one would be able to find him. This has been the case for the past 10 years, Dumbledore smiled and said, the things I did are not completely confidential. At least someone in the Ministry of Magic should be able to guess my intentions. Therefore, Voldemort will receive the news soon. The implication of Dumbledore's words was that he knew that some people in the Ministry of Magic were remnants of Death Eaters. Chu Yang frowned and said, did you let them know on purpose? Even if it was to lure out Voldemort, it's too dangerous. It's really dangerous. If it weren't for your help, this might have been the most wrong decision of my life. Dumbledore said thankfully, but fortunately, everything went well. Sirius asked, how many people in the Ministry of Magic are related to Voldemort? Dumbledore shook his head, maybe only one or two, maybe. Horcruxes are Voldemort's last trump card. Once he is sure that all Horcruxes have disappeared, he will definitely do everything. Those Death Eaters lurking in the dark will also become extremely crazy. They may even target all the teachers and students of Hogwarts. In this case, if Dumbledore still has to take care of Harry, he will definitely lose sight of the other. This is why he sent Harry to the Forbidden Forest from the beginning. Dumbledore took a bottle of venom from Chu Yang, and then returned to school, devoting all his energy to improving the spell. Sirius continued to stay in the cabin. A week later, the Ministry of Magic suddenly sent someone to inspect Hogwarts. They stayed for a whole day, and stayed in the principal's office the longest, as if they were looking for something. After the inspectors left, Dumbledore gathered the teachers, explained the current situation, and declared Hogwarts to be in a state of emergency. Not long after, news came from Azkaban that prisoners had escaped on a large scale. Don't worry, Harry, close your eyes and take a deep breath. It may be a bit uncomfortable later, you have to be patient and hold on until the ceremony is completed. Harry closed his eyes nervously. Dumbledore stood opposite him and slowly guided Harry. He completed the improvement of the spell. Today is the day to eliminate Voldemort's soul fragments. Sirius, who was watching from a distance, looked more nervous than Harry. Hermione and Ron were locked in a cabin by Hagrid. He was afraid that the two would run around and disrupt the ceremony, so they could only squeeze by the window and look out desperately. Ron said indignantly, "Why can Yang be outside?" Hermione said enviously, "Because he passed the OWL test." Ron was confused. What test? Hermione rolled her eyes and turned her head away. In fact, Chu Yang not only passed the OWL test, but also took a NEWT test under Dumbledore's permission, and passed it. However, Chu Yang only admitted that he had completed the former to avoid unnecessary trouble. Dumbledore's spellcasting began soon, and the visible magic power gathered into a blue light band, flowing out from the top of Dumbledore's wand. The magic flow turned in the air, and as Dumbledore continued to chant the spell, it gradually flowed into Harry's body. Harry's whole body suddenly burst into a dazzling light. A painful groan came from Harry's mouth, followed by a continuous groan. The process of tearing the soul fragments was more painful than Harry had imagined. It was not a little uncomfortable as Dumbledore had said before, but he was in no state to denounce Dumbledore. Only a bunch of meaningless interjections were left in his mouth. Although it was painful, the effect was indeed very obvious. Chu Yang had seen some kind of smoke-like mass gradually coming out of Harry's body. That was Voldemort's soul fragment. Without a carrier, the soul fragment would disappear at a very fast speed. During the whole process, Harry's soul was not affected at all, but his body suffered a little. Dumbledore raised his wand high, his voice suddenly became high, and his magic power was like a pair of big hands, pulling Voldemort's soul fragments hard. In the blink of an eye, the remaining soul fragments were also pulled out by him in one go. The light disappeared. Harry fell to the ground, closed his eyes, and fell into a coma. Sirius rushed over and began to check Harry's body. Fortunately, Harry's breathing was steady, and he looked like he was asleep. Dumbledore wiped the sweat from his forehead. Suddenly he felt something at his feet, and when he turned around he found that Chu Yang had moved the stool over. "Thank you." Dumbledore sat down slowly, took a few deep breaths, and then said, "Most of the Horcruxes have almost zero connection with Voldemort due to time issues, but the soul fragments in Harry are different." Chu Yang asked, "Did Voldemort sense what happened here?" Dumbledore nodded, "He should be here soon. Before that, we have to deal with the other Horcruxes first." As he said that, he placed all the Horcruxes on the ground and poured the basilisk venom on them. Sizzled up, the sound of corrosion came, followed by the shrill screams of the Horcruxes. They were like living things, and their voices were filled with fear. After a bottle of venom was poured out, the screams slowly stopped, and all the Horcruxes were deformed under the corrosion of the venom, and a blood-red liquid flowed out. Chu Yang waved his wand, and the ground collapsed immediately. The Horcrux was buried, the soil closed, and everything returned to normal. "I'm going back," Voldemort could come at any time. Dumbledore warned, protect Harry and the others, but also protect yourself. Chu Yang nodded. Dumbledore performed apparition and left with Hagrid. Sirius walked over and whispered, although Hogwarts is the main battlefield, we also need to make some preparations in advance. You can do whatever you want without asking me. Chu Yang was non-committal and returned to the tent to sit down and read a book. He didn't care at all how big of a camp Voldemort could win over. In addition to Death Eaters, there are just some dark monsters, such as giants and the like. Seeing Chu Yang's casual attitude, Sirius said nothing and silently set up magic traps around him. In the evening, Firenze suddenly appeared, walked up to Chu Yang, lowered his head and said, my people have noticed traces of werewolves nearby, and the giants and other dark monsters deep in the Forbidden Forest are also ready to move. They should. It's all about Harry Potter. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth raised slightly. Mr. Riddle really has a wide range of friends. Firenze asked, do we want to strike first? Chu Yang shook his head and said, it's not necessary. Your tribe will suffer great losses. Let them come over and let the giant war tree deal with it. You lay an ambush first, and when their attention is attracted by the giant war tree, you can then take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Don't worry about the giants, try to clear out other dark monsters. Firenze understood and immediately left with Chu Yang's order. Soon, the centaurs were quietly hiding in the jungle, waiting for the opportunity. Night falls. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stayed nervously in the cabin, with Sirius watching over them. Chu Yang stayed with the unicorns and stood quietly on the edge of the lake. Under the moonlight, the calm lake water suddenly began to ripple. The water waves vibrated and spread outwards in circles. The vibrations became stronger and stronger, and the stones at Chu Yang's feet were beating. Following a few roars of unknown meaning, a giant jumped out of the forest and looked at Chu Yang across the lake. The second head, the third head, more and more giants appeared from the darkness, and there were also many dark creatures, eyeing Chu Yang and the small wooden house behind him. Chu Yang turned over and sat on the unicorn's back. And yawned. After waiting for so long, he felt sleepy. At the same time, the leader of the giants launched a charge, followed by the rest of the dark monsters. Boom! A sound like a mountain collapsing exploded on the battlefield. Giants stopped and looked back, fear suddenly appearing in their eyes. In front of them, an ancient tree that covered the sky and blocked the sun was slowly standing. A branch hanging down from the giant tree is almost as thick as the giant's waist. Although these dark monsters are all monsters, the behemoth in front of you is even more of a monster among monsters. Before the giants had time to retreat, the giant war tree suddenly waved its arms, and thousands of branches swept across the battlefield, knocking more than a dozen giants away at the same time. Hogwarts, Dumbledore led all the teachers in the school to open a magic barrier to protect the school. Outside the barrier, Voldemort and the Death Eaters were watching eagerly. At this time, Voldemort was possessed by Barty Crouch Jr., and the father of this body was Barty Crouch, director of the Department of International Magical Exchange and Cooperation. During the last operation to clean up the remaining Death Eaters, Barty Crouch Jr. was imprisoned at the age of 19. Crouch Sr., who had a chance to become the Minister of Magic, was therefore transferred to the Department of International Magical Exchange and Cooperation, with no hope for the rest of his life. Crouch Sr. hated his son very much, but his wife had been worried about her son, so much so that her health deteriorated. Rapidly in a short period of time, Mrs. Crouch drank the polyjuice potion before she died and turned into the appearance of her son. Under the operation of Old Crouch, she replaced the son in Azkaban. Soon after, Mrs. Crouch died inside as Little Crouch. Crouch Jr. did not gain freedom because of this. His devout belief in Voldemort made Crouch Sr.'s hair stand on end, so he was imprisoned at home, until Voldemort accidentally learned about him. Crouch Sr. has been controlled by Voldemort's imperious curse. Secretly helped him do many things, including the large-scale prison break in Azkaban. The Ministry of Magic is also under Voldemort's control. Even so, Voldemort still couldn't suppress the panic in his heart, because he couldn't find any Horcrux, diary, Hufflepuff's gold cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, Gaunt's ring, Slytherin's locket, except for Ravenclaw's diadem. Voldemort had confirmed all the other Horcruxes one by one, gone. There is only one person in this world who can take away all his Horcruxes, Dumbledore. Voldemort took away control of Barty Crouch Jr.'s body, slowly walked to the barrier, reached out and pressed it, and the barrier rippled like water. Voldemort stared at Hogwarts standing on the top of the cliff with cold eyes, and slowly uttered a few words in his mouth. Attack! As soon as he finished speaking, countless magic spells hit the barrier like raindrops. From a distance, they looked like colorful salutes. There are also some Dementors hovering over Hogwarts, all of whom were helpers obtained by Voldemort in exchange for benefits. In the castle, the lower-grade students were brought to the auditorium by the upper-grade students to assemble. Draco Malfoy shivered in the crowd, because he knew that his parents were outside, standing with Voldemort. Lucius Malfoy, who lost his diary, was almost killed by Voldemort. Fortunately, he showed his loyalty in time and became the opponent's pawn again. Lucius also wrote to Draco, asking him to be an insider in the school and help Voldemort catch Harry Potter at a critical moment. How could Draco, who was so young, bear such pressure? He almost collapsed during this period. Fortunately, Harry went to the Forbidden Forest, and Draco wanted to help but couldn't, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Dumbledore and some teachers with combat capabilities gathered in the courtyard outside, maintaining the barrier while discussing how to deal with Voldemort. Someone suggested asking the Ministry of Magic for help, but was ridiculed by Snape. The Ministry of Magic is a sieve. I don't know how many Death Eaters are hidden in it. Voldemort can appear here in a swagger. How could they not know? Go out and take a look. There must be many familiar faces waiting for you outside. Snape's words caused discussions among all the teachers present, and the atmosphere was boiling for a while. Professor McGonagall interrupted everyone's discussion and said loudly, "Principal Dumbledore is still here." Just one sentence, like a reassurance to them. The teachers stopped arguing. Yes. Dumbledore is still here. Then, we have the confidence to defeat Voldemort. Dumbledore smiled at everyone and said, "Don't be afraid, magic will guide us forward." Forbidden Forest. The violent appearance of the War Tree immediately blocked the attack of the Monster Coalition. It was like a reef that suddenly rose in the torrent. The giants who were charging at the front suffered heavy losses. Every time the War Tree swept across, there would be giants who could not dodge and hit it head-on. The War Tree was like a millstone, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The werewolves avoided the attack of the War Tree with their agile skills and extraordinary IQ, and took advantage of the gap between the attacks to launch a counterattack. They quickly climbed onto the body of the War Tree along the roots and branches, biting it madly. The War Tree twisted its body, trying to throw the werewolves off, but there were too many werewolves, and even if there were sporadic falls, the werewolves behind were also coming one after another. The oversized body has an unparalleled advantage on the battlefield, but the disadvantage is also extremely obvious. After the werewolf, the spider and other dark monsters also climbed onto the War Tree and bit its body together. The War Tree wailed, only the giants were left on the ground. Their bloated bodies could not climb onto the War Tree like other dark monsters, so the giants pointed their spears at Chu Yang and the unicorns, waving their maces and charging. Chu Yang burst into a dazzling blue light, and there were bursts of thunder. He waved his arm, and a blue lightning bolt was pulled out from the top of the magic wand. This is the result of Chu Yang's long-term research. A new type of magic spell developed by combining the lightning ninjutsu and some game ideas. Thunder Chain. After hitting the first giant, the lightning will continue to jump to other giants, causing continuous large-scale damage, and will also be accompanied by abnormal conditions such as paralysis. Chu Yang considered using the steam danger explosion, but the power of the infinite explosion was too strong. When the war was over, the Forbidden Forest would be destroyed. At least the lake in front of him could not be saved. Chu Yang could only give up this idea. As the brilliant lightning burst out, the giants' offensive momentum was curbed. The centaurs, who had ambushed in advance, launched a surprise attack under the leadership of Firenze. Almost all the giants who had survived the first round of damage fell into a state of paralysis. Facing the charge of the centaurs, they were like a group of lambs to be slaughtered. The ending was doomed from the beginning. At the same time, the war giant tree collapsed under the siege of many dark monsters. It attracted most of the firepower and created opportunities for the centaurs. Chu Yang rode a unicorn and rushed over. A large number of unicorns followed like a tide. Unicorns are very strange magical creatures, and they are very weak individually, but if they gather together, their holy power will be superimposed. the white light was like the light of heaven, dispelling the dark creatures attached to the war tree. The werewolves roared at the dazzling holy light, and the spiders fled in all directions. Chu Yang flew to the treetops and delivered life energy to the war tree. After a moment, the war tree stood up again and began to slaughter the dark creatures driven away by the unicorns. Sirius, who was hiding in the cabin, looked at this scene in shock. He finally understood why Chu Yang was so dismissive of the magic trap he had set. The war in the Forbidden Forest soon came to an end. The centaurs began to clean up the battlefield. The unicorns didn't like the bloody scene very much, so they retreated and disappeared in the Forbidden Forest. Only one unicorn was left carrying Chu Yang to the cabin. "It's all over, Mr. Black, but don't let Harry and the others out before the battlefield is cleaned up." Sirius pushed open the wooden door and looked at the boy on the back of the unicorn. The boy who walked out of the sea of blood and corpses had no fear on his face, and was so calm and composed. Sirius felt a chill in his heart. Even Voldemort, who was the same age, did not have such a mentality. "What about Hogwarts?" "I'll take care of it, Mr. Black." "Voldemort is really finished this time, right?" "Of course." The boy's expression and tone were full of absolute confidence. After dealing with the enemies in the Forbidden Forest, only Voldemort and his Death Eaters, as well as some Dementors, were left. It is definitely a little harder to deal with than dark creatures like giants, but only a little. After the centaurs cleaned up the battlefield, Chu Yang called out, "Forenza!" Forenza jumped several times and came to Chu Yang's side, bowed and said, "I am willing to serve you, Mr. Chu Yang." Chu Yang nodded. "Then let's go, it's time to put an end to the legend of Voldemort." The unicorn screamed and immediately carried Chu Yang to Hogwarts. The centaurs followed closely behind him. The war tree walked at the end of the team, and it was 10 meters away with one step, and its speed was not slow at all. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the three of them, watched Chu Yang's departing back through the window of the cabin. The two teenagers were yearning. Ron murmured, "He really looks like a general." Harry nodded frequently. Voldemort and the Death Eaters were still blocked outside by the barrier, with Dumbledore in charge. The barrier was as solid as a rock. Voldemort was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. According to the plan, the dark creatures and werewolves in the Forbidden Forest should have brought Harry Potter to the Hogwarts battlefield to help them destroy the barrier, but after so long, there was still no movement. Where did they go? I shouldn't have expected these damn, dirty, low-level monsters. Including the werewolves. Their IQ has degenerated from humans to the level of monsters. Voldemort cursed angrily and urged the Death Eaters to attack with all their strength. In the crowd, Lucius silently observed Voldemort. He realized that the Dark Lord's comeback this time was too hasty. It's time to find a way out. He was not a loyal believer of Voldemort, but just a villain who curried favor with the powerful. Just as Lucius slowly retreated behind the crowd, the ground suddenly shook, and it became more and more intense. Voldemort was slightly stunned, and then showed an ecstatic expression. "Ha ha ha. Our reinforcements are here. We will soon be able to break through this castle. Dumbledore will never stop me." The Dark Lord stood in the front, facing the Death Eaters with his arms outstretched, looking stern, like a king. The Death Eaters knelt down one after another, prostrating themselves at the feet of the Dark Lord devoutly. Lucius was also ready to kneel down, but when he saw the behemoth behind the Dark Lord, he stood stiffly in place. Voldemort put down his arms and looked at him coldly. "Our Mr. Malfoy, it seems that he does not agree with me." The Death Eaters turned around and stared at him with the same cold eyes, but compared with the murderous eyes of the Death Eaters and Voldemort, Lucius still felt that the huge tree man in front of him was more terrifying. Lucius raised his arm and pointed to the back of Voldemort with trembling hands. Voldemort then noticed the fear on Lucius's face. His heart skipped a beat, and then he slowly turned around. The Death Eaters also turned to the direction Lucius pointed. "What the hell is that?" On the other side, the teachers at Hogwarts also saw the war tree and immediately screamed and became a mess. Snape's eyes were a little dull. Even the usually calm Professor McGonagall couldn't help but lose control of his emotions and said, "Where did Voldemort find such a monster? I'm afraid the barrier outside can't be protected now." Professor Flitwick clenched the wand in his hand and took a few deep breaths. Professor Sprout clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and began to pray devoutly. Other teachers shouted in fear and panic, and the whole courtyard was in chaos. "Quiet. Dumbledore's majestic voice sounded, and everyone looked at him. That's not an enemy, but a friend. Dumbledore said excitedly, now, open the protective barrier, we are going to start the counterattack. The teachers were still in a daze. Hagrid had already taken out his long-sealed wand from his umbrella and shouted loudly, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time, that it was Voldemort who framed Myrtle's death on him, causing him not only to fail to graduate from Hogwarts, but also to be banned from using magic. The angry Hagrid rushed out first. Professor McGonagall came to his senses and quickly gathered the teachers to open the barrier together. Dumbledore stepped forward, and Snape followed him. As soon as the group walked across the corridor bridge, they heard the slogan of the centaurs charging outside. Firenze took the lead and rushed to the front. What he shouted was not to defend Hogwarts or Dumbledore, but for the glory of Mr. Chu Yang. And Chu Yang, who was riding a unicorn on the side, smacked his lips. He swore that he had never taught Firenze such words. The fanatical expression on that guy's face made him look more like a Death Eater than a Death Eater. McGonagall and others who had just walked out of the main gate of Hogwarts looked at each other in bewilderment. Excuse me, what did the centaur say just now? I think I heard Chu Yang's name. Me too. If we don't have collective hallucinations, then he just called Yang. I have to say that Yang really has a wide range of friends. Soon they saw Chu Yang riding a unicorn slowly approaching. Merlin's beard. A unicorn is carrying a man. This is the most amazing scene I have ever seen in my life. Amidst the exclamations, Chu Yang turned over and dismounted, bowing slightly to Dumbledore and the teachers. Dumbledore asked, over in the Forbidden Forest? Chu Yang replied, Voldemort's reinforcements have been dealt with, and everyone is fine. Snape, who knew the inside story, was shocked and turned to look at Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't say much, just smiled. The war tree began to drive away the Dementors as soon as it entered the field. Although the latter can fly, their height is less than half of the height of the tree man. The charge of the centaurs was fast and urgent. As soon as the Death Eaters reacted, many of them died under the iron hoof. In just one round, more than half of the Death Eaters were killed or wounded. The severely injured Death Eaters fought back, but the centaurs were extremely fast, and the battlefield was very chaotic, so the hit rate of the spell was extremely low. Voldemort was angry and raised his wand, ready to do it himself. A white flash came from a distance and hit the wand in Voldemort's hand. Dumbledore walked slowly. That's it, Tom. Voldemort stared at Dumbledore coldly, feeling very unwilling. If he could be truly reborn and obtain his own body, it would be impossible for Dumbledore to knock his wand away so easily. Voldemort asked angrily, Dumbledore, why do you go against me again and again? You are obviously born of pure blood. Why don't you agree with my pure blood concept? Dumbledore looked at his former student and shook his head disappointedly. Tom, the pursuit of pure blood is not a reason for you to arbitrarily inflict violence on others. Don't deceive yourself. You just want power. Voldemort sneered, don't judge me with such a sanctimonious demeanor. Aren't you also immersed in power? Most of the high-level officials in the Ministry of Magic are your students, and magic schools in other countries also respect you, not to mention Hogwarts. You are standing in the halo yourself. Why do you say that others covet power? Dumbledore sighed. Mr. Tom Riddle, as a former Dark Lord, I am somewhat disappointed with the demeanor you showed in your last moments. Can't the loser just shut up and die? Chu Yang led the unicorn, stepped out of the crowd, and walked towards Voldemort. When Voldemort heard this familiar voice, he suddenly recalled the memory of being severely injured twice before. Is it you? Voldemort took a few steps back in fear. Everyone looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Why did Voldemort feel afraid when he saw him? When Chu Yang walked past Voldemort, Dumbledore and Snape both clenched their wands. Voldemort was very surprised that Chu Yang did not stop talking to him, but really passed by him. Then, a feeling of humiliation that he had never experienced before surged into his heart. Voldemort turned his back suddenly, his eyes wide open, staring at Chu Yang's back. An orphan in the Muggle world, but fortunately had the talent of a wizard, dared to ignore him. However, Chu Yang didn't care about Voldemort's thoughts at all. In his heart, the safety of these companions is much more important than the Dark Lord. Who would want to communicate with a short-sighted manic-depressive lunatic? No one has ever dared to face me with this attitude. Voldemort's hands surged with magic. In the entire magic world, his wandless spellcasting attainments are second only to Dumbledore. Even if he loses his wand, he can still cast the killing curse. Avada Kedavra. The spell has not been finished yet. A brighter light burst out from behind Voldemort and pierced his body. It was also the body of Barty Crouch Jr. The expression on Voldemort's face suddenly solidified, and the pain of soul-tearing slowly came. Voldemort, whose life was coming to an end, sneered at Dumbledore, "You sacrificed Harry Potter to get rid of me. In the days to come, you will be tortured by your conscience every moment. Dumbledore, you will become a more pitiful wretch than me." At this moment, a small figure appeared on the battlefield and said loudly, "I am not dead." Voldemort looked up and his pupils shrank suddenly. Accompanied by Sirius, Harry, Ron and Hermione returned to school regardless of danger. Although Dumbledore once told them not to leave the Forbidden Forest, Harry was still unwilling to hide. Sirius respected his ideas and rushed over with him. The appearance of Harry made Voldemort completely doubt his life. Why didn't Harry Potter die? Voldemort was still thinking about this question at the last moment when his soul disappeared. Without Voldemort's soul possessed, Barty Crouch Jr.'s consciousness once again dominated the body, but he was not happy because he understood what it meant. Barty Crouch Jr. knelt on the ground and roared heartbreakingly. Voldemort was not only a belief he pursued, but also a father to him. The Death Eaters sensed Voldemort's disappearance, and they all stood there with dull eyes as if their souls had been taken away. The centaurs stopped attacking and gathered around Chu Yang to receive his treatment. After Voldemort died, the Dementors also left the sky above Hogwarts. Dumbledore stared at the group of Dementors that left and said in a deep voice, "I never thought that Dementors would join Voldemort's camp." Professor McGonagall still said with fear, "They are not trustworthy." Hagrid coughed dryly and said, "You can't generalize it like this. Some monsters are still very cute, Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall was speechless and didn't bother to pay attention to Hagrid, who was obsessed with fury. Most teachers still agreed with Professor McGonagall's opinion. After this battle, the Dementors can no longer be trusted by the magical world, and it is only a matter of time before they are driven out of Azkaban. Snape stared blankly at the place where the Dark Lord's soul disappeared. He never dreamed that everything would go so smoothly. The day Lily was killed by Voldemort seemed like yesterday. Headmaster Dumbledore is so powerful. He defeated Voldemort in one go. Are you right, Mr. Black? Of course. That's Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in the world. Snape took a deep look at Harry, who was celebrating with Sirius, then turned and left alone. After the war, Minister of Magic Fudge arrived belatedly with the Aurors. Fudge looked around. There were helpless Death Eaters everywhere, as well as Centaur warriors who were responsible for monitoring their every move. Fudge rubbed his eyes, a little disbelieving. He turned to the Auror behind him and asked, "If I remember correctly, don't the Centaurs hate wizards?" The Aurors nodded. "You came at the right time, Mr. Fudge." Professor McGonagall's gentle tone sounded sarcastic in Fudge's ears. "We are heading to Hogwarts as quickly as possible, Professor McGonagall." Fudge smiled bitterly, then straightened his tie and walked to Dumbledore, asking in a low voice, "Where is that person?" The tall Dumbledore stared down at Fudge, his sharp eyes making Fudge tilt his head to the side silently. "From now on, everyone no longer needs to avoid Voldemort's name. As the Minister of Magic, I hope you can set a benchmark for other colleagues. Tom Riddle is dead." Dumbledore's rich voice reached everyone's ears. The news of Voldemort's death made Fudge slightly stunned. After a moment, he came back to his senses and said tremblingly, "Is he really dead this time?" He was really afraid that Voldemort would come back again in the near future. "Tom Riddle is indeed dead." After saying this, Dumbledore suddenly looked at Chu Yang. Looking at this young man who looked very similar to Voldemort, he was a little lost. Then he said solemnly, "It is impossible for Voldemort to appear again." Chapter 95, Night Parade of 100 Demons. You are listening at novelfull.audio. After the battle, the Aurors were responsible for cleaning up the place. Whether it was the dead Death Eaters or the living Death Eaters, they were now responsible for them. Mr. Lucius Malfoy was in a very bad situation, although he kept saying that he was coerced by Voldemort, but considering that he said the same thing last time, he might not be able to escape prison this time, even if he was not sent to Azkaban. His fate would definitely not be very good. As for Azkaban, Professor McGonagall told Fudge about the Dementor's defection to Voldemort, and the latter looked grim, but did not directly indicate the subsequent treatment. Professor McGonagall was a little worried. Cornelius Oswald Fudge had always trusted the Dementors during his tenure as Minister of Magic. There were doubts from the outside world, but Fudge didn't know where he got the confidence from. And he always believed that the Dementors would help him guard Azkaban. You know, these monsters were Voldemort's allies during the last turmoil. The Death Eater's large-scale jailbreak has already pushed Fudge's reputation to the forefront, and now it has been confirmed that they are helping the Dark Lord to attack Hogwarts again. In order to keep her job, Professor McGonagall thinks that the other party will try their best to suppress this matter, for example, saying that Voldemort has not been resurrected at all. This attack is just a revenge of the Death Eaters and other nonsense. With Fudge's obsession with power, it is entirely possible to do such a thing. When the Ministry of Magic took everyone away, the sunset had already fallen, leaving only a few clouds of fire. Professor McGonagall found Dumbledore and expressed her concerns. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Professor McGonagall, you have always performed very well in teaching and handling school affairs. You are very suitable to be the next headmaster." Professor McGonagall was stunned for a moment. She didn't know why Dumbledore was talking about something else. "Principal Dumbledore, this is not important. The more urgent thing now is—" "No, Professor McGonagall, this is very important because I will no longer be the headmaster of Hogwarts." "What?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, attracting the attention of the teachers around her. She whispered, "No, Hogwarts can't leave you." Dumbledore looked at the tall castle on the cliff, his eyes full of emotion. "This castle is my home, but also my bondage. During my time here, my vision has become narrow, and I can't see the rapid changes outside." Professor McGonagall didn't understand what Dumbledore said, and asked, "Hogwarts is the starting point for wizards, and all changes should start from here." Dumbledore's eyes were deep, and he sighed faintly. "You also said that it's just wizards." Professor McGonagall seemed to have guessed Dumbledore's thoughts, and frowned. "The changes you're talking about are Muggles." Dumbledore smiled and said, "A student once told me that as time goes by, the destruction of the magic world is imminent." Professor McGonagall smiled and didn't care. "At first, my attitude was similar to yours. How could magic be eliminated when it was so mysterious and powerful? But the seeds of doubt were still planted in my heart. You know, I have always been very curious." Dumbledore joked, and then said, "During the time I was looking for Horcruxes, I also frequently went in and out of the Muggle world. Unlike before, I became curious about their world and stopped to observe. Gradually, I learned one thing, and began to worry. This worry was even stronger than what Voldemort brought me." Professor McGonagall didn't know what Dumbledore was worried about, but his emotions still infected her, making her heart lift. "They are changing all the time, but what about us? Principal Dumbledore, we are also making progress. Occasionally inventing some new spells, can it be considered progress? Principal Dumbledore, I don't understand, isn't this enough?" Faced with Professor McGonagall's questioning, Dumbledore said firmly, "Not enough. Professor McGonagall, the magic world did not start to promote the pure blood theory in the era of Voldemort. It has been thousands of years, and we still haven't changed at all. How long will we stay on such trivial matters?" Professor McGonagall asked doubtfully, "Is this a trivial matter?" Dumbledore sighed. "Compared with the survival of the magic world, it is certainly just a trivial matter." Professor McGonagall covered her mouth and looked at Dumbledore in surprise. "The magic world can't hide forever. The technology of the Muggle world is becoming more and more advanced, and the space we live in will only become smaller and smaller. The two worlds will collide one day. What should wizards do when that time comes? Fight? Thousands of years ago, wizards had to choose to disappear when facing Muggles with only swords. Now they not only have machine guns, but also airplanes and cannons. How many shells can the Hogwarts barrier defend against?" Professor McGonagall wanted to refute, but every word of Dumbledore was so powerful. In fact, many wizards know that the magic world is the weaker party, but their inner pride does not allow them to admit it, because wizards are born different. It's time to change. In the past, mortals rejected us because they were afraid of the power of wizards, and in the future they may even eliminate us because we are aliens. Dumbledore no longer called ordinary people who did not understand magic muggles, but chose to use the word mortals. Now is the best time. We are not completely corrupt yet, and they are strong enough and will not be afraid. Both sides can communicate on an equal footing. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall seemed to understand what Dumbledore was going to do, and became excited. Dumbledore held his eyes and smiled. I must lead the magic world to make changes, so I will become the new Minister of Magic. Not to run for election, but to become. This old man who has refused the position of Minister of Magic countless times in his life is finally going to step onto an unprecedented stage. At the same time, Chu Yang has quietly come to another space, familiar palace, familiar throne. Not long after Voldemort died, Chu Yang felt the call of the Soul Palace. When he came to his senses, he was surrounded by people. After sharing memories, everyone knew the news of Voldemort's death. Demon Slayer Chu Yang spoke first. How does it feel to defeat the boss? Magic Chu Yang smiled and said, even more empty than you. Voldemort was still a threat in the early days, but as each clone grew by leaps and bounds, he became less and less impressive. Marvel Chu Yang said, you can share memories and abilities synchronously in the future, right? Magic Chu Yang nodded. Now he, like Demon Slayer Chu Yang, can share abilities and memories with himself in each world at any time, no longer need to rely on the Soul Palace for updates. This is very good news for Chu Yang. In other worlds, the improvement of swordsmanship mainly depends on Demon Slayer Chu Yang. The origin breathing one-form sun and moon rotation, used by Marvel Chu Yang to deal with the destroyer armor is Demon Slayer Chu Yang's masterpiece, and its power is very impressive. From then on, the ability of magic, including ninjutsu and ghost arts, can be fully handed over to Magic Chu Yang to study. This greatly reduced the pressure on Naruto Chu Yang and Death Chu Yang. The former needs to spend time extracting the blood of the Otsutsuki, while the latter needs to awaken the Zanpakuto as soon as possible. As for the curse, Chu Yang has not yet awakened his own life-destined technique, and among the non-life-destined techniques, he has only learned the use of barrier techniques and a small part of the curse, so the research value is not high. However, Chu Yang is preparing to combine all kinds of different techniques, and then ninjutsu and kidu may be performed in the form of curse. There is no need to spend energy on learning curses, just master the use of curse power. Another point is that the more and stronger the self in each world, Chu Yang's curse power will only become stronger and stronger. In addition to curses, there is also a more terrifying skill called Black Flash. The so-called Black Flash refers to the space distortion caused when the error between physical blows and curse power impacts is within 0.000001 seconds, and the power is the 2.5 th power of the curse power strength and physical strength. There is a huge difference between those who have had experience with Black Flash, and those who have not, in terms of the distance from the core of the cursed power. In simple terms, the control of the cursed power is completely different. Comparing with Gojo Satoru, Chu Yang's cursed power is definitely not as strong as Gojo Satoru, but if the physical strength is added, Chu Yang is confident that he can make up for the gap with the opponent. In summary, the power of Black Flash between the two is not much different. In the world of curses, no curse spirit or cursor can take on Gojo Satoru's Black Flash. In other words, Chu Yang's Black Flash is also absolutely destructive. Therefore, instead of focusing on curses, it is better to focus on Black Flash. The latter's potential is almost unlimited. However, since the curse appeared in the world, no cursor has been able to actively cast Black Flash, and the error of 0.000001 seconds is too harsh. Most of the cursors who cast Black Flash use it unintentionally in battle by instinct. The current goal of Jujutsu Chu Yang is to become the first person to actively cast Black Flash. With the help of Magic Chu Yang, this will succeed sooner or later. It is a pity that the multiple shadow clones that Naruto Chu Yang learned not long ago cannot carry power other than chakra. Especially the special power of cursed power that is sourced from negative emotions. If you can use multiple shadow clones to explore the tricks of casting, Black Flash, the whole process will be faster. Magic Chu Yang and Jujutsu Chu Yang chatted briefly for a few words, then walked to Marvel Chu Yang, and the two began to discuss Asgard's magic. Asgardians are born with extraordinary physiques and do not need magic wands to act as a medium to control the output of magic power. Their bodies are the best magic wands. Chu Yang's physique is also very different from that of normal people. He can completely learn from their casting mode. After in-depth study, he immediately had a new idea to improve wandless casting. After Magic Chu Yang returns, it will probably not take long for him to cast the Soul Reaper in the form of wandless casting. This will be of great help to Marvel Chu Yang's future activities, and he wants to use it to control the entire Hydra organization. After the New York War, the Hydra hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. will take away the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Scepter, and he must get these two things, since they can create Captain Marvel, Scarlet Witch and Vision. They can also push Chu Yang's power to a higher level. When the Avengers are obviously going to lose, he doesn't want to pin his hope of survival on the 50% probability of Thanos snapping his fingers. After a while, the fog brought everyone back to their own world, the world of spells. The morning sun shines through the French windows onto a large bed. Chu Yang is blinded by the sun and can't open his eyes. He gets up while mumbling. Chu Yang takes out a large bottle of ice water from the refrigerator and stands in front of the French window. He drinks while looking at the bustling commercial street not far away. The house Chu Yang lives in now is a high-end apartment in the center of Tokyo. This house is his dream when he was a social animal. Not long after becoming a spellcaster, he saved up money that ordinary people can't earn in their entire lives working $9.96. The high salary is matched by higher risks. In the profession of spellcasters, there are many people who die with money left unspent. After admiring the busy back of the social animal, Chu Yang left the balcony. He walked to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out a piece of marbled beef left over from last night, and fried it in a frying pan. Chu Yang swallowed his saliva when he heard the sizzling sound in the pan and smelled the aroma of meat. Just as he was about to put the 70% rare beef into his mouth, the phone on the table rang. Chu Yang picked it up and saw that the caller ID was Nanami Kento. He answered the phone. "Senior Nanami, what's up so early in the morning? I heard that you killed another first-level cursed spirit last night. That cursed spirit was injured. I just took advantage of it." "You said the same thing last time." Chu Yang put the hot barbecue into his mouth, exhaled continuously, and said vaguely, "Senior, don't worry, a social animal like me will definitely run away if the wind is not right." Nanami Kento on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, and said lightly, "Take it easy, don't ignore everything for making money." Chu Yang was very surprised. "Senior, you actually said such a thing?" Nanami Kento replied stiffly, "You became a curse master because of me. I don't want to collect your body in the end and affect my mood for retirement." Chu Yang nodded. "Then I will try not to die, but then again, you called me early in the morning not just for this matter, right?" Nanami Kento said, "Of course not, I'm not that free, you have to come to the college, something big happened." Chu Yang glanced at the time displayed on his phone, December 20th, 2017, 4 days later, the night parade of 100 demons. There are two schools in the world of sorcery that train sorcerers: Tokyo Metropolitan Technical College of Sorcery, Kyoto. Prefectural Technical College of Sorcery. The technical college that Nanami Kento mentioned refers to the Tokyo Metropolitan Technical College of Sorcery, where Gojo Satoru is a teacher. The technical college is like the Hogwarts in the Harry Potter world. The slightly different thing is that the technical college also has some powers and obligations similar to the Ministry of Magic. Chu Yang's apartment is very far from the technical college. It takes about 30 minutes to get there by taxi. Gojo Satoru and Nanami Kento brought him here once before. A sorcerer who changed his career halfway like Chu Yang needs someone to guarantee him to complete the registration of his identity. The technical college is located in a deep mountain forest outside Tokyo. There is a narrow 2-lane road outside for 2 cars to drive. If you are not careful, it may lead to a tragedy. No ordinary people will come here. After getting off the taxi, Chu Yang walked up the mountain road slowly. After a while, he saw a group of buildings with a very retro style. Nanami Kento, dressed in a business suit, was standing at the end of the road waiting for him. Chu Yang himself was also wearing a suit and tie. The two stood together, like office workers who came here on a business trip. Nanami Sr., can you change your clothes? You are the same, what right do you have to say that about me? That the two were arguing, and Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared and said with a smile, the relationship between you two is as good as ever. Chu Yang said with a look of disgust, Gojo Sr., this sentence is a bit disgusting. Nanami Kento frowned, although you were very annoying before, you are undoubtedly the most annoying now. Gojo Satoru covered his chest and said sadly, I will be sad if you say that. Nanami Kento quickly walked past Gojo Satoru. Ignoring me will also make me sad, Nanami Gojo Satoru shouted behind him. That's enough. Even I'm starting to feel embarrassed. Chu Yang reminded. Really? Then let's stop here today. Gojo Satoru scratched his head, then walked in with Chu Yang. I heard that you've been very active recently, exorcising a lot of first-level cursed spirits. It's only been 2 or 3 months, and your evaluation has been changed 3 times. Basically, it has to be changed every month. The work pressure from above is very high. Chu Yang shrugged and responded, it doesn't matter whether it's changed or not. I don't really care about this. They can do whatever they want. It's easy to get bald under pressure, but with the age of those senior executives, they probably don't have much hair. Gojo Satoru raised his mouth, you are really interesting, much more interesting than Nanami. Along the way, Chu Yang saw many people, including students, teachers, and a panda. Chu Yang stopped and looked carefully at the panda in front of him. It is a completely independent cursed skeleton made by the principal of Tokyo Metropolitan High School, Masamichi Yagata, with an independent personality and emotions. Why are you staring at me? That the panda was a little annoyed by Chu Yang's look and raised his fist to warn. Because I like pandas very much. Chu Yang answered frankly. Hearing this, the panda was no longer angry and laughed awkwardly. He looked at Chu Yang with a much kinder look. While talking, 2 men and 1 woman were approaching this side. One of the 3 boys, who had his lower face covered, said to Gojo Satoru, Norimaru. Gojo Satoru waved, hello, Gojo-san. Another man and woman also greeted him. Yuta-kun, Maki, when did you arrive? When you just left. The well-built Zenin Maki looked at Chu Yang and asked, Teacher Gojo, this guy looks very young. Is he also a student of our school? Gojo Satoru shook his head, unfortunately, no, but you should have heard of his name. You asked me about him not long ago. Zenin Maki thought for a while, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he said in shock, he is the guy who killed 5 first-level cursed spirits in a month. I remember his name seems to be Yang. Gojo Satoru danced with joy and said loudly in an exaggerated tone, this rising star in the world of curses is called Yang. Many people around heard Gojo Satoru's voice, and then focused their attention on Chu Yang. All the forces in the world of curses had already heard about this genius sorcerer who changed his career halfway through, and everyone was curious about what this young man looked like. For a moment, the upcoming night parade of 100 demons seemed unimportant, and all the topics revolved around Chu Yang. Zenin Maki ignored the funny Gojo Satoru, but stared at Chu Yang and asked, I heard that so far, you have used physical skills in the process of exorcising cursed spirits. Chu Yang smiled and said, I can't help it. I just entered the industry and don't know how to use curses. I can only make a living by relying on my body. Make a living by relying on my body. Many people twitched their lips when they heard this. It took only a few months to become a first-level sorcerer. Is this a good job? Why can't others do it? Zenin Maki whispered, can we have a competition later? Chu Yang scratched his head and said, forget it, I have to save my energy for the mission. This mission seems to be quite troublesome. Zenin Maki was a little anxious. She was born without a spell, and her curse power level was about the same as that of ordinary people. She couldn't even see the existence of cursed spirits. She needed to rely on curse tools to observe and fight with cursed spirits. Compared to Fuguro Shurur's heaven and curse binding with completely zero curse power, Zenin Maki's heaven and curse binding was not pure. Although her body function was also far superior to ordinary people, it still couldn't reach Fuguro Shurur's abnormal level. At the same time, Zenin Maki did not have Fuguro Shurur's high resistance to curses. In addition to collecting powerful curse tools, the only way for her to improve herself was to strengthen physical skills. There were very few curse masters who were qualified to give her guidance in this regard. She herself was a master of physical skills. Gojo Satoru's strength was completely on another level, which had nothing to do with physical skills, so he couldn't help her, and Chu Yang's current fighting style was completely the same as hers, let alone guidance. Even a simple fight can bring a lot of inspiration to Zenin Maki. It won't waste much of your time, Zenin Maki said to Chu Yang excitedly. Please help Sister Maki. Otsutsuki next to him said sincerely. Gojuin-ji followed and bowed deeply. Panda hesitated for a long time and said reluctantly, if you agree to her, I will let you touch my hair, it's very comfortable. Chu Yang immediately refused. No need, I'm not interested in your hair. Zenin Maki glared at Panda fiercely, and the latter smiled and shut up honestly. Just fight, Xiao Yang. Gojo Satoru didn't know when he got behind Chu Yang and whispered in his ear, I also want to know your current strength. If you think Maki's strength is not enough, I can play with you. Everyone present heard this and looked over in shock. Gojo Satoru put his arm around Chu Yang's shoulders and said shocking words casually. Chu Yang knocked his hand away and said calmly, I have to rest for a few months after fighting with you. Do you know how much money I can make in these few months? Gojo Satoru covered his forehead helplessly. You have been taught badly by Nanami. You only care about money when you open your eyes or close your eyes. Chu Yang said contemptuously, you come from a big family. You don't know how hard it is for office workers to make money. It's easy to talk when you are standing. I do this job. If I don't do it to make money, is it for charity? Being repeatedly retreated by Chu Yang, Gojo Satoru raised his hands to surrender, but remembered a sentence from his best friend in his heart, spellcasters exist to protect non-spellcasters. Gojo Satoru looked at the young man in front of him and suddenly laughed. I'm so glad that you are a sorcerer who changed his job from office worker to a sorcerer. You have experienced the dark side of society and will not hold some naive ideas. It is even more impossible to go to extremes because of the collapse of faith. You have no faith at all. You only have money in your eyes. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yang couldn't tell whether this guy was praising or mocking. Gojo-sensei, isn't that a bad thing to say? Otsukatsu Yuta warned cautiously. It doesn't matter. This guy has a strong mental endurance. Don't underestimate the office worker. Gojo Satoru said righteously. Chu Yang suddenly felt a little itchy in his hands, but before he mastered the active release of Black Flash, he decided to hold back. Gojo Satoru's laughter quickly attracted a tall, stern-faced middle-aged man. Gojo Satoru, be quiet. The meeting is about to start. Students, please don't gather. Today's meeting has nothing to do with you. The middle-aged man was very imposing. His identity could be guessed just by his attitude towards Gojo Satoru. The principal of Tokyo Metropolitan College of Jiu-Jitsu, Masamichi Yaga, as a rare master of making cursed bodies. Although Masamichi Yaga is a first-class sorcerer, the sorcery world values him no less than a special-class sorcerer, and he also made a completely independent cursed body like Panda. If he hadn't announced that the birth of Panda was an accident, Masamichi Yaga would have been recognized as a special-class sorcerer. The appearance of Masamichi Yaga also meant that the meeting officially began. Before leaving, Zenin Maki was still staring at Chu Yang with a sincere look. He had no choice but to reluctantly agree to the other party's request. Gojo Satoru watched the excitement and applauded, then he was glared at by Masamichi Yaga. The sorcerers invited by the college entered the meeting room one after another. When Chu Yang stepped into the door, Masamichi Yaga suddenly glanced at him. His eyes were filled with emotion. The last time Chu Yang met Yiga Masamichi was the day Gojo Satoru brought him here to register as a sorcerer. Yiga Masamichi was not optimistic about Chu Yang at first, but under Gojo Satoru's strong suggestion, Chu Yang became a sorcerer. This is also the consistent attitude of the entire sorcery world towards sorcerers who are not from technical colleges. It is normal to think about it carefully. How could a first-class prestigious university look down on technical secondary school students? However, not long after, Chu Yang used his actions to slap the faces of some high-level officials, especially some arrogant sorcerers who claimed to be from aristocratic families. Everyone sat down. Chu Yang sat next to Nanami Kento, while Gojo Satoru stood in the corner, still looking careless. Ichichi Jigao, who was responsible for the auxiliary supervision of the later stage of the technical college, began to preside over the meeting. The board behind him was full of information. The protagonist of the information was Geto Suguru, the planner of the night parade of 100 demons. Geto was originally a student of the technical high school, and was also a classmate of Gojo Satoru. The two were close friends and were called the strongest in the technical high school. Geto was once a good young man, and firmly believed that sorcerers should protect the weak. It was not until he realized that the dark and ugly side of human beings was even more disgusting than the cursed spirits that Geto's thoughts began to change, and his inner justice gradually disintegrated. By chance, Geto learned the principle of the production of cursed spirits from the special sorcerer Jojo Yuki. Ordinary people cannot control their weak cursed power formed by negative emotions. When these cursed powers leak to the outside world, they continue to grow under the accumulation of negative emotions, and eventually form a curse. Cursed spirits are just one of the manifestations. Therefore, Geto thought that as long as he created a world with only sorcerers, cursed spirits would not be produced. The implication is that all ordinary humans who cannot become sorcerers will be killed. After experiencing all the ugliness of human nature, Geto's malice towards ordinary people became greater and greater, and he eventually took an extreme path. During a mission, Xia Yojia witnessed the ignorant villagers of a village persecuting two little girls with cursed powers, and his anger towards human nature finally reached its peak. Xia Yojia killed all the villagers and left with the two little girls. Since then, he has changed from a sorcerer to a cursor of the evil camp, and absorbed some cursors in the same situation to form the Xia Yu gang. Xia Yojia's spell is called Curse Spirit Manipulation, which can absorb natural curse spirits for his own use. In Chu Yang's opinion, Xia Yojia is the Pokemon master of the curse world, but the process is a bit disgusting. To absorb the curse spirit needs to be transformed into a black spherical object and then swallowed into the body. The process of swallowing is like eating a rag that has been wiped with vomit. Just thinking about it is disgusting enough. Xia Yojia can actually swallow 5,000 times. From this point of view, it is only a matter of time before he goes to extremes, and anyone who plays like this will go crazy. Although he is strong, Chu Yang still refuses such a disgusting spell. When the difference in strength is more than 2 levels, Geto Suguru can forcibly obtain the cursed spirits, eliminating the stage of surrender. Therefore, Geto Suguru, who has reached the special level, has 5,000 cursed spirits of level 2 and below. The night parade of 100 demons he mentioned is to release these thousands of cursed spirits to Tokyo and Shinjuku to indiscriminately slaughter ordinary people. After listening to the report of Ichichi Jigao, many of the sorcerers who participated in the meeting showed puzzled expressions. Although the opponent is aggressive, their strength is not as strong as imagined. Yemo Jingdao also expressed their doubts. No matter how many cursed spirits there are, they are just level 2 trash and pose no threat. As for the curse masters around Geto Suguru, their number is not large. Gojo Satoru reminded on the side, this is the strange part. Based on your understanding of Geto Suguru, will he fight a war that is doomed to lose? The words are saying that Geto Suguru has other conspiracies, but no one thought that Geto Suguru's target was the special cursed spirit owned by Yuta Otsutsuki. Curse Queen Rika Kimoto. Because Geto Suguru once lied when he was a student, he said that he could not absorb the cursed spirit that had a master-servant relationship. In fact, this is wrong. Just kill the master of the cursed spirit. The purpose of the night parade of 100 demons is to lure the tiger away from the mountain, so that Yuta Otsutsuki is alone. Masamichi Yaga will not let Yuta Otsutsuki participate in the defense of Tokyo or Shinjuku, because the power of Kimoto Rika is too strong. Otoko Yuta is not yet able to fully control it. If something goes wrong, it may become a more serious incident than Hyaki Yaku. It is a safe choice to let him stay in the junior high school. Xia Yojia had already anticipated this and planned this action. But Noctua could not imagine Xia Yojia's purpose at all. After listening to Gojo Satoru's reminder, he could only anxiously apply for support to deal with the upcoming 100 Ghost Night Parade. Just when Noctua was on the right path, Chu Yang said in the noise, I want to know where the current information about Xia Yojia comes from. The conference room became a little quieter, and many people looked at Chu Yang. E.g. Jijia adjusted his glasses and explained, "Most of it is personal information saved by Xia Yojia during his time in high school." Chu Yang asked, "Is there any possibility of a mistake?" Noctua shook his head and said, "It's unlikely, because in colleges and universities, we often test students' abilities and constantly update records. You became a monk halfway, so it's normal for you not to understand this." Then, some sarcastic sneers came, seeming to mock Chu Yang for being a half-hearted person. Chu Yang originally wanted to remind him, but after seeing the attitude of these people, he immediately had a new idea and decided to keep silent. Compared to Xia Yojia, Chu Yang hated the self-righteous senior officials of the Conjuring College even more. Most of them come from spell families. When it comes to evil, these people are not inferior to curse masters like Xia Yojia. After the meeting, Chu Yang was assigned to participate in the defense of Kyoto, performing tasks together with the Tokyo Metropolitan High School. "You seem to have something to say. If you don't mind, you can tell me and I'll listen." Gojo Satoru appeared beside Chu Yang silently. "No, I'm just curious about Xia Yojia." Since he decided not to help the senior college, Chu Yang would certainly not expose Xia Yojia's lies. Gojo Satoru did not continue to ask questions and walked all the way in unprecedented silence. Until the two of them walked outside, they found that Chanyuan Maki and others were still waiting for Chu Yang. "It's so difficult to deal with. I thought they were gone." Chu Yang had no choice but to go up to him and said, "Since we want to fight, let's find a place." Chanyuan Maki brought Chu Yang to the sports field of the high school with great interest. Interestingly, Nanami Kento also came along, standing on the sidelines with Gojo Satoru, intending to observe this contest. Gojo Satoru smiled and said to Nanami Kento, "Maki is only a 4th level Wanyin on the surface. If we really want to fight, she has the strength of a quasi-1st level magician, so she will not necessarily lose." The pandas and others were cheering for Zenuan Maki. Nanami Kento watched for a while before saying, "She will definitely lose." Gojo Satoru smiled mischievously and joked, "It's such a deep trust." Nanami Kento spoke slowly and said meaningfully, "Senior Gojo, you haven't met him much since you helped him register as a magician last time, right? You only know about the battle between Yang and the cursed spirit from the information provided by Itachi Jigao, and you have never seen it with your own eyes." Gojo Satoru scratched his head and said regretfully, "From your tone, I seem to have missed something very interesting." Nanami Kento moved his neck and said, "Take your time and look at it. You will know what I mean soon." Gojo Satoru turned around and stared at the two people on the sports ground. "Mr. Chu Yang is already a professional magician. I can use magic tools to fight you. It should be okay, right?" There is a huge bag at the feet of Zenuan Maki, which seems to contain a lot of magic tools. Chu Yang nodded and agreed to the other party's proposal. Without the use of magic tools, Zenuan Maki probably wouldn't be able to hold on for even a second in his hands. Chu Yang reminded him kindly, "You'd better put on your armor." Zenuan Maki took a deep breath. This reminder made her a little angry. If the other party didn't think that the difference in strength was too big, why would she be allowed to wear protective gear? Bang! Zenuan Maki pulled out a Naginata from the bag, which was filled with strong curse power. This Naginata was very strong whether it was against cursed spirits or spells. It is of the highest quality in Zenuan Maki's collection. It can be seen that she takes this battle very seriously. Chu Yang turned sideways slightly, gesturing for her to attack. Zenuan Maki's face darkened, and she stepped forward. In an instant, her figure looked like a ghost. The Naginata drew a semicircle in the air and slashed diagonally towards Chu Yang's chest and abdomen. Chu Yang jumped slightly, and the Naginata slipped under his feet. The next moment, Chanyuan Maki spotted Chu Yang's flaw in mid-air, raised his hands, and raised the Naginata upwards. The blade pointed directly at the vital points of Chu Yang's lower body. "It's too much," Chu Yang shouted, twisted his waist, turned upside down, stretched out his hand and clamped the Naginata with 2 fingers. "Break it off hard." The top-grade cursed weapon, the Naginata, suddenly shattered like a poorly made toy on a roadside stall. Zenuan Maki's pupils shrank suddenly. The cheering on the sidelines also stopped abruptly. The two boys and the panda also had their eyes widened, somewhat at a loss. Just now, he didn't use magic to strengthen his body. Gojo Satoru pulled the cloth over his eyes and observed Chu Yang's battle through the gap. Pure physical strength. Nanami Kento added calmly. Gojo Satoru knew that Chu Yang's physical talent was outstanding, and he once compared him with Fushiguro Shirji. It's just that Gojo Satoru didn't expect that he would realize his talent so quickly. After losing her Naginata, Zenin Maki did not immediately change to a cursed tool. Instead, she rushed straight towards Chu Yang, intending to fight him in hand-to-hand combat. Without the heavy Naginata, Zenin Maki's movement speed was a bit faster. She first made a feint attack in front of Chu Yang, dazed him, and then quickly went around to his weak side and punched him in the liver area at his waist. It is commonly known as liver blasting punch in the martial arts world. Chu Yang was speechless. This woman either attacked his lower body vitals or hit his liver and kidneys, and every move was aimed at important parts. If you are not careful, you will be the chief eunuch in the rest of your life, damn it. Directly serve with armed color. When Zenin Maki hit Chu Yang's waist, her face was happy at first, then it suddenly turned pale, as if she had suffered unbearable pain. At the same time, a crisp bone-cracking sound was heard. Zenin Maki groaned, took a few steps back, and angrily said, "Do you have protective gear under your clothes?" Chu Yang smiled and took off his upper body clothes directly, revealing his strong body. No protective gear. Zenin Maki couldn't believe it. How could a person's body be so hard? I told you to wear protective gear, but you didn't listen. Now you are injured. Do you want to fight? Chu Yang yawned. The few hits just now were not even a warm-up. Zenin Maki gritted his teeth and blurted out a word. Fight. Chapter 96. Both God and Devil. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Zenin Maki, whose arm was injured, took out the cursed tools from the bag again. She still did not take the protective gear, but replaced it with a samurai sword. Why doesn't she know how to adapt at all? Gojo Satoru held his forehead helplessly, but a touch of admiration flashed in his eyes. Many times, paranoia can make a person go further and reach the peak. Chu Yang also admired her attitude and decided to teach her some moves. If she could understand something, it would be her good fortune. Give me a knife. Chu Yang's words made Zenin Maki's eyes light up. The latter hurriedly handed the samurai sword in his hand to Chu Yang, and then took out another knife from the bag. The two fought again. Chu Yang took the initiative to restrain nearly 90% of his own strength, otherwise, he would still be KO'd in one move. Zenin Maki was very cautious this time. He did not use the Naginata as he did when he was using it, but stayed outside Chu Yang's attack range. But Zenin Maki did not know what level Chu Yang's sword skills had reached. Even without the use of observation haki, Chu Yang could tell her next move just by looking at her posture. The two sides seemed to be fighting back and forth, but Gojo Satoru found a clue. Chu Yang's movements were too calm, as if he was waiting for Zenin Maki's samurai sword to attack every time. This guy doesn't seem to be only good at physical skills, but also has a high level of swordsmanship. No, his swordsmanship is too strong, isn't it? As he spoke, Gojo Satoru saw Chu Yang slashing a few meters long, scraping deep grooves on the grass of the sports field. Hey, are you kidding? This power is comparable to a curse. Gojo Satoru gradually became excited, as if he had seen incredible gossip. A casual slash has this power. It's hard to imagine that this kid was just an ordinary office animal a few months ago. Even Nanami Kento was no longer calm, and the whole person subconsciously leaned forward to carefully observe the battlefield. So powerful, Otsutsukatsu's eyes lit up. Chu Yang's fighting style is not only suitable for Zenin Maki, but also for him. When he uses the power of the spell to strengthen his body, his strength can barely catch up with the opponent. Maki is very excited. Even though her arm is injured, her movements are still so large. Panda was worried inside. As a friend, he knew very well how much this battle would change Zenin Maki. At first, he thought it was a fair fight and the two could learn from each other, but the fact was not the case at all. The melee skills displayed by Chu Yang were the strongest that Panda had ever seen. He, who also belonged to the melee school, benefited a lot. Octopus. Gojo Maki nodded. Zenin Maki was indeed in a very excited state. The possibilities shown by Chu Yang made her see her future. In just 10 minutes, the fierce battle gradually made Zenin Maki reach her limit. Her arm was swollen and fractured. Chu Yang was ready to stop. If he continued to fight, the opponent might suffer irreversible injuries. Throughout the battle, he first used the swordsmanship style of the pirate world, then the swordsmanship of the demon slayer world, and finally the slashing technique of the death god world. Different styles, but the same end. I just don't know if Zenin Maki understands this principle. Perhaps because of physical exhaustion, Zenin Maki fell while retreating. The panda and others who were watching the battle immediately stepped forward to care about her injuries and also announced the end of the battle. Gojo Satoru and Nanami Kento also walked to the center of the stadium. Sorry, please make way. Gojo Satoru pushed away the panda in front of him, bent down and covered Zenin Maki's injured arm with cursed power. A magical scene happened. The swelling was slowly disappearing, and the arm returned to normal size. The reversal technique, the principle is similar to negative and negative equals positive, which can make the cursed power have a healing effect. Chu Yang observed the treatment process with a focused expression. The reversal technique is not a curse, but a way of using cursed power. It is extremely complex and second only to Black Flash in difficulty. Few people understand it. Most of them can only use the reversal technique to heal themselves. Now only Gojo Satoru and Yeri Shoko can actively heal others. The future Yuta Otsutsuki and Ryuman Sukuna, who is the king of curses, can also do it. Judging from the effect of the reversal technique, it is still stronger than Chu Yang's vitality healing. Even the fatal injury that penetrates the brain can be healed instantly. After treating Zenin Maki, Gojo Satoru stood up and stretched, jokingly saying, "You were not a genius kendo boy when you were in school, right?" Chu Yang said self-deprecatingly, "If it was that kind of personality, would I still be reduced to being a social animal?" "That's true." Gojo Satoru nodded, squinting and smiling. "In just a few months, you have accumulated combat experience and skills that are better than those cursors who have lived for decades. It's really shocking. If you continue like this, you may surpass me soon." Chu Yang said contemptuously, "On the surface, you are praising me, but in fact you are praising yourself. You are really shameless." Ha ha ha. Gojo Satoru laughed out loud. Nanami Kento shook his head and turned away. He was disgusted to stay with Gojo Satoru for one more second. "Nanami is leaving, aren't you leaving?" Gojo Satoru looked at Chu Yang. "I'm tired, I want to rest here. Senior, please cheer for me for guarding Tokyo. I'm going to skip work." Chu Yang waved his hand. "The more cursed spirits you exorcise in this mission, the more bonus you will get. It's rare for a money grubber like you to give up. Senior, do you know what the most annoying thing about social animals is?" "I know this." Nanami said it was overtime. Correct answer. "By the way, the vacation I just applied for last night was wasted this morning, and I am not in a good mood now." "I understand when you say that." Gojo Satoru expressed deep sympathy for this, turned to the pandas and the others and told them, "Take Maki to rest, and prepare a place for him to sleep." Xia Yojia's night walk of 100 ghosts was just like that in Gojo Satoru's opinion. Even if Chu Yang did not participate, the result would not be any different, so he said that this was a war that the other side would definitely lose. No one knows that Xia Yojia's target is Igu Yutai. Likewise, no one knew that Chu Yang's target was Xia Yojia. Time flies. December 24th, 2017, Christmas Eve, Shinjuku and Kyoto. The streets, which should be busier than usual, are now deserted, with only a large number of spellcasters standing ready. Almost all second-year high school students are in Kyoto, working in collaboration with Kyoto Prefectural High School. Only Inamarasaki and Panda were sent to Shinjuku. Along with the upperclassmen as backup, Gojo Satoru and Noctua Masami are also here. The sky was dark under the dreamlike neon lights. In the dark corners of the city, the smell of curse becomes increasingly intense. Weird laughter suddenly echoed in the streets, and cursed spirits swarmed in like waves. Noctua reminds the magicians involved in the operation to avoid damaging infrastructure as much as possible. If you meet ordinary people who haven't had time to escape, protect them and leave as soon as possible. Don't be reluctant to fight. Finally, all the cursed spirits must be exorcised. Action. Tokyo Metropolitan College of Magic, Otoko Yuta is chatting with Zen and Maki in the classroom. One of them is not allowed to participate in the operation, and the other is recuperating. Suddenly, they both looked out the window at the same time. The sky above the high school was gradually covered by a black film. This is the most commonly used barrier, tent. In the magic world, the caster can set entry and exit conditions at will, and those who do not meet the conditions cannot enter the barrier. The strength of the enchantment is determined by the spellcaster's ability. Xia Yojia has arrived at the high school, and his target is Igu Yutai. As long as he kills the opponent, he can obtain the special level spell Spirit Kimoto Rika. Seeing someone invading the high school, Zenuan Maki returned to the room to search for spell tools. Suddenly, she remembered that her favorite Naginata had been crushed by Chu Yang with his bare hands a few days ago. Then, she looked at the katana, and Chu Yang's amazing sword skills flashed through her mind. Then let's try it. Zenuan Maki took a deep breath, rushed out of the room with a samurai sword, ran downstairs for a few steps, and happened to meet Chu Yang. Go back and rest. Chu Yang took the spell tool directly from her hand and left without looking back. Zenuan Maki looked at Chu Yang's leaving figure and stood there in a daze. It wasn't that Chu Yang was concerned about her safety and was afraid that she would be beaten to death by Xia Yojia, but that he had to end the fight before Gojo Satoru arrived and had no time to waste time. Otherwise, Xia Yojia will definitely die. Seeing and hearing that Seibaki overlapped with the scope of account, Chu Yang found Xia Yojia's location, and he was heading towards the high school classroom. The next moment, Chu Yang flashed and was already standing at the end of the road waiting for him. Looking at Chu Yang who appeared out of thin air, Xia Yojia didn't take it seriously and smiled broadly. I thought the high school was completely deserted. You don't look like a student or a teacher in your dress. Are you from the logistics department? Chu Yang smiled slightly and said, absolutely. Let's discuss it. How about you let me go and I'll let you live? Xia Yojia folded his sleeves with his hands and smiled at the corners of his eyes, looking gentle and kind. Then I'll discuss it with you. Call me Big Brother and I'll try to be as gentle as possible later. Chu Yang smiled more amiably than him. Xia Yojia was surprised and slightly dazed. Do you know who I am? Chu Yang nodded. We talked about it in detail in the meeting a few days ago. As a special curse master, he is at the same time as Gojo Satoru, so he should be quite powerful. You don't seem to be a lunatic. You actually dare to speak in such a tone. I know all the super conjurers, but I have never seen you. Xia Yojia squinted his eyes, half smiling. I don't know if I'm normal because my level 1 rating just came down. Chu Yang answered seriously. At this time, Xia Yojia couldn't stand it any longer. He put his hands on his hands and laughed. You are such an interesting guy. I can't bear to kill you. Chu Yang drew his sword out of its sheath, with a smile on his face. What I'm saying to you, I can hit you more lightly later. I'll just use 50% of my strength. Xia Yojia's laughter stopped suddenly, his eyes suddenly turned murderous, and he coldly uttered 2 words, madman. He waved with one hand, and black mist suddenly filled the narrow alleyway, and cursed spirits kept crawling out of it. There's no need to test, it's a waste of time. As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, a sword light suddenly lit up between the sky and the earth, sweeping across the alleyway. The cursed spirits were already wiped out under the sword light as soon as they appeared. The smile on Xia Yojia's lips froze. He took a deep breath, stared at Chu Yang and asked. It seems that you stayed here waiting for me on purpose. Chu Yang chuckled and said, I am a very suspicious person. Most of the time, I don't even believe my own people, let alone the information coming from the enemy's mouth. Xia Yojia spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. Hey, I was still a college student at that time, so I can't be considered an enemy, right? Chu Yang smiled and asked, what if the Conjuration College is also my enemy? Xia Yojia looked solemn and frowned. Who are you? Chu Yang didn't answer. He held the knife in one hand and pointed at Xia Yojia. No matter who you are, you can't stop my plan. Black mist surged around Xia Yojia, and the pressure was completely different from before. The cursed spirit summoned this time was obviously not a second-level miscellaneous fish. This is the special magic spirit I possess. Before you transform into Tamamo, please say hello to her. What emerged from the black mist was a humanoid cursed spirit, dressed in ancient clothing, with a face like a mask depicting a fake smile. At the same time, a cursed spirit emerged from the void behind Xiaoyojie. He reached out and took out a 3-section stick from the cursed spirit's mouth. It was a relic of Fuhei Shur, a spell tool named Yuyun. There were no spells on it, only pure physical power. The stronger the user's arm strength, the more terrifying the destructive power of Yuyun. Fighting together with the summons is really a deep bond between master and servant. Chu Yang said sarcastically. Xiaoyojie did not dare to be careless and concentrated on launching the attack. The destructive power Chu Yang showed just now can speak for itself. The man in front of me with a samurai sword is definitely a top-notch one. Even with the blessing of magic, your body is still as fragile as paper in my opinion. Chu Yang held up his katana contemptuously, like a god judging mortals, cut it off with one knife. The power of the sun and moon appear simultaneously, blazing sunlight. Dark moonlight, the two are entangled with each other, like two huge millstones, wiping away all matter enveloped in the light. Breath of the source, two types, sun and moon light together. As soon as the special level cursed spirit, incarnation Tamamome, stepped into the light of the sun and moon, it immediately let out a shrill roar and its body was wiped away bit by bit. It wanted to escape, but found that it could not move at all. There was a strong suction between the two different lights, like a black hole. Xiaoyojie stopped and watched the destruction of the cursed spirit. Goosebumps appeared all over his body, and a chill shot from his tailbone to the sky. He had only seen such destructive power from one other person in his life, Gojo Satoru. Xiaoyojie felt like giving up, but now, how can he retreat? Kibun Rika is right in front of you. As long as you get this magic spirit, you can completely turn the tables. Xiaoyojie gritted his teeth and instantly released a large number of cursed spirits. He wanted to use these cursed spirits to hold Chu Yang back until he killed Igu Yuta and captured the cursed spirits. On the other side, Otoko Yuta and Zenuan Maki who were in the classroom also saw the cursed spirit released by Xiaoyojie. The two looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Although Senior Yang is very strong, it will be difficult for him to deal with so many cursed spirits by himself. Should we go over and help him? That goes without saying. That the two of them rushed out of the classroom together and kept jumping on the eaves. Shinjuku, the belated Gojo Satoru guessed Xiaoyojie's purpose, and then teleported the panda and the dog Juanji back to the high school. Yu Yang is here. You cooperate with him to hold Xiaoyojie down. I'll be right back. In the blink of an eye, the two of them appeared above the high school. Yes, Wu's guess is correct, Xiaoyojie is here. The panda roared, preparing to use brute force to break through the barrier, but the next second, he saw the barrier suddenly shattered, and two wonderful lights illuminated the entire world that fell into dusk. Sunlight, moonlight, panda and dog Juanji saw the densely packed cursed spirits on the ground, completely annihilated under the two kinds of light, and Otoko Yuta and Zenuan Maki witnessed a horrifying scene closer. The four of them, including Xiaoyojie, were trembling and focused on Chu Yang. The man was bathed in light and walked forward slowly. He is both a god and a devil. I was careless. Xiaoyojie smiled bitterly and looked at Chu Yang walking towards him step by step with a pale face. If I had known that the other party was so powerful, I should not have thought of using a curse to entangle him. I should have activated the strongest spell from the beginning. Xiaoyojie also has a spell called Vortex, which can condense the power of all the spell spirits into one blow, which is very powerful, but now that Chu Yang has destroyed more than half of his cursed spirits, the power of the whirlpool alone is not enough to pose a threat to Chu Yang with the remaining cursed spirits. Lost. Xiaoyojie understood that he had no chance to make a comeback, but he breathed a sigh of relief even as death was imminent. Anyway, he has tried his best in his life. It can only be said that things have developed like this because of bad luck. There are many people in history who fell short of success, including him. Even if you succeed, you may not be able to win enlightenment. Xiaoyojie laughed at himself in his heart, his expression becoming calmer and calmer. he stood motionless, as if waiting for death. Chu Yang walked up to him and slowly stabbed Xia Youjie's heart with the knife in his hand. Severe pain came, but Xia Youjie's expression did not change at all. Panda and Dog Juanji landed directly next to Zenuan Maki and Otoko Yuta. The four people held their breath and watched silently. The tip of the knife did not pierce the vital part, but carved a mysterious incantation on Xia Youjie's heart at an extremely fast speed. After the brief pain, Xia Youjie found that his injury was not as serious as imagined. Amazing skills. Xia Youjie was extremely shocked. When the tip of the knife left Xia Youjie's body, he staggered and collapsed to the ground, his consciousness falling into coma, but he did not die. Only a strong man like Chu Yang, who has reached the extreme level of swordsmanship, can do this. What Chu Yang carved into Xia Youjie's heart was the Flying Thunder God's incantation. Now he can appear next to Xia Youjie at any time as long as he wants. The four pandas felt a chill in their hearts. From their perspective, Chu Yang was killing Xia Youjie in an extremely cruel way. It hurts enough to think about stabbing a knife into someone's heart and stirring it up. This kind of misunderstanding is good, so that they don't notice any clues. Chu Yang carried Xia Youjie's body out of the college. Chanyuan Maki and others did not dare to ask anything, so they could only watch him leave. Arriving at an uninhabited land, Chu Yang first helped Xia Youjie treat his injuries and then woke him up. The latter was a little confused. "You won't kill me. I want your life. What is the value of my life? In front of you, I am no different from an ant, right? Whether it's valuable or not, I have the final say. Even if you are an ant, you are still a relatively large ant." Chu Yang said bluntly, "I don't like the current world of magic very much. Whether it's the big families or the senior people of the magic college, they can define the good and evil of magicians at will, but in my opinion, among them, some people are more like cursors than cursors. I want to reorder the world. I have no interest in laughing at your ideal, even if I think it is childish. But before you don't have enough ability to realize your ideal, you might as well help me achieve my wish first." Xia Youjie was stunned, and after a long time he laughed in a low voice. "Why should I help you?" Chu Yang stabbed the knife directly into Xia Youjie's chest and said coldly, "I'm not letting you choose, I'm just giving you a chance to live." The cold blade pierced the body again in a familiar way. Xia Youjie's breathing became rapid. The feeling of dying was not pleasant, and it also weakened his courage to face death again and again. Just when Chu Yang was about to continue creating art based on his heart, Xia Youjie chose to give in. "Very good. From today on, we are partners in the same camp. I can be the boss if I don't do anything difficult. What do you think?" That the kind smile on Chu Yang's face made Xia Youjie feel extremely familiar. He suddenly remembered what the other party said before the battle, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "So you came for me from the beginning. The mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole follows behind. In this situation, I would definitely die if I opposed it. Besides agreeing, is there any other way?" Chu Yang nodded and said, "Since you agree, then quickly find a way to deceive Gojo Satoru, he will be back soon." Xia Youjie summoned a reptile-like curse spirit, then a few drops of blood were put on the curse spirit, and the latter immediately transformed into his appearance. Chu Yang understood immediately and smashed fake Xia Youjie's heart with the tip of his knife, getting a perfect corpse. The corpse can exist for up to 1 hour. If the time exceeds, the cursed spirit will disappear. Xia Youjie squinted his eyes to remind Chu Yang. "Okay, you should leave quickly, so as not to bump into Gojo Satoru later, which will cause more trouble." Chu Yang waved his hand to signal him to leave. "Don't you ask me where my base camp is? Don't you plan to find me in the future?" Xia Youjie's face was full of doubts. "If I want to find you, I can find you at any time. If you don't believe it, you can hide and try." Chu Yang sneered and warned in a joking tone. For some reason, Xia Youjie felt creepy. He knew that Chu Yang must have done something to him, but he couldn't figure out where. Xia Youjie felt uncomfortable after staying with Chu Yang for a while longer, and immediately summoned the cursed spirit to take him away from the high school. Not long after, Gojo Satoru rushed back to the high school in the afterglow of dusk, and saw Chu Yang and the corpse of the fake Xia Youjie at the gate. Gojo Satoru suddenly slowed down, Walked slowly to the body, stared at it for a while, then turned to look at Chu Yang. "Thank you for your hard work." Chu Yang shook his head and took out a student ID card from his pocket and handed it to Gojo Satoru. It was Otoko Yuta's student ID card. It was lost in a mission not long ago and was picked up by Xiaoyojie. "Do I need some time for you?" "Thank you, just wait for me a little longer." Chu Yang nodded, walked to the steps and sat down, looking at the burning clouds in the sky. I silently waited for Gojo Satoru to mourn his best friend. 3 minutes later, Gojo Satoru stretched and seemed to have returned to his usual carefree attitude. "Your kid guessed early on that Xiaoyojie's target was Yutai, so he stayed in the high school on purpose, right?" Gojo Satoru raised the corners of his mouth slightly, thinking of Chu Yang's hesitant expression in the previous meeting. "It's just good luck." Chu Yang smiled, followed Gojo Satoru's example, and sat on the steps to stretch. "Are you the only one fighting Xiaoyojie in this battle?" Gojo Satoru stood in the distance with his back to Chu Yang. When he asked this question, no one could see his surprised expression. "You want to ask Iga Yuta if he took action?" Unfortunately, he didn't have time. Chu Yang shook his head. Gojo Satoru suddenly turned his head and stared at Chu Yang. The special level was already the pinnacle of the magic world, and Xiaoyojie was even more powerful among the special level. In the entire Magic Academy, he could not find anyone who could definitely defeat the opponent except himself. Come. Your first level evaluation hasn't been announced yet, and now you have to be re-evaluated. You're really going to cause trouble for the higher-ups. Gojo Satoru grinned and teased Chu Yang. "Actually, I really want to see the expressions of those high-level officials after Xiaoyojie takes away Komodo Rika. For them, that is a big trouble." Chu Yang's tone was solemn. "Oh, little Yang, this idea of yours is very dangerous. This won't work. Yutai will die." Gojo Satoru was still smiling to himself, but the atmosphere between the two gradually became weird with Chu Yang's words. "Although I also hate those rotten-smelling old men." Before the atmosphere became more tense, Gojo Satoru supplemented the previous sentence in a joking tone. "Aren't you here in such a hurry just for Iga Yuta? It's better to get rid of Xiaoyojie's body quickly and go see him." Chu Yang counted the time and casually reminded Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru walked straight into the high school, turned his back to Chu Yang and waved, "Help me bury him in a place with a nice scenery, so that I will feel better next time I go to see him." Chu Yang had already guessed that he would react this way, and after Gojo Satoru left, he took the fake Xiaoyojie's body away directly. Gojo Satoru walked for a while toward the classroom. There were broken walls and ruins everywhere. It was completely conceivable how fierce a battle had just happened. Oda Koyu saw Gojo Satoru's figure from afar and shouted quickly, "Teacher Gojo!" Several people gathered around and vividly talked about the battle that had just occurred. "When that guy named Xiaoyojie came, I almost thought something big was going to happen. I didn't expect Senior Yang to wipe out thousands of cursed spirits with just one blow. In the end, his method of killing Xiaoyojie was a bit cruel." Gojo Satoru listened silently as the four excitedly talked about the battle just now. After all the chatter, he had a clearer picture of the battle between the two. To win so easily, it feels like Yuta's potential is even greater. If this continues, he won't really become the tyrant of heaven and heaven, with a spell, right? Gojo Satoru suddenly remembered the life-and-death battle with Fushiguro Shirji when he was a student. If he was not lucky enough, he might die in the hands of the other party. Gojo Satoru's heart palpitated when he thought that Chu Yang could grow to that level and even become more powerful. While feeling emotional, Gojo Satoru felt something was wrong. Although they had not been together for a long time, he did not think that Chu Yang would be the kind of person who would kill his opponents. "Yuta, come here with me." Gojo Satoru returned Yuta's lost student ID card to him, and then talked about the curse of Rika Kimoto. In order to make the illusion of his own death more realistic, Xiaoyojie took the initiative to disconnect from other cursed spirits, making those in Kyoto and Shinjuku look more like ownerless natural cursed spirits. At the same time, the cursed spirits in both places no longer carried out blind attacks, and some of the cursed spirits showed signs of leaving. When Noctua Jingdao saw this, He understood that it was Xiaoyojie, the master, who caused the problem. Half an hour later, the last cursed spirit was exorcised on the streets of Shinjuku, announcing the failure of the Hyaki Night Walk. The members of the Xiaoyu gang disappeared in the chaos and escaped the pursuit of the magicians. Nanako and Mimiko, the adopted daughters of Xiaoyojie, were also among them. They returned to the base camp in despair. The two knew that there was only one answer for the cursed spirit to be out of control, and that was that Xiaoyojie was involved. "Why are you crying and mourning? I'm not dead." Xiaoyojie looked at the two of them with a smile. Nanako and Mimiko looked up suddenly, looked at the intact Xiaoyojie in disbelief, and rushed over at the same time. "Why do you want to free the cursed spirit? We really thought you were dead." The two people, who had always loved Xiaoyojie, became extremely angry for the first time. In short, the plan failed. I failed to capture Rika Kimoto and almost died. No, to be precise, I am already a dead person. Xiaoyojie scratched his head and awkwardly explained what he had experienced in high school. When they heard that he was easily defeated, everyone thought that Gojo Satoru had rushed back in time, but then they thought Gojo Satoru would not propose an alliance and cooperation with Xiaoyojie. It was difficult for everyone to accept this fact for a while. In their eyes, no one could defeat Xiaoyojie, and he was defeated by someone other than Gojo Satoru, especially Mimiko and Nanako. They were aggrieved and could not accept anyone other than Xiaoyojie to lead the group. Seeing this, Xiaoyojie pressed the two girls' heads with both hands, touched their hair, and warned, "Don't have any other ideas. That guy looks quite normal on the surface, but he is actually a madman. He can't do anything. Well, everyone will die, including me." Thinking of Chu Yang's crazier ideals than his own, Xiaoyojie got goosebumps all over his body. Someone actually wanted to re-establish the order of the magic world. What a complete lunatic. Madman's comment is quite objective. I accept it as a compliment. Chu Yang suddenly appeared in the Xiao gang's base camp. No one saw how he appeared, as if the other party had traveled through time and space. Everyone stared at Chu Yang as if they were facing a formidable enemy, each using their spells, and the atmosphere was tense. "Stop!" Xiaoyojie shouted angrily and glanced at his companions with sharp eyes. Only then did they restrain their respective techniques. "I don't mind using force to gain your temporary surrender. To avoid trouble, you can choose to challenge me together." Chu Yang showed a kind smile and spoke in an unhurried and slow manner, which made people feel like a spring breeze. Some people in the Xiao gang had their eyes flickering, and they were obviously thinking about it. They think one person can't defeat him, so why can't a group of people defeat him? The smile on the corner of Chu Yang's mouth became stronger and stronger. He had already made plans to scare the monkeys, but he didn't know who would be the first to take the lead. Similarly, the performance of these people could not escape Xiaoyojie's eyes, and an angry and deep voice sounded, "I say it again, don't seek death." Seeing Xiaoyojie hovering on the edge of rage, everyone's hearts trembled, and those who showed their claws became calm again. Chu Yang shook his head regretfully. When Xiaoyojie saw this, he was almost certain that Chu Yang had just planned to kill someone, and a chill suddenly shot up his spine. Xiaoyojie quickly interrupted and looked at Chu Yang pretending to be curious. "Is your technique a teleportation in space?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "No, this is just a small trick. My birth technique has not yet awakened. Normally, people with magical power would gradually awaken in childhood, but Chu Yang was different. Before the Soul Palace appeared, he was a real ordinary person. Therefore, based on the time he has possessed the magic power, he is equivalent to a newborn who has been born for several months. Even if there is talent sharing, it will take a few more months for the awakened student to obtain the spell. Not awakened yet." Compared with why Chu Yang was able to find him accurately, Xiaoyojie was even more shocked by the fact that the other party had not awakened and acquired the technique. He trembled slightly, gradually realizing the seriousness of the matter. It turns out that Chu Yang's previous technique of destroying thousands of cursed spirits with one strike was not his. If it's not magic, then what kind of power is it? It wasn't until this moment that Xiaoyojie truly had the idea of surrendering to the person in front of him. He was not worried that Chu Yang would deceive him, because such a powerful person doesn't even bother to disguise himself with lies. although he was very curious about the destructive power. Xia Youjie did not continue to ask, but changed the subject and introduced Chu Yang to the Xia Yu gang. A very large organization. The top leaders of the Xia Yu gang are all curse masters who agree with Xia Youjie's ideals and thus gather together. The predecessors of ordinary members were followers of the Panqing sect. The so-called Panqing sect is a group of ordinary people who extremely worship the conjurer Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan's origin is very mysterious. He is a very ancient conjurer who has the immortal birth spell. Whenever the body ages to a certain extent, the spell will transform his body, forcing him to evolve and become a more advanced being. Tian Yuan is worried that his over-evolution may pose a threat to mankind, so every 500 years he will choose a person with a special physique to assimilate with him, refresh the body's aging level, and interrupt the process of the spell. People with special physiques have a unified name, astral body. The people responsible for protecting the previous astral body Tanachi Riko when she went to the Hashigong Palace to assimilate with Tian Yuan were none other than Natsu Youjie and Gojo Satoru. Mission failed. 10 days later, Riko was killed on the way. The person who killed her was Fuishir, known as the Tyrant of Heaven and Earth. The Panqing cult felt that assimilating with the astral body was a blasphemy to Tian Yuan, so they spent a lot of money to hire Fu Hashur, who was good at hunting spellcasters. To stop this action, Gojo Satoru almost died at the hands of his opponent. Fortunately, he understood the reversal technique at the last moment and healed his fatal wounds. Even so, Riko Tanuchi's life could not be saved. In front of Xia Youjie and Gojo Satoru, the followers of the Panqing sect celebrated the death of Riko Tanuchi crazily. This was also the first time that Xia Youjie felt disappointed in human nature. Gojo Satoru even wanted to kill all these people, but was stopped by Xia Youjie in the end. Gojo Satoru probably never imagined that Xia Youjie, who had stopped him from going on a killing spree, would kill hundreds of people in a rage many years later. All in all, the Panqing sect became enemies with Xia Youjie because of this, and the latter found the base camp of this group of people as soon as he turned black. After a bloody massacre, they succumbed to Xia Youjie's violence. Xia Youjie used this powerful force to continuously make money and collect cursed spirits, so that he could have enough terrifying cursed spirits to launch the Night Walk of 100 Ghosts. Now this power is in Chu Yang's hands. After understanding the situation of Xia Yu gang, Chu Yang asked the others to leave and prepared to talk to Xia Youjie alone. Perhaps it was Xia Youjie's harsh attitude that played a role, and everyone was very submissive, including Nanako and Mimiko. After a while, Xia Youjie and Chu Yang were the only ones left in the room. Before Chu Yang could speak, Xia Youjie took the lead and said, "I will not appear in front of the conjurer in the recent period. You can rest assured about this." Chu Yang nodded. "As long as you know what's going on, I came here because I have other things to remind you." Reminder? Xia Youjie frowned slightly. It wasn't a very serious word, but it made his heart lift. "Have you heard of the name Kensuo?" "Somewhat familiar. He was a conjurer at the same time as Liang Niansu no. Since he was a conjurer of the same period, he shouldn't have been dead for a long time. Why is he mentioned?" "Because he's not dead. How could a conjurer who existed thousands of years ago be still alive today?" Xia Youjie was about to say it was impossible, but then he thought about Tian Yuan's condition and felt that it was not impossible. His technique is similar to Qin Yuan's. It's a bit similar. To be precise, he's more like a parasite. Kensuo abandoned most of his body, leaving only his brain, and transplanted it into the target's body to achieve immortality. At this point, Chu Yang paused and his tone became more solemn. After being parasitized, Kensuo can not only use his own birth spells, but also the body owner's original spells. Xia Youjie's expression suddenly became very ugly, and he finally understood what Chu Yang's reminder meant. Kensuo fell in love with his own technique, magical magic. Chu Yang continued, "Kensuo has been paying attention to you silently. If you died in the college today, he would definitely take over your body immediately, but you are not dead." Without Chu Yang finishing his words, Xia Youjie added, "If he knew I was alive, he would probably go around to find out my whereabouts and then kill me. That's pretty much it." After finishing speaking, Chu Yang sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and waited for Xia Youjie to digest the shocking news. Kensuo's name is very famous. To use an inappropriate metaphor, he and Liangnyan Sunuo are like Xia Yojia and Gojo Satoru of that era, or even worse. You think I will lose? It's not that you will lose, but you will definitely die. Why are you so sure? How can a guy who can leave his name in history be so weak? Xia Yojia let out a long sigh. I haven't had time to celebrate that I survived the disaster, and another Kensuo came out. Why are everyone waiting to kill me? Chu Yang joked. He needs your power, and so do I. Essentially, there is no difference between us, just different methods. Xia Yojia leaned on the sofa, looking ready to show off. The difference is still big. At least I'm still alive. I really don't want others to do weird things with my body. If one day comes, remember to destroy my body. There was also a bar in the room. Not sure whose hobby it was, Chu Yang stood up, walked to the bar, took out a bottle of champagne from the counter, and took 2 goblets. I came here not just to remind you that you are being targeted. I said that your life is mine. Even if you want to die, you must get my consent. Chu Yang poured 2 glasses of wine. Just when Xia Yojia thought he would give him one, Chu Yang drank both glasses of wine himself and looked at him with a smile. Your bad taste is very similar to that of Satoru. Are you so strong at your level that you will have some brain problems? Xia Yojia walked to the bar angrily and poured himself a glass. The next second, the two of them toasted. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. On the streets of Kyoto and Shinjuku, after the Hyakuki night parade ended, the logistics department of the high school was cleaning up the aftermath. The damaged public facilities needed to be repaired and compensated. In a deserted corner, a dark gaze was watching silently. Xia Yojia is suspected to be dead. Act as planned. Chapter 97 Huang, Rong and Nianci. You are listening at NovelFull.audio. The world of martial arts, a small town in the southern Song dynasty. Because the schools in the city were closed, there was a lot of commotion in the countryside, and the county magistrate was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. It's not that there are no other scholars in the city who can serve as school teachers, but that the previous Mr. Chu's level of enlightenment is really high. I heard that even some aristocratic families from scholarly families plan to send their children to schools to learn. We must know that children's elementary education was very prosperous in the northern and southern Song dynasties. How could they be incompetent if they could carve out a bloody path under such a background? The county magistrate was also puzzled. If the people hadn't brought trouble to the county government, he had served here for many years and had never heard of such a wise man. After careful inquiry, he found out that the Mr. Chu who had been passed down by word of mouth was just a young man. The county magistrate had read Mr. Chu's elementary education articles for teaching children. Every article can be regarded as a classic, even if it is people his age have also benefited a lot. When he thought that such an article was written by a young man in his 20s, he found it incredible and couldn't help but be very curious about Mr. Chu's true face in Lushan. Your Majesty the County Magistrate. It seems that Mr. Chu is back, and someone saw that his courtyard door was open, that the county magistrate came in hastily from outside the house, tripped over the threshold, and fell down in front of the county magistrate. What's the hurry? The magistrate snorted coldly, waved his sleeves, and walked out of the room in a hurry without even looking at the master. You're not much better. The master got up from the ground, cursed, and followed closely behind the magistrate. The county magistrate's surname is Huang, and he is just 40 years old this year. In modern times, he might still be an older man, but in the southern Song dynasty, he was already a grandfather. No matter how anxious a steady man is, he will always take care of his face. So the sedan chair Huang County Magistrate was riding slowly strolled to the Chu family courtyard. One step ahead of Magistrate Huang were ordinary people holding their children. They stood eagerly outside the yard, just like modern parents competing for kindergarten spots. The mentality of not wanting your children to lose at the starting line has not changed at all in 1,000 years. In fact, there is no reason to blame them for being anxious. Chu Yang has disappeared for several months. When he went to the kingdom of Jin, he flew, but when I came back, I walked away with a lot of oil bottles. Huang Rong didn't want to talk about it. She was naturally playful, so she had to drag Chu Yang around to enjoy the mountains and rivers. which wasted a lot of time. If Huang Rong was the only one, he would probably fly back with her. Anyway, he had already demonstrated the wood escape, and the earth escape was not bad either. Chu Yang didn't feel that he needed to live a secretive life in this world, but there happened to be Guo Jing behind him. Chu Yang was too embarrassed to drive him away. Guo Jing is a well-known good guy, and he can't do anything to divert trouble from others and make others support him. What happened last time was just a misunderstanding. In addition, he has been apologizing to Chu Yang every day along the way, which has almost become a mantra. He works hard and behaves like a horse, making it difficult for people to get angry. Guo Jing was followed by Yang Tixin's family. Yang Kong became extremely well-behaved, rushing to do all the work, and his diligence was second only to Guo Jing. If not for anything else, I was afraid that one day Chu Yang would be unhappy and sacrifice him to heaven, so I tried my best to make myself look more pleasing to him. Whenever he thought of how arrogant he was in front of Chu Yang with tens of thousands of gold soldiers, Yang Kong wanted to slap his face with the sole of his shoe. Yang Tixin and his wife were very pleased to see Yang Kong being so sensible. There is also Nianci, a more considerate daughter, beside her. After Yang Tixin and Guo Jing recognized each other, Yang Tixin originally planned to marry Nianci to him, but Guo Jing deceived him by saying that his mother needed to make the final decision on the marriage. Yang Tixin took his word seriously and planned to go to Mongolia with Guo Jing to visit his former sister-in-law Li Ping after Guo Jing and Yang Kong completed their martial arts agreement. Halfway through, the thoughtful Bao Shirua noticed Guo Jing's affection for Huang Rong. When the couple talked at night, she carefully told Yang Tixin, "Brother Tai, Jinger seems to have a crush on Miss Huang. I think it's better to forget about his marriage to Nianci. You and I are both people who have suffered from lovesickness, so don't embarrass the young man." Only then did Yang Tixin come back to his senses. His thick black brows suddenly squeezed together, and he said with a wry smile, "It's not good for Jinger to like anyone, but she likes her. It's just that Miss Huang has an eccentric personality, and her relationship with Mr. Chu seems to be extraordinary." Bao Shirua covered her mouth and smiled. Mr. Chu's immortal style is indeed amazing, and he is kind. It's not surprising that Miss Huang likes him. Speaking of this, Bao Shirua couldn't hold back her laughter. Her voice gradually became louder, and she was out of breath from laughing. What a good couple of gods and immortals. But Mr. Chu didn't seem to have such thoughts, and he would call Huang from time to time. The girl was a good brother, which made Miss Huang very angry. Yang Tixin also shook his head and laughed, but soon he stopped laughing. "I just pity my Nianci. She only dares to stand far away and peek at Mr. Chu. Watching him and Miss Huang fight, all the sweet and bitter things can only be swallowed in the stomach." The smile on Bao Shirua's face gradually disappeared. He had thought about Yang Tixin day and night for 18 years. How he felt about it was like a person knowing whether it is warm or cold when drinking water. Now, it seems that daughter Nianci has to follow her own path. "Shirua, you mean Nianci is the same as Miss Huang?" Yang Tixin looked at his wife in surprise. "Brother Tai, you have a bold and rough nature, and you don't look normal. Now that you know the situation, don't force the marriage between Jinger and Nianci. The two of them are destined to be different." Bao Shirua reminded Yang Tixin with serious words. Yang Tixin nodded and fell into deep thought. Bao Shirua looked at him curiously as if he was planning something. Since Mr. Chu has no such thoughts about Miss Huang, then Nianci may be able to get along with Mr. Chu. Bao Shirua's eyelids twitched, subconsciously feeling something was wrong. She wanted to persuade her again, but she couldn't help but Yang Tixin felt sorry for her daughter and had already made up her mind, so during the second half of the journey, the two of them stopped creating opportunities for both parties at all times. It's pity for Yang Kong, a living person. Although he is aware of his parents' intentions, he dares to be angry and dare not speak out. He still has some thoughts about Nianci in his heart, but then he thought about it. If Nianci could marry Mr. Chu, wouldn't he, the nominal brother, be the first to get the moon? Yang Kong has been coveting Chu Yang's immortal methods for a long time. If the two parties have contact and he asks Chu Yang for advice, it will be difficult for the other party to refuse him. Unable to resist the temptation, Yang chose to join his parents' team to bring together Nianci and Chu Yang. Yang Tixin's family followed Chu Yang into the small town. A few people had just put down their luggage, but they were already surrounded outside. Someone outside the courtyard whispered Mr. Chu, and even though more people had anxious looks on their faces, they still waited quietly. Yang Tixin and Bao Shiruo looked at each other and realized that he was a local teacher with a good reputation. Chu Yang tidied up the dusty room. When he came out, he saw Huang Rong's slender figure running around, like a little mouse that had just entered a granary. "What are you looking for?" Huang Rong replied matter-of-factly, "Choose a room. Many rooms here are dirty and messy. Don't you usually clean them up?" Chu Yang looked at her with a puzzled expression. "I live alone, why do I clean so many rooms every day? It's troublesome and of no use." Huang Rong put her hands on her hips and said with a high spirits, "Now it works. I need a place to sleep and a clean kitchen to cook." "Stop it." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand to signal Huang Rong to shut up, and then said, "When did I say you can live here?" Huang Rong's eyes suddenly widened. The jade finger, which was as white as onion, pointed at Chu Yang, trembling, and he was speechless for a long time. It looked like someone had been thrown into chaos and finally abandoned. Huang Rong said angrily and confidently, "Why can't I live here?" Chu Yang explained sincerely, "I have a nervous breakdown and can't stand such a noisy person like you. You keep chirping all day long." "What, weak?" Huang Rong looked confused. After she realized what she was doing, she said viciously, "Who do you think is chattering all day long? Also, if I don't live here, where can I live?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "Where did you live when you were a beggar? Where do you live now? You are more familiar with this county than I am, and I'm worried that you will get lost." Huang Rong was so angry that she was itching her teeth. She was about to turn around and leave, never to see this bad guy again, but then she thought of Chu Yang crossing the border and running to Yanjing City to save her, but she couldn't move her legs. As soon as Chu Yang finished talking about Huang Rong, he saw Guijing and Yang Kong standing by the door awkwardly holding their luggage. They had just heard the conversation between Chu Yang and Huang Rong. Even Huang Rong couldn't live there, let alone those of them who were neither related nor related to each other. Yang Kong is a good person. Before Chu Yang said anything about chasing people away, he laughed and said, "It is a great favor for my family to be rescued by Sir. How can we dare to bother Sir?" Guijing also felt that it was not good for him to disturb Chu Yang, so he nodded and said, "I still have to find the master." The little girl turned her eyes around, trying to find an excuse to stay. She turned around and saw the huge crowd of people outside, and immediately changed the subject. "Xiao Chu, are all the people outside here to see you?" Chu Yang looked up and saw that the courtyard was crowded with people. Many eyes fell on him with strong and ardent hope. He was out for several months, and some people were afraid of delaying their children's education, so they sent them to other schools. As a result, as time went by, the children not only failed to improve in knowledge, but also became less agile in speaking and doing things, and felt more and more dull. In the past, they only thought that Mr. Chu was good at teaching and educating people, but they did not expect that the gap between him and other teachers was so big. The day the Chu family school does not reopen, the parents will become more and more anxious. In addition to the children who were originally studying here in Chu Yang, there were also many who came here because of its reputation. When there are more people, the quota for the elementary school becomes very precious. After all, the courtyard is so big and Chu Yang is the only one. The competition was fierce, and everyone wanted to look familiar in front of Chu Yang, but what these people didn't know was that after returning from the Soul Palace, Chu Yang gave up his plan to reopen the school in the short term. He came back this time to tidy up and then go on a long journey, collecting some martial arts skills on the way to help himself in other worlds. No matter what, this matter is the first priority. Everyone will suffer and everyone will be prosperous. Everyone, Mr. Chu still has some unfinished business. The school cannot be reopened at the moment. I'm sorry for bothering you all to make this trip in vain. Chu Yang raised his hands to the people around him. The light in the parents' eyes quickly dimmed, and instead, the eyes of some children lit up. They only know that the vacation given by Mr. Chu seems to have been extended again. after hearing Chu Yang's decisive reply, people outside the hospital dispersed one after another. There are still some parents who have not left. Mr. Chu, when the school reopens, can my second child still come to study with you? A woman wearing linen clothes nervously held her child and stared at Chu Yang with almost pleading eyes. More and more people are vying for places in the school, and there are many people with power and wealth among them. Their families are just ordinary poor people. They came to Chu Yang to study here just to get cheaper tuition. Of course he will come. Chu Yang frowned and sneered, and remembered to urge him to complete his homework. He shouts the loudest after school on weekdays. I want to check his homework. If he dares to fool him at will, The woman's face was full of joy. She pushed the child towards Chu Yang and said excitedly, "Did you hear that? Why don't you thank Mr. Chu? Go back and do your homework for me quickly, otherwise I will whip you." As he said that, Urwa was slapped on the back of the head, and he instantly felt aggrieved. Then he saw Chu Yang smiling happily, his mouth tightened, and he started to cry loudly with a wow sound. His mother's strength was not strong, and he didn't feel any pain. He was crying entirely because the homework assigned by Chu Yang was difficult and numerous. He couldn't finish it at all, so he could only cry with tears and runny nose. Seeing him crying so miserably, Chu Yang's resentment accumulated during his student days dissipated instantly, and he felt refreshed. "It's because I was caught in the rain that year, so I had to tear up all your umbrellas and call a sprinkler truck to make you run wildly in the heavy rain." When the people dispersed and Chu Yang returned home, Yang Kong and Guo Jing had already moved the luggage that they had moved in. And out, Yang Tiexin and his wife walked up to Chu Yang and said apologetically, "Mr. Chu, it's me and my wife Meng Lang. I hope you won't blame me." Chu Yang shook his head and said with a smile, "What Huang Rong and I told you before were all jokes. Don't take it to heart. In fact, it's because I have to travel far away for something, so I can't keep anyone at home." Yang Tiexin and Bao Shirua suddenly realized that Nianci, who had been helping to pack his luggage, suddenly raised his head when he heard that Chu Yang was going away, but stopped talking. Huang Rong spoke before her, stroking her hands and laughing, "Hey, it's better to have fun outside, right? What's the point of a small county? I stay here every day. The good places I told you last time, this time the two of us can go and have fun." Chu Yang glanced at her. "I didn't say I would take you either." Huang Rong was stunned. She couldn't get angry this time, but her eyes were filled with mist unconsciously, and grievances came to her heart. "Daddy doesn't want me, and even you don't care about me." "Xiao Chu, I won't care about you anymore." After crying and shouting for a few times, Huang Rong raised her legs and was about to leave. Chu Yang had to pull her with a headache and explained, "I really have something to do, and the plan is not sure. I might have to run around the world." "You are a minor. Why are people following me?" Huang Rong didn't say anything, but just shook Chu Yang's hand away. It could be seen that she was really sad this time. Go, you can follow me wherever you like. I'm really impressed by you. You like to run around so much. Be careful of being abducted by human traffickers." Chu Yang reluctantly compromised and just took a chef on a trip. Anyway, this girl's cooking was delicious. The pear blossom was crying 1 second, but she was happy the next second. With a touch of her sleeves, Huang Rong's little face was clean, and there were no tears at the corners of her eyes. Seeing such a wonderful face-changing stunt, Chu Yang was stunned and couldn't help but marvel. Guo Jing and Yang Kong were also stunned. "Tell me, where are we going? Although we don't have a plan, there should be a first stop, right?" Huang Rong approached Chu Yang excitedly. Dragon and Elephant Prajna Kung Fu is a unique skill of Mongolian Tantric Buddhism. Of course, the first stop is Mongolia. Chu Yang sighed. Huang Rong's eyes suddenly lit up like autumn water, and she clapped her hands and said, "Mongolia is great. I haven't been to Mongolia yet. I heard that there are vast grasslands there." Hearing that Chu Yang was going to Mongolia, Guo Jing also became excited and interrupted, "Miss Huang, there are still many sheep on the grassland, including fierce horses and flying eagles. We can herd sheep and horses together." Huang Rong, who was in high spirits just now, suddenly became gloomy. She was talking excitedly, but someone interrupted her, so she became happy. It's none of your business, who wants to herd sheep and horses with you? Huang Rong really wanted to make Guo Jing mute, but hearing his voice now made her annoyed. Guo Jing closed his mouth in grievance, not knowing where he said the wrong thing, and looked at Chu Yang pitifully. Chu Yang laughed and said, Guo Jing, don't you still want to find the master? Why do you still have the leisure to go to Mongolia with us? Master doesn't want it anymore. Guo Jing opened his mouth wide and was speechless, then the whole person slumped down, like a deflated ball. Yes, the masters haven't found him yet, so how can he follow Miss Huang back to Mongolia? Yang Tixin and Bao Shirua frowned. They originally wanted to be neighbors with Chu Yang, thinking that if they spent time together, Chu Yang might be attracted to Nianci. As a result, I didn't expect that he would travel far away. Yang Tixin thought that by letting Chu Yang and Huang Rong go out like this, when they came back, maybe the children would be able to do something good. Nianci seemed to have sensed the crisis, and plucked up the courage to ask her parents for help at night. The family, together with Yang Kong, gave Nianci advice. At the same time, Chu Yang was preparing a plan. The sword skills of Breath of the Source are perfect and need to be referenced for more advanced sword skills. Improving the ability of close combat requires exquisite martial arts. Among the many martial arts, there are even many martial arts that can improve qualifications, have various magical effects, and can tap the potential of the human body. These are what Chu Yang needs, but there is something more important. Although the combat power of the martial arts world is not as good as the world of Death God and Naruto, there are things deeper than combat power here. Tao. It can also be said to be the law. To become a higher level existence, it is obviously not enough to just pile up power. The reason why the world of Death God is stronger than other worlds is because Zanpakuto is a manifestation of the law in a certain sense. There is still a distance between it and the real law. Other worlds are even further away. Only in the martial arts world, or the world with Oriental culture, can Chu Yang touch this concept. For example, Zhang Songfeng's Tai Chi Sutra, or Tai Xian Sutra in Xia Kuxing. These two martial arts are very close to Tao in the martial arts world. Enlightenment is very important to Chu Yang. This is a seed that can grow into a towering tree in the future and determine Chu Yang's height, but Chu Yang couldn't get either Tai Chi or Tai Xian Jing easily. Zhang Sanfeng was not made of clay, and Chu Yang could easily control him. The skills were in other people's heads. Even if you could beat the famous Zhang Jinren, you couldn't force others to do it. The Island of Heroes was even more mysterious, comparable to the Bermuda Triangle. You want to find it without even a map. It's just wishful thinking. Therefore, Chu Yang planned to put the plan into practice and collect some practical martial arts first. The Nine-Yin Manual is the general outline of martial arts in the world. In addition to the brilliant moves, it also records the principles of martial arts. Any martial arts can find the corresponding concept. It can be said to be an encyclopedia of martial arts. It is quite friendly to martial arts novices like Chu Yang. The other two martial arts books that are very friendly to novices are the Nine Yang Magic Skills and the Great Shift of the Universe. After mastering the Nine Yang Magic Skill, the internal force is self-generated and endless, and ordinary punches and kicks can also exert great attack power. The defense is unmatched, and the automatic body protection function rebounds external force attacks, becoming an indestructible body. The practitioner's light skill is better than all the exquisite light skills masters in the world. It is also a healing scripture, immune to all poisons, and specifically overcomes all cold and poisonous internal forces. The Nine Yang Magic Skill has a very high degree of fit with Chu Yang, almost comprehensively strengthening Chu Yang's existing abilities, as if it was tailor-made. The Great Shift of the Universe is also a martial arts that integrates the greatness of martial arts. Similar to the Nine-Yin Manual, it can not only use force to fight force, pull and move the enemy's force, but also stimulate potential. The two martial arts combined, even a waste like Zhang Wuji can become a top 5 master in the martial arts world after learning them, and the value is self-evident anyway. Compared with the Taishan Sutra on the Night Island, these two books are much easier to find. There are many similar martial arts, such as the Yijinjing and Zijuijing of Shaolin Temple, the Shenzheijing with the effect of resurrection, and the unique skills of Shaoyao sect, but the highest priority is another martial art. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung. The effect of Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung is simple and violent. Every time you practice a level, you can gain the power of a dragon and an elephant, a total of 13 levels. Imagine how terrifying the power of Chu Yang, who has 13 levels of dragon and elephant power, will be when he hits the Black Flash. At that time, it will not be just talk to kill the sky, the earth, and the air in seconds. No matter how powerful Gojo Satoru's unlimited curse is, it will definitely be over. Sukuna is even more out of the question, basically, except for the strong people of the level of Yamamoto Genryosai Shigekuni, others don't even need to think about it, they will definitely be killed in seconds. And there will be no other result. The strength of Black Flash can even threaten the old man Yama. Unfortunately, the strength of Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung is supermodel, and the difficulty of practicing is even more supermodel. To put it in the original words, it takes an ordinary person 1 year to practice the first level, 2 years to practice the second level, 4 years to practice the third level, and so on. To practice to the top level, the time required is 2 to the 13th power, which is 8,192 years, more than 8,000 years. Even the fucking immortals can ascend to heaven. This is a time that is absolutely out of reach for normal people. But Chu Yang is not like that. With talent sharing, Chu Yang can speed up the process of practice. King Jinluan has greatly reduced the time of practice with his talent. There is no reason for Chu Yang to be worse than him. Secondly, the martial art of Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu is likely to be practiced with the plug-in of multiple shadow clones. Because it is an external skill, it does not require internal force when practicing, which just bypasses the disadvantage that multiple shadow clones can only run chakra. All martial arts that do not involve internal force should be possible. Of course, this needs Chu Yang to verify it himself. The next day, the sunlight shines into Chu Yang's bedroom through the window sill. Dong. The door was violently pushed open. Chu Yang, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw Huang Rong rushing towards him aggressively. He was only wearing a single piece of clothing and said in shock, "What do you want to do?" "We are brothers." Huang Rong rolled her eyes and pulled his hand unhappily, trying to pull him off the bed, and said anxiously, "Uncle Yang and the others are gone." Gone. Chu Yang was a little confused. Didn't they sleep here last night? Did they go out so early? Not going out. Huang Rong stamped her feet anxiously. They left without saying a word, and left Sister Mu here. She was alone in the yard, not knowing what to do. Everyone is gone. Only Mu Nianci remains. What kind of drama is this? Chu Yang and Meng Xiang'er were also confused for a while. At Huang Rong's urging, she changed into clothes and walked to the yard. In the courtyard, Mu Nianci fiddled with her hair cautiously, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Chu Yang and Huang Rong. "Ahem, Miss Mu, where have Uncle Yang and the others gone?" Chu Yang laughed dryly, walked slowly to Mu Nianci and asked. "Dad said, let me go to Mongolia to visit Aunt Guo first. They will come after a while." Mu Nianci buried her head in her chest and her voice was as low as a mosquito. It took a lot of effort for Chu Yang to hear clearly. 3 words. He turned back to look at Huang Rong, and the two of them looked at each other. "Uncle Yang asked you to go to Mongolia alone?" Huang Rong looked at Mu Nianci suspiciously and said with a bad look, "With such a long distance, he is not afraid of something happening to your family? There are several countries between the southern Song dynasty and Mongolia. This is not an ordinary journey." Chu Yang suddenly remembered the weird geographical map of this world. If he didn't take Huang Rong with him, he really wouldn't know where it was. He only had the map to the kingdom of Jin in his hand. Huang Rong's questioning made Mu Nianci even more unable to hold her head up. The roots behind her ears were as red as blood, and she couldn't help complaining about Yang Kang's bad idea. "It's okay, I can do it." After all, Mu Nianci still couldn't lose face and was too embarrassed to follow Yang Kang's plan and ask Chu Yang to take her to Mongolia. She could only grit her teeth and say that she could go alone, but what she said made Huang Rong feel a little sorry. The little girl was still kind at heart, and she and Mu Nianci got along pretty well along the way. Huang Rong, who grew up on Peach Blossom Island, had few friends, and she had no relatives after running away from home. Nianci was one of the few peers with whom she had a close relationship. I really don't know what they are doing. Forget it, we can't really let you go to Mongolia alone, can we? Huang Rong turned to Chu Yang angrily and said, Xiao Chu, let's take her with us by the way, and throw her down when we get to the ground. Let's play with ourselves. Chu Yang also had a headache. If he only took Huang Rong with him, it would be nothing more than playing with her for a few more days and flying at night. But it would be different if he brought a third person with him. He can't fly. Chu Yang's ultralight and heavy rock art was just beginning, and he could barely fly at a level that allowed him to fly. If he had Huang Rong hanging on the left and Nianci hanging on the right, he would probably crash. As if feeling Chu Yang's hesitation, Nianci suddenly clenched her fingers into fists. She raised her head and looked at Chu Yang sincerely. Although her face was getting hotter and hotter, she never looked away. Alas! Let's go, let's go. Anyway, one sheep is being herded, and 2 sheep are being driven. Chu Yang had no choice but to let the 2 of them pack their luggage at home and go to the market to buy a carriage. As soon as Huang Rong saw Chu Yang leaving, she opened her mouth to test Nianci. Sister Mu, Uncle Yang is so anxious for you to meet Gua Jing's mother. Is he planning to betroth you to him and wants his daughter-in-law to meet him first? See my mother-in-law. Nianci waved her hands in panic and quickly denied, there is no such thing. Brother Gua has his own heart and has no personal relationship with me. It's just that my parents haven't seen Aunt Gua in 18 years, and they are very concerned about Aunt Gua. The matter was a foregone conclusion, so they had no choice but to take this step. It's indeed a bad move, or the best of the worst. Huang Rong murmured a few times, and then asked curiously, you just said that idiot has someone he likes. Who does he like? That guy is so stupid. Whoever falls in love with him will be unlucky. Nianci smiled awkwardly. She did not dare to say that the unlucky guy Gua Jing liked was Huang Rong. After the 2 of them packed their luggage, Chu Yang just came back from the market and brought food. It happened to be noon, and their stomachs kept growling. It's wontons. Huang Rong sat down happily. She had wanted to eat wontons just now, but she said, actually, you can buy them and make them yourself. I am also good at making wontons. Chu Yang pushed the wontons in front of Huang Rong and said helplessly, I know you are good at cooking, but you don't have time today, so hurry up and pack up and go, don't wait until night. Nianci smiled and said, I still remember the first time I met Brother Chu at the wonton stall. Chu Yang nodded and said, I also remember that your attitude was not friendly when you first met me. Nianci. Huang Rong laughed out loud when she heard this, Xiao Chu, you still hold a grudge. Chu Yang sighed, I can't help it, I'm born with a small heart. I even remember the first time we met, you took my money bag and left me hungry for several days. Huang Rong. Nianci lowered his head and smiled softly. After lunch, Chu Yang took out Gua Jing's little red horse. Since Gua Jing didn't take it away, he could only make the best use of it and take the horse back to his hometown. The carriage that Chu Yang bought from the market also had an adult horse tied to the front, plus the little red horse, which was enough for one big and one small. Walking to the carriage, Chu Yang suddenly asked, which of you has a driver's license? Huang Rong. Nianci. Chu Yang spread his hands and said, I can't drive. Nianci reacted immediately and volunteered, Brother Chu, I have learned to drive, so let me do it. Chu Yang nodded, there was nothing to be embarrassed about, although he could learn and driving was not difficult, he preferred to sleep in the carriage. Huang Rong got into the carriage first, the next second. Ah! There was an incredible scream inside. Nianci followed and nervously, no surprises, the same scream again. Ah! The 2 of them were completely shocked by the sight in front of them. The space inside the carriage was a bit scary, almost as big as a small courtyard. Oh my God! Huang Rong's eyes were dull, even though she had a strong receptive ability and had seen the immortal magic demonstrated by Chu Yang in Yanjing City. The mental impact she suffered when facing such a miracle was still huge. Nianci was even more embarrassed, looking a little dazed. Chu Yang opened the car curtain. leaned out half of his body, looked at their expressions, and smiled angrily. Don't make such a fuss. This kind of thing will happen more often in the future. You two wipe the saliva from your mouth first. Wipe. Xiao Chu, are you really a god? After returning from Yanjing City, Huang Rong never wanted to mention this topic. If Chu Yang admitted it, the distance between the two would be as far as light years. During the time when she ran away from home, Huang Rong heard stories about immortal love from many storytellers, and most of them had tragic endings. Although in the story it is always ordinary people who fall in love with fairies, the reverse is also true, right? Thinking of this, Huang Rong couldn't help pinching her clothes nervously, her face gradually turning pale. Nianci had similar thoughts, silently lowering his head, his eyes dim. Chu Yang didn't notice the difference between the two of them. He lay down on the cushion in the corner in a very standard Guyu manner and yawned. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. I wish I were really a god. It's just some small spells, nothing. It's as powerful as you think. Huang Rong became active again, her eyes sparkling. Nianci breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Rong asked curiously, Xiao Chu, where did you learn the spell? Chu Yang knew what Huang Rong was thinking and said with a smile, don't think about it, you can't learn it. It depends on your physique. Apart from me, there may be no other person in the world who can learn it. Why is this like this? Huang Rong stomped her feet angrily, pulled Chu Yang's sleeves and started acting coquettishly. It's not that Chu Yang is hiding his secrets, but that he is limited by the rules of the world. The reason why Chu Yang was not restricted was because of the Soul Palace. After Huang Rong was allowed to make trouble for a while, Chu Yang reminded Nianci to go on the road. When Huang Rong saw that Chu Yang refused to do this, she knew that it was really not possible and she was sulking alone. The layout of this world is quite strange. The four countries of the Southern Song Dynasty and the Northern Song Dynasty, Jin and Liao, bordered each other, while Mongolia and the Ming Dynasty faced each other further away. There are also countries such as Dali, Xixia, and Tubo in the middle. On this trip, I was going to Mongolian Tantric Buddhism to take the dragon and elephant Prajna Gong, and I had to travel through several countries in one go. Since it was a long route, Chu Yang naturally hoped to get the maximum benefit. It would be a bit of a waste of time if he only took one copy of Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Therefore, Chu Yang's first stop was at Zhongnan Mountain at the junction of the Southern and Northern Song dynasties. If you remember correctly, Wang Chongyang carved part of the 9E manual in the Tomb of the Living Dead before his death. As for the first and second volumes of the 9E manual carried by Mei Chaofeng and Zhou Batong, Chu Yang chose to ignore them because they had to take a long detour. The Song dynasty was divided into the Southern Song dynasty and the Northern Song dynasty. The territory of the Southern Song dynasty was half smaller than that of the Northern Song dynasty, and it was in confrontation with the Jin kingdom. The Northern Song dynasty had a vast territory, and the Liao kingdom was also a huge behemoth. The four forces are caught in a strange balance, and frictions have continued in recent years. The Southern Song dynasty and the Northern Song dynasty were relatively good. After all, they were brothers from the same roots. No matter how fierce the quarrels were, they were limited to verbal and written battles between literati, or battles in the arena between martial arts masters. There have never been excessive conflicts on the border, which did not rise to the level of confrontation between countries. When the situation is urgent, the two countries will coordinate operations to jointly defend against the enemy. Jin and Liao were not so friendly. If the Northern and Southern Song dynasty hadn't been watching closely, forcing them to put down their war, these two generations of enemies would have beaten their brains out long ago. Cooperation would be absolutely impossible, and the best they could do would be to avoid adding insult to injury. That's all. Otherwise, in terms of actual combat power, the Jin-Liao alliance would be stronger than the Northern and Southern Song dynasties. Among the four kingdoms, the friction between the Northern Song dynasty and the Liao kingdom was very fierce. It was almost a small fight every 3 days and a big fight every 5 days. The Northern Song dynasty was often at a disadvantage, and its troops were severely depleted. Fortunately, in the Northern Song dynasty, there were many masters in the arena, especially Qiao Feng, the leader of the Northern Beggar clan, who led the heroes to stop the enemy from the battlefield. The top military officials either disappeared or committed suicide, which made the Liao kingdom very fearful and did not dare to invade the country aggressively. Chu Yang had heard rumors about Xiao Feng's battle with Hong Qigong from the storyteller in the restaurant before, but in the end it was ignored because the Liao soldiers invaded the border to defend the city. Staying in the small county town, far away from the war, he didn't know that the world was difficult. Once he left the city, especially as he walked towards the border, Chu Yang saw many unspeakable miserable conditions. Although it's not to the extent of corpses being eaten in the wild, we have seen many horrifying scenes of headless corpses floating down the river. Huang Rong was so frightened that she didn't sleep well for several days and nights, and kept mumbling in nightmares. Nianci showed amazing maternal brilliance at this time. Not only did she not care about Huang Rong's previous rudeness to her, but she gently comforted Huang Rong to sleep every day. The friendship between the two was developing rapidly. Having seen the corpses soaking in the river, no one dared to take water in the wild unless it was spring water from the mountains. Chu Yang got a large water tank, used the traceless stretching spell to expand the space, and then used magic to fill it with clear water. However, in this way, the interior space, which was already full of supplies, became even more crowded. After realizing that the space was not enough, Chu Yang felt it necessary to improve the configuration of the interior of the carriage. More importantly, sleeping was inconvenient. Chu Yang was used to taking off all his clothes when sleeping. With a girl next to him, he could only sleep in his clothes. A month and a half later, the carriage arrived at the town at the foot of Zhongnan Mountain. The three of them found an inn in the town to rest, and Chu Yang began to tinker with the carriage in the backyard. After further expanding the space inside, he used the wood escape to separate several rooms and got some furniture, and now the carriage completely became a motorhome. After a night's rest, the three of them purchased supplies in the town, set off again, and entered Zhongnan Mountain at noon. No matter how strong the sunlight is, it will only leave mottled shadows when it shines into the mountains, adding a weird atmosphere to the mysterious mountains. Under normal circumstances, a carriage cannot go on mountain roads, but Chu Yang can't resist the magic, and cast a floating spell on the carriage. Between the mountains, two horses pulled a floating carriage as if walking on flat ground, coupled with Nianci's beautiful appearance in red clothes. It is easy to think of those popular ghost stories. Before they figured out the location of the Tomb of the Living Dead, Chu Yang and his team had already scared 6 or 7 Chuanjian Taoist priests who were collecting herbs in the mountains. Why don't we find a place to stop the carriage and walk instead? Nianci was worried about scaring people again, so she suggested cautiously, fearing that she would displease Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded. Anyway, he had to get off the carriage after finding a place, and the carriage could not enter the Tomb of the Living Dead. The three got off the carriage and walked for a while, and suddenly found that the atmosphere around them became gloomy and terrifying. The sun barely penetrated the deep mountains, and the surroundings were foggy. Xiao Chu, is this Tomb of the Dead that you are looking for dangerous? If there are any monsters, you have to protect me. Huang Rong nervously pulled Chu Yang's clothes, looking around, as if a terrifying existence would rush out of the woods at the next moment. Mu, a female hero who had been in the martial arts world for many years, could not help but follow Chu Yang in panic, with her front foot only a finger away from Chu Yang's back foot. The traffic police uncle would probably remind her to pay attention to the safe distance. Don't be so nervous, okay? You've made me nervous too. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and pressed on their foreheads, pushing them away unhappily. Your reaction is no different from setting a flag in a horror movie. Generally, this situation is the best time for ghosts to appear and scare the audience. As soon as the voice fell, a white shadow flew across the air. Then a white silk brushed across Huang Rong's face. Huang Rong was stunned, her cherry mouth twitched. Ghost. Chapter 98 The Purest Otsutsuki Bloodline. You are listening at NovelFull.audio. White shadows flashed in the fog, frightening Huang Rong and Nianci. The latter directly threw out the hidden dart weapon hidden in his waist. Boo-hoo-hoo. The hidden weapon did not hit the ghost. Sister Mu, that's a ghost. How could you hit it with ordinary weapons? Huang Rong hid behind Chu Yang and complained, at least you need to apply something like black dog blood. Shooting those 2 darts had used up all the courage Nianci had. She stood stiffly on the spot, not daring to look around. for fear that a scary face would appear in front of her in the next second. "Xiao Chu, hurry up and subdue the demons. Don't you see that Sister Mu is so scared?" Huang Rong was so anxious that she almost tore Chu Yang's sleeves. "Please open your eyes before you complain about others next time. I'm almost scared to death, and you still criticize others." Chu Yang dismissed the hand that was pulling his sleeve in disgust, and then unfolded his domineering look. The white shadow just now was very fast. It was understandable that Huang Rong and the others mistook it for a ghost. However, Chu Yang had already captured the figure of the other party and could confirm that it was a human. It didn't matter even if it was really a ghost. No matter what Chu Yang said, he still had the god of death. Identity, professional counterpart, Shen Wen's quickly captured the target, and the other party was turning back at an extremely fast speed. A white shadow flashed past, frightening Huang Rong and Mu Nianci to hug each other and tremble. Chu Yang was a little confused, but the other party didn't seem to have any ill intentions. It was clear that he could attack them just now, but he was just trying to scare them. Why? "It feels like they want to drive us out. Could it be?" Chu Yang's eyes flashed, and he guessed the identity of the white shadow. "I was originally thinking about how to find the tomb of the living dead in the mountains, but I didn't expect to find a clue by accident." When the white shadow flew over their heads for the third time, Chu Yang used Overlord color to knock him out. Buying groaned, and his head fell straight down from the air as if someone had punched him. It happened to fall in front of Mu Nianci and Huang Rong. "Oh!" The two of them were so frightened that they were stunned, and tears welled up in the corners of their eyes. "I said you weren't very courageous before. You've never believed in anything supernatural. Why are you so startled now?" Chu Yang looked at Huang Rong speechlessly and puzzled. When he first met her, she still looked like she had no inhibitions. "I didn't believe in this originally, but when I met you, I had to believe it even if I didn't believe it. The living example is right in front of me." Huang Rong explained aggrievedly. Chu Yang suddenly realized that in Huang Rong's view, since he knew magic, it was not unusual for there to be ghosts and gods in the world. "Miss Huang, this seems to be a person." Mu Nianci wiped his red and swollen eyes from crying. After looking carefully, he confirmed that the person in front of him was a girl in white. "She is not very old, even younger than Huang Rong." Huang Rong on the other side heard that it was a person. She frowned and walked to Mu Nianci. She looked down for a few times. After confirming that it was really a person, she suddenly raised her foot and was about to kick him. Mu Nianci grabbed her in panic. "What is Miss Huang doing? This little girl scared me so badly in the movie, I have to kick her to death today." Huang Rong was furious, grinning like she wanted to eat someone. "Don't hold me back, Sister Mu." Mu Nianci did not step aside, but looked back at Chu Yang helplessly. Chu Yang reached out and pressed Huang Rong's head, telling her to calm down. "Be patient for a while, we still have to rely on her help to find the tomb of the living dead." Huang Rong turned her head to the side angrily. Mu Nianci quickly asked, "Brother Chu, is this little girl the successor of the tomb sect you mentioned?" Chu Yang nodded. Huang Rong snorted coldly. "How does this prove that apart from wearing all white, she doesn't have any sect tokens on her body?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Except for the Taoist priests of the Chuanjian sect, there are no outsiders. Who else can be there except the ancient tomb sect, and she is also a girl." Huang Rong was noncommittal and silently took note of the girl's appearance. Chu Yang saw that the little girl still held a grudge, and he probably planned to come back for revenge in the future. Judging from her age, this girl is unlikely to be the little dragon girl. Xiao Longnu is only 3 or 4 years old at most now, and this girl looks to be only a few years younger than Huang Rong. The answer is already coming. Fairy Qi Lian, Li Macho. Seeing this pretty and cute girl in front of him, it was hard for Chu Yang to imagine that she would actually grow into a female devil in the future. "Miss Mu, please tie her hands and feet and wake her up." "Okay, Brother Chu." Mu Nianci followed Chu Yang's instructions and tied Li Macho's hands and feet, then gently pinched Li Macho. With a sob, Li Macho slowly woke up. The moment he saw Chu Yang, his whole body shuddered and he quickly woke up. How could I? Li Macho was talking in a panic, and the strange feeling just now was still fresh in her memory. She felt like she had been hit hard on the head. Chu Yang asked, I have something important to do and need to see the leader of the ancient tomb sect. Can Miss Lee take us to the tomb of the living dead? Lee Macho asked in shock, how do you know my name? And you also know about the ancient tomb sect and the tomb of the living dead? Chu Yang casually made nonsense, my family is a family friend of Master Chong Yang, the king of the Chuanjian sect, so I know something unknown. Huang Rong whispered in his ear, last time you told Uncle Yang that your family has an ancestral magic stick. Chu Yang replied, the Taoist priest is the magic stick. Isn't it normal that the magic stick and the magic stick are family friends? Huang Rong nodded and said, it makes sense. Li Macho heard her master talk about the old news between her ancestors Lin Chaoying and Wang Chongyang. She knew that the tomb of the living dead, where the ancient tomb sect now lives, was originally built by Wang Chongyang to hide from the world. Chu Yang claimed that he and Wang Chongyang had an old relationship and wanted to go to the tomb of the living dead. From Li Macho's point of view, it was difficult to determine the authenticity. The only thing that is certain is, the situation is stronger than the people now. Chu Yang is now willing to be polite before fighting. Li Macho understands that just because she has not explicitly rejected him, it does not mean that the other party will have the same attitude later. Li Macho thought about it and nodded in agreement to take Chu Yang and the others to the tomb of the living dead. They are not familiar with the road to the tomb of the living dead. If you find an opportunity to get rid of these people, I will report to Granny Sunday. The master has just passed away, and someone immediately found the tomb sect. They must have evil intentions. Li Macho, who was only a teenager, had all his thoughts written on his face, so how could he deceive the clever Huang Rong? Huang Rong sneered and followed Li Macho quietly, wanting to see what she was up to. When they walked into the dense forest, the fog became thicker and thicker. Li Macho took this opportunity to jump into the fog. Stinky girl, I already knew you were up to something. Huang Rong shouted loudly and was about to use Qinggong to catch up, but Chu Yang held her shoulder down. She turned back and looked at Chu Yang in confusion. We'll just follow her, and she will take us to the tomb sect. Mu Nianci asked in confusion, Brother Chu, it's such a thick fog and we're not familiar with the terrain. It's easy to lose track of us. Don't worry, I know where she is. Seeing and hearing the domineering force has locked onto Li Macho, Chu Yang is not afraid of losing him unless Li Macho can teleport. The scenery on both sides was retreating crazily, and Li Macho used all her strength to perform Qin Gong. After living in the ancient tomb for so many years, this was the first time she came into contact with outsiders. Grandma's son always described the people outside as very scary. When she saw them today, it was just as her mother-in-law said. She was just a little bit away from falling into the trap. In the opponent's hands. I don't know what evil skills that person used, but he made me lose consciousness in the blink of an eye. What if I am a lecher, then wouldn't I? Li Macho, who was running in the cold wind, became more and more frightened as she thought about it, and shivered several times. It has to be said that adolescent girls have rich association skills. In a short time, they imagined Chu Yang as evil. However, she was so busy imagining that she didn't realize that Chu Yang and the others were following her. The thick fog in the forest blocked Chu Yang's vision and also became his cover. After following the little girl around in the mountains, the surrounding greenery gradually faded. Chu Yang looked around and saw bare soil slopes everywhere, resembling mass graves. Among them is a tall tombstone that is very conspicuous. The tomb of the living dead, is it really a cemetery? I thought it was just a special name. The scary scenery around her made Huang Rong frown, and together with Mu Nianci, she leaned towards Chu Yang with different expressions. That tomb is the entrance to the tomb sect, let's go there. Chu Yang walked towards the tall tombstone, looked at it for a while, then stretched out his hand to press on the tombstone. The material was surprisingly hard. Huang Rong followed Chu Yang's example and put her hand on the tombstone, and exclaimed, it's so hard, it seems like it's not an ordinary stone. Mu Nianci asked, Brother Chu, you said this is the entrance, how do we get in? Should we greet the owner of this room? Chu Yang shook his head and laughed and said, I came here this time to get something at best, but to rob it at worst. If you were the master, would you invite me in? Mu Nianci's eyes widened and she was speechless for a long time. In her heart, Chu Yang was a god. A god wanted to take something from a mortal. How did she evaluate it? Huang Rong asked curiously, Xiao Chu, what do you want to get? Chu Yang then told them the reason. Wang Chongyang carved part of the 9E manual in the ancient tomb sect, and I would like to borrow it. 9E manual? Huang Rong and Mu Nianci exclaimed at the same time, and Huang Rong looked at Chu Yang with a complicated expression. No matter how powerful the 9E manual is, it is still a mortal martial arts. You know magic, why do you still want to read this book? I'm a very curious person. Chu Yang said perfunctorily that he could not say that he knew nothing about martial arts concepts and needed the Encyclopedia 9E manual for reference, otherwise, you may not be able to understand other martial arts. After explaining his reasons, Chu Yang was about to destroy the entrance when the tombstone in front of him suddenly vibrated. Chu Yang took a few steps back, the tombstone slowly turned, and a ghostly figure flew out from it. Where did this evil guest come from? He was so unreasonable. Not only did he insult my disciples of the ancient tomb sect, but he actually dared to come and pick a fight. The Black Shadow's movement was like lightning, and it rushed in front of Chu Yang in the blink of an eye. Huang Rong and Mu Nianci felt their eyes blurred, and they didn't even have time to say be careful. In order to defeat Wang Chongyang, Lin Chaoying chose to use swordsmanship in an eccentric way. Therefore, the ancient tomb sect's martial arts sought speed rather than strength. Lin Chaoying believed that as long as he could defeat Wang Chongyang, he would be considered a winner without being too ruthless. To put it bluntly, it's just that girls in the dating stage want to win over their boyfriends but are reluctant to be cruel. It is a pity that although Wang Chongyang knew Lin Chaoying's intentions at that time, he himself made the fight against Jin Liao his lifelong wish and failed to accept him. Simply being fast poses a detrimental threat to Chu Yang, because he can predict the enemy's attacks by seeing, hearing, and coloring. The moment the black shadow rushed towards him, Chu Yang had already kicked him out. Almost as soon as he finished speaking his lines, the man's face hit Chu Yang's feet. He screamed ah and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. Only then did Huang Rong and Mu Nianci see clearly who was attacking Chu Yang, a mother-in-law in her 50s or 60s. Oops. Mother-in-law, are you okay? Mu Nianci covered her mouth and shouted, then quickly stepped forward to help the old woman. Chu Yang was also a little embarrassed. As he walked away, he scratched his head and said, "Old man, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me." The footprints on the old woman's face were so clear that at first glance she thought they were tattoos. This well-placed kick not only interrupted the old man's attack, but also successfully caused the other party to dodge. When Mu Nianci went up to help her, it was as if she was wearing a mask of pain on her face. Ouch, it hurts. The old man's screams made Chu Yang feel even more ashamed. He was a good young man born under the red flag. When had he ever done this kind of bullying to an old man? Xiao Huang. Show it to the old man quickly. Why are you looking around? Chu Yang turned his head and winked at Huang Rong, who was staring at the tombstone in a daze. Xiao Chu, there seems to be a child there. Huang Rong pointed to the hole behind the tombstone. There was a pink and tender little girl hiding there, peeking out quietly. So cute, like a rag doll. Huang Rong's eyes were overflowing with love, as if she had seen her beloved toy and rushed over to it. Longer, hide quickly. The old woman's face changed and she shouted anxiously. The little girl seemed frightened, turned around and ran away, disappearing into the dark entrance. Huang Rong was a little scared and stopped by the tombstone. Old man, don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions towards the ancient tomb sect, and I will not harm you. I just want to see what Patriarch Wang Chongyang left inside. I will leave after reading it and will not stay. Chu Yang tried his best to smile kindly. I have lived there for more than 10 years, and I have never heard of anything left by Wang Chongyang. There is no way I can deceive me. The old woman gasped in pain because of the herniated disc in her waist, and she still stared at Chu Yang fiercely. Chu Yang curled his lips and said, I can tell you exactly what happened to the couple. You are not a dowry maid. The old woman stared angrily. Mother-in-law, calm down first, and I'll massage your waist. Mu Nianci put his hands on the old woman's waist. The latter shuddered at first, and then her expression softened a lot. I think Mu Nianci's massage was effective. She followed Yang Tiexian around the world all year round. She took care of almost all the bruises and injuries Yang Tiexian suffered, and over time she developed her skills. When Huang Rong saw this, she also stepped forward to help the old woman treat her back injury. Her father was Huang Yaoshi, a well-known all-rounder with extraordinary medical skills. He had been exposed to it since he was a child and had learned a lot. The gentle offensive of the two girls soon captured the old woman. Her attitude was much better than before. After hesitating for a while, she announced her home. She is Grandma Sunday. Grandma's son was not Lin Qiaoying's disciple, but someone she had rescued by chance. She was able to join the Ancient Tomb sect after begging hard, and she was nominally the steward of the Ancient Tomb sect. Lin Qiaoying's personal disciple is her personal maid, who is also the master of Xiaolongnu and Li Macho. This person passed away not long ago, which is why Grandma's son and Li Macho are so sensitive. Huang Rong was very good at making the elderly happy, and it didn't take long for her to learn from Granny's son that the Tomb sect was currently in decline. In fact, it's not a big deal, like the Tomb sect, which is so indifferent to the world. Even if it is not accepted in a youth, the next generation of disciples will grow up after waiting for 10 or 20 years. For example, Li Macho became the most talked about Scarlet Fairy in the world in about 10 years. Grandma's son's current situation is similar to Li Macho's before. Chu Yang's kick just now had already let the old man know who had the harder fist, and her friendly attitude was partly due to her being a donkey. Several people walked down the long stone path. The dark and damp environment gave off a strong sense of déjà vu from a horror movie. Grandma's son felt the two hands holding her arms getting harder and harder, so she smiled happily and said, "Little girls, don't be afraid, it's just a dark spot on this section of the road, and you'll be fine if you go further down." As Grandma's son said, after passing through the narrow stone path, the space in front suddenly opened up. It was here that Wang Chongyang opened a stone room for retreat. Granny's son proudly introduced the Tomb sect to the two little girls. I originally thought they would be amazed by the uncanny craftsmanship of the ancient Tomb sect, but they didn't expect Huang Rong and Mu Nianci to be very calm, even a little bored. Grandma's son was stunned. She didn't know that Huang Rong and Mu Nianci had already seen something even more powerful. Compared with Chu Yang's wonderful method of creating new mysteries in a small space, carving out a stone room in the mountain is really not a miracle. Grandma's son turned around in embarrassment, coughed dryly and said, "Ahem, little brother, this is the ancient Tomb sect. What are the things Wang Chongyang left behind? I have been here for many years, and I really haven't heard the ancestor talked about it." Chu Yang did not answer directly, but asked, "Which tomb is the tomb where my mother-in-law enshrines Patriarch Lin Qiaoying?" Granny's son replied with some embarrassment, "That is the important place of our sect, and outsiders are not allowed to enter." The atmosphere suddenly stiffened. Huang Rong saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to hold Granny's son's hand and said coquettishly, "Granny, we are not here to make trouble. The reason we want to enter the tomb of our ancestor Lin Qiaoying is because we admire a wonderful woman like her and want to pay tribute to her." Xiao Chu said that the martial arts talent of the ancestor Lin Qiaoying is far superior to Wang Chongyang, but she is trapped by love, so she is willing to fall behind. If it is true, she is the real number one in the world. Huang Rong, who is eloquent, flattered Granny's son with rainbow farts. Not to mention her, even if Lin Qiaoying was resurrected, she would probably not be able to resist. Chu Yang rolled his eyes when he heard it. He had never said such words to Huang Rong, but he also felt that Lin Qiaoying's talent was higher than Wang Chongyang. The Jade Girl Heart Sutra broke all the Chuanjian sect's martial arts. Wang Chongyang was unable to reversely crack the moves in the Jade Girl Heart Sutra and was forced to give up. Later, he won the 9-yin manual in the Huashan sword contest. He learned from the martial arts secrets in it and came up with a way to crack it and win back a victory. My little brother's family is a family friend of Wang Chongyang. You can say such pertinent remarks, which makes me look at you with new eyes. Well, in this case, I will take you to pay homage to the ancestor Lin Qiaoying. At this time, Xiaolongnu and Li Macho had not grown up yet and could not be called the leaders of the Tomb sect. It was not an overstepping of power for Grandma's son, the housekeeper, to make a decision on their behalf. Afterwards, Grandma's son took the three people to Lin Chaoying's tomb, which was also the tomb of the leaders of the Tomb sect in all generations. Li Macho's master had just been buried. 100 years later, Xiaolongnu would also be buried here. After walking for a while, Chu Yang, who was walking at the end of the team, suddenly heard a noise behind him, and the sound of a sharp sword cutting through the air reached his ears. "Thief, look at the sword." "Miss, stop," two voices rang out one after another. Chu Yang used his armament haki to block the sudden attack from behind, but when the tip of the sword pierced his back, he suddenly felt a slight sting. Although it was very slight and negligible, it showed that the internal force carried by the tip of the sword broke through the defense of armament haki. Chu Yang was a little surprised. Unfortunately, Li Macho's internal force was too weak, and the long sword in her hand shattered, and she was also thrown out. Granny's son's face changed. Although Li Macho was young, her internal force was already at the mainstream level. The little brother surnamed Chu actually bounced her away with just hard work. His horizontal training attainments were really amazing. Li Macho fell to the ground, with stars in her eyes, and she couldn't speak in pain. "Senior sister," in the distance, the delicate little kid ran towards Li Macho in a hurry, but her walking was not very stable, and her running was like a drunk boxing, staggering. As expected, she fell hard and sat on the ground crying. Granny's son came forward to help Li Macho up, then held the little girl in her arms, whispered a few words of comfort, turned to Li Macho and said, "Miss Macho, Mr. Chu and the others have no ill intentions, they just want to pay tribute to the ancestor Lin Chaoying, please don't be rude again." Li Macho looked at Chu Yang angrily. It was all because of this man that she fell twice today and was almost broken. "Granny, they are obviously bad guys." "Shut up." Granny's son spoke to Li Macho in a harsh voice for the first time, scaring the latter so much that she stopped talking. Old friends or bad guys, the most important thing for Granny's son now is that both sides are at peace. As for what Chu Yang and the others are going to take away, she no longer wants to ask. If she insists on pursuing it, maybe today will be the day when the Tomb sect will be destroyed. If there is really a mistake, how can she explain to the ancestor Lin Chaoying in the afterlife? Rong saw that the atmosphere was getting awkward again, and immediately turned into an icebreaker. She walked to Grandma's son and teased the little girl. Before long, the crying little girl was amused by her and laughed non-stop. "Grandma, what's the name of this little cutie?" "Her name is Longer, an orphan adopted by the head." "Longer? What a nice name." "Longer, don't be afraid. Brother and sister are not bad people. Don't worry." Longer lay in Grandma's son's arms, staring at Rong with round eyes, and then turned his eyes to Chu Yang. It was indeed Xiao Long. Nianci also followed up to tease Xiao Long. "Ha ha ha, it's itchy, sister, don't." Nianci did not choose to show mercy, and kept tickling the other's ticklish flesh. Chu Yang took a few deep breaths. "Although I am not a lowly control, this is indeed a bit uncontrollable." Comrade Chu Yang fell after all, and his feet walked forward uncontrollably. The next moment, a figure blocked his way. Li Macho snorted angrily. "You are not allowed to touch." After pushing the childish Li Macho aside, Granny's son led Chu Yang and the others into Lin Chaoying's tomb. When they pushed open the stone door, a picture scroll as tall as a person came into view. The picture scroll showed a beautiful woman, with heroic spirit between her eyebrows and eyes, and a bright look, which perfectly fits the term female knight. "This is the ancestor Lin Chaoying. If you want to worship, please follow me." As she spoke, Granny's son walked behind the picture scroll, took out a few incense sticks, handed them to Chu Yang, Rong, and Nianci, and then lit them one by one. Chu Yang really admired this extraordinary woman, so he bowed and then inserted the incense into the incense burner on the altar. Rong and Nianci did the same thing. Granny's son asked with a smile, "We have looked and worshipped, and have seen all of this tomb school. Have you seen any of the relics left by Wang Chongyang?" Chu Yang pointed to the top of the tomb. Grandma's son looked up at the position pointed by Chu Yang, and was stunned. The top of the tomb was full of words. Grandma's son read it carefully and discovered that it was the full text of the Jade Girl's Heart Sutra, the secret of their ancient tomb sect. Huang, Rong and Nianci only glanced at it before they heard Chu Yang reminding in their ears, "This is the secret skill of the ancient tomb sect. It's better that we don't look at it more." The two girls understood the seriousness and quickly looked away. "The things we need are in the tomb next door, so we can't leave too much." Chu Yang turned around and left, but heard Granny's son asking from behind. "May I ask Mr. Chu, what is written in the tomb next to it?" Chu Yang explained. In the past, Patriarch Lin Chaoying used the martial arts in the Jade Girl Heart Sutra to defeat the Chuanjian sect's martial arts and engraved them in the tomb. Patriarch Wang Chongyang was helpless. Many years later during the Huashan sword discussion, he obtained the 9E manual and learned from the martial arts secrets in the scripture. Only then did he come up with a way to restrain the Jade Girl's Heart Sutra. Together with the 9E manual, he engraved it in another tomb. Grandma's son snorted coldly, "Shameless." Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. Without making any further comments, he pushed open the door of another tomb and looked up to see the 9E Sutra carved on the stone wall above. He read 10 lines at a glance and quickly memorized the entire text. It's just that he is not familiar with the martial arts concepts and needs some time to learn. Granny's son followed closely behind, watching Chu Yang silently reciting the 9E Sutra with a complicated expression. Today, she would not let the other person walk out of this ancient tomb. Even Huang, Rong and Nianci, treasures like the 9E manual are enough to drive anyone in the world crazy. If the news leaks out, many martial arts masters may flock to the tomb of the living dead to snatch the treasure. This is undoubtedly a disaster for them. Grandma's son, please rest assured that what happened today will never reach the ears of a third person. After silently reciting the 9E scriptures, Chu Yang took the lead in dispelling Granny's son's doubts. "Thank you, Mr. Chu." Grandma's son breathed a sigh of relief. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, and Chu Yang is ready to say goodbye and leave. Before leaving, Grandma's son gave several jars of honey. Chu Yang revealed the secret of the tomb and left a 9E manual to the ancient tomb sect, as well as a few jars of honey, which was not too heavy a thought. The ancient tomb sect has nothing to do with the world and cannot produce treasures worth as much as the 9E manual. Grandma's son sent Chu Yang and others outside the ancient tomb, and the little dragon girl in her arms began to cry. After spending most of the day together, she had become familiar with the two sisters, and now she was somewhat reluctant to let them go. Li Macho stared at Chu Yang the whole time, her anger still lingering, so she could only say a harsh word that was not harsh. "When I become a master of martial arts, I will avenge today's shame." As soon as she finished speaking, Granny's son was slapped on the back of her head. The slap made her run away with her head in her arms, and her harsh words turned into screams. "Ouch! Ouch! Mother-in-law, don't hit me. I know I was wrong." Li Macho begged for mercy with tears in her eyes. Amid her screams, everyone left Zhongnan Mountain and headed for the border of the northern Song Dynasty, Naruto world. Konoha village, underground in the Death Forest, Chu Yang's secret research room is working in an orderly manner. The task of extracting Otsutsuki's bloodline has reached the final step. A 10-meter-high bloodline factor analyzer stands in the center of the research room, constantly vibrating and buzzing. Many shadow clones watch the machine nervously. Drop, drop, drop. The green indicator light on the instrument lights up, indicating that the extraction and synthesis of bloodline factors has been completed. Chu Yang took a deep breath and walked forward, taking out a crystal-clear test tube from the instrument. The thing inside is between liquid and gas. It is a crystal atomized body, dreamlike and very dazzling. This is the blood factor of the Otsutsuki clan. It finally worked. The shadow clones were all cheering. The only person who could understand Chu Yang's hard work during this period was himself. After a while, Chu Yang lay down in the biological warehouse that had been prepared and ordered the clones to complete the subsequent transplantation surgery. The test tube containing the bloodline factor was placed into the groove on the top of the biological chamber. As the indicator light came on, the bloodline factor inside quickly dissipated and was injected into Chu Yang's body. the inside and outside of the biological warehouse were surrounded by a large amount of crystal-like gas. The shadow clones outside seemed to be under inexplicable attacks and disappeared one after another. The research room became very empty, and the silence was a bit eerie. At the same time, the biological warehouse sounded a rapid alarm, and the red indicator light flashed crazily. The diffuse mist also turned into blood-like red. The alarm rang for an unknown amount of time before it suddenly stopped. The red mist seemed to be sucked away by a strong suction force and rolled back into the biological chamber. When the vision gradually became clearer, Chu Yang's figure quietly emerged. His appearance had changed a lot, as if he had grown from a boy of 15 or 16 to a young man of 27 or 80-year-old overnight. Black hair also turned white, his body became stronger, and there was a terrifying sense of oppression. The next moment, Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils were no longer black, but snow-white, with a faint golden color in the deepest part. Subsequently, the pupils changed again, showing circles of spiral patterns, with magatama-shaped black spots appearing and disappearing around them. Are my eyes the samsara eye or the reincarnation eye? Or both? Chu Yang was very curious. He could feel that his eyes had very powerful power, especially in the realm of time and space. With the help of bloodline factor technology, Chu Yang can be said to be the member of the Otsutsuki clan with the highest bloodline concentration, and may even exceed Kagaya Otsutsuki. It is unknown what changes will occur in his bloodline limit. No wonder so many people are obsessed with the pleasure brought by power. This feeling of having everything in hand is really wonderful. Chu Yang smiled slightly, then clenched his fists and instantly turned on the sage mode. A golden feather woven with chakra appeared on his body, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Because the fusion effect of the bloodline factor was better than Chu Yang imagined, the six-path sage mode he mastered at this moment was also more powerful than expected. Now I may be able to compete with the six-path sage himself. Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction, then released the sage mode and walked into another room, which was also full of instruments. In the center were 9 huge glass jars, which contained part of the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, and there was a sealing array at the bottom of the jars. This is the cultivation room of the 10 tails. The 10 tails is the incarnation of the sacred tree. If Chu Yang wants to obtain the fruit of the sacred tree, he must revive the 10 tails. He cannot learn from Kagaya Otsutsuki to use the planet under his feet as nutrients. He has no intention of becoming a public enemy of the world, especially standing on the opposite side of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Chu Yang summoned the shadow clone and continued his previous work. The laboratory was busy again. This morning, this city found that there were ghost-level monsters in the vicinity. Please leave as soon as possible and go to other cities for refuge. Chu Yang, who was about to go out to work, turned back and stared at the news on TV, stunned. Since coming to this world, Chu Yang has spent almost every day in fear. The terrorist attacks of monsters have never stopped. Today, a block is destroyed, and tomorrow a bunch of civilians are killed. The number of deaths reported on TV news every day often stimulates Chu Yang's nerves, reminding him that he may become the next victim. The most serious despair was one morning when Chu Yang heard the news that a colleague died in the company because of a monster attack. That was a girl with a beautiful smile. They had been drinking together the night before. The girl was gentle and kind, and often encouraged Chu Yang, who was negative inside, to face the world positively. He even imagined what it would be like if they were in love in the future. As a result, the unfortunate news almost broke Chu Yang's last psychological defense. If only he and the girl had encountered the monster together at that time, and left this disgusting world together. Such thoughts were deeply engraved in Chu Yang's mind. Traveling to such a world made Chu Yang feel helpless and exhausted from the bottom of his heart. I can't do anything, so what's the point of living in this world? Chu Yang put down his briefcase and also gave up the idea of escaping with the crowd. He took a last look at the TV, and after confirming the location of the ghost-level monster, he left the apartment alone. Rather than living in fear like this, it is better to bravely choose how to die. On the street, people brought their families with them. Those with cars drove, and those without cars walked. Countless people were trying to get away from the location where the monster appeared. Chu Yang was like a reef, swimming against the current in the crowd. A kind passerby thought he was scared, so he pulled his arm and said, "Little brother, you are going in the wrong direction. There are ghost-level monsters over there." Chu Yang pushed the passerby's hand away, nodded to express his gratitude, and then disappeared into the crowd again. Looking at Chu Yang's departing back, the passerby seemed to understand something, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. In this way, there were fewer and fewer people around Chu Yang. When he walked to the park that was once the busiest, there was no one around him. It was quiet all around, as if the city had died. Woo, woo. Mom! There was a cry in front of him. After Chu Yang looked carefully, he found a little boy standing at the entrance of the park, and next to the boy, his mother was slumped on the ground. The woman covered her calf in pain, which was bruised and purple, as if it was broken when she was fleeing, so she lost her ability to move. As the crowd walked farther and farther away, the boy's mother showed a look of despair on her face. Chu Yang stopped and was stunned. Should I go find that ghost-level monster, or help the mother and son? Leave. Even if I help, they can't go far. In the end, they will still be caught up and killed by the ghost-level monster. There is no point. Thinking of this, Chu Yang stepped forward and walked around the little boy and his mother expressionlessly. Big brother, don't go over there. There are monsters over there. You will die. That the little boy saw Chu Yang and hurriedly ran up to grab his trouser legs. He cried so hard that he couldn't speak clearly. You didn't come to ask me for help? Chu Yang was a little surprised. Mom said you can't help us alone. I can't drag you down. Let me tell you to leave quickly. That the little boy gritted his teeth and tried to make himself cry softly. His mother also told him to leave quickly, but he didn't want to leave at all. The little boy subconsciously pulled Chu Yang's trouser legs tightly, and the latter also realized that the other party actually wanted to ask for help from him. In the end, the little boy let go and watched Chu Yang leave silently. Just when Chu Yang was about to disappear from the boy's sight, he suddenly stopped, turned around and walked back. Without saying a word, he carried the woman on his back. Hurry up, the weirdo is coming. Hearing Chu Yang's reminder, the little boy nodded ecstatically, and his mother lay on Chu Yang's back and thanked him. Chu Yang didn't respond. Mao ran forward with all his strength, using up all his strength in his life. Pity, he's just an ordinary person. Not long after running, he was out of breath from exhaustion, and his speed became slower and slower. They met the ghost-level monster at a crossroads. Facing death, Chu Yang was calmer than he thought, but the woman on his back was already trembling violently. The sound of teeth clashing fiercely reached Chu Yang's ears. The little boy was at a loss and looked confused. In front of him was a strange man with black carapace all over his body, a bit like a moth. He looked at Chu Yang with a joking look and said, "Actually, I have been following you all the time. I just wanted to see you struggling to survive. I asked you to help me. Phoo, it's very interesting. I'd like to watch it again if I have the chance." Chu Yang put down the woman and warned, "I know you are in so much pain that you can't move, but if you want your child to live, you have to move even if you can't move." After that, Chu Yang walked towards the weird moth man alone. The woman understood that Chu Yang planned to use her life to buy time for them, so she cried and picked up the child and ran to the other side of the street. The moth monster watched with interest, but did not stop him. Instead, he pretended to be curious and asked, "What's the point of doing this? Do you really think you can stop me?" Chu Yang took off his loose tie and tied it on his hands, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Chu Yang then replied, "I said it was meaningless from the beginning, but before I died, I want to ask you a question." "Ask." The weird moth grinned. It had not met such an interesting human being for a long time. "Did you meet a girl around here 2 months ago?" "Girl? Oh. I remembered that there was indeed a girl. I was in a good mood that day and went out for a walk. I felt like I bumped into something on the way, and it turned out that it was a person." The moth monster laughed hysterically. "She was too weak, like an ant. I didn't notice her at all. She was just passing by, but I bumped her slightly and she died, ha ha ha." "Yeah, I got it." Chu Yang threw the last cigarette but at his feet, stamped it out, and rushed towards the moth monster. The moth monster scratched his head and swept Chu Yang away with a gentle wave of his hand. Chu Yang was like a doll, and he fell hard against the car on the roadside. The door of the car was dented by him, and the glass shattered on the ground. Ha ha ha, you don't really think of yourself as a hero, do you? Then, Mr. Hero, I want to go find the mother and son, so I'll leave first. You can just wait here to die. Listening to the moth monster's taunting words, Chu Yang kept vomiting blood, and the world in his eyes gradually dimmed. I don't know how long it took, he heard someone calling him. Hey, newlywed, are you still sleeping here? Get up and have a meeting. Chapter 99 The Giants Are Coming. From my Konoha village. You are listening at NovelFull.audio. Soul Palace, the Chu Yangs from various worlds gathered again to share their experiences during this period. The latest Chu Yang to join this group came from the world of One Punch Man. Jujitsu Chu Yang patted One Punch Chu Yang on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Is it hard for office workers?" One Punch Chu Yang nodded. The two who had been office workers in their respective worlds could not help but sympathize with each other. Naruto Chu Yang successfully completed the extraction of the bloodline factor of the Otsutsuki clan and evolved the Sage mode into the Six-Path Sage mode. The one who benefited the most was the death god Chu Yang. I feel that my Zanpakuto is about to be born. It is the power of yin-yang release that has prompted them to complete the transformation in advance. Death god Chu Yang said so. They too Zanpakuto. This is rare in the world of death gods. Magic Chu Yang said in surprise. Among the death god captains, only two are known to have dual swords, and they are the two most proud disciples of the General Captain Yamamoto, Kairaku Shunsui and Yukitake Jushiro. Kairaku Shunsui is also the future captain of the Godai 13. I am looking forward to the day when my Zanpakuto is formed. What do you think the Zanpakuto that matches our soul characteristics will look like? Demon Slayer Chu Yang looked around excitedly and asked his companions what they thought. There were only two things left in his world, sword skills and breathing methods, so he attached great importance to the birth of Zanpakuto. Ordinary swords cannot carry the full power of the source of breathing. Even the wooden sword made by Chu Yang using would escape the power of the first form, sun and moon rotation, used by Marvel Chu Yang in the battle against the Destroyer, and the second form, sun and moon simultaneous light, used by Jujitsu Chu Yang to kill thousands of cursed spirits, were discounted. Perhaps only Zanpakuto can display the sword skills of the source of breathing with 100% power. Everyone discussed it at once, but could not come up with a unified answer. Amid the noise, Demon Slayer Chu Yang walked to the side of martial arts Chu Yang and said, "Can you collect some sword techniques on the way to Mongolia? The sword techniques in the pirate world and Demon Slayer world are too crude. Creating two sword techniques is already the limit." Martial arts Chu Yang nodded, indicating that he understood. Although the martial arts world is lower than most worlds in terms of power level, it is at a crushing level in terms of profound concepts such as law and Tao. If the source of breathing wants to continue to move forward, it must absorb these profound martial arts concepts. The breathing method itself is derived from the art of breathing. After many days, Marvel Chu Yang learned a lot of magic in Asgard. After this sharing, Magic Chu Yang gained a lot of inspiration, and his wandless casting ability has reached a new level. It is effortless for him to cast the 3 unforgivable curses. When Marvel Chu Yang returns to Earth, he can use the Soul Reaper curse to reversely infiltrate the Hydra organization and get 2 of the Infinity Stones. After a while, the fog appeared and brought everyone back to their own world. One Punch Man world. The moth monster walked straight past the fallen Chu Yang, and slowly walked towards the place where the mother and son fled. For it, the human whose life had come to an end was no longer fun to tease. Ha ha ha, these days, everyone wants to be a hero. It's really annoying. It's all because of that strange organization called the Hero Association. The moth monster thought of the Hero Association that was established not long ago, and his expression was very disdainful. So far, none of the guys who claimed to be heroes it met could survive its attack. Many of them were frightened and their performance was not as good as that of the man just now. What should I do when I find the mother and son later? The mother seems to be injured, otherwise I will keep forcing her to run away. As long as she stops, I will kill her son. Ha ha ha, her expression will definitely be very interesting. The moth monster laughed, and thinking of the young man who was overconfident just now, it subconsciously looked back. As a result, it was this glance that made it stop and stare blankly. The young man who was supposed to be dead stood up from the pool of blood, patting the dust off his body, and the hideous wounds on the surface of his skin were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Is this guy really not an ordinary person? That the moth monster had a bad premonition, but still laughed. Hey, you are quite durable, are you really a hero? However, I have killed many heroes like you, nothing special. No matter what it said, the young man in front of him didn't seem to take it to heart, but focused on doing some common warm-up exercises, as if he was adapting to his body. The exaggerated physical ability made Chu Yang, who was still an ordinary person a second ago, not easy to adapt. I'm talking to you, do you hear me? You damn guy. That the moth monster was angry. It was used to hearing the fearful roars of humans, and it couldn't stand someone standing in front of it so calmly. It was a great humiliation to its self-esteem. I heard a strange sound from just now. I thought it was a mosquito calling, but I didn't expect it to be you. Chu Yang glanced at it lazily. Mosquitoes? What I hate most in my life is mosquitoes. The moth monster was completely furious, and Chu Yang's words hit its weak spot. The wings behind it spread out, and after a flutter, the figure of the moth monster suddenly disappeared from the spot. As a ghost-level monster with flying ability, his speed is even faster than some dragon-level monsters. The moth monster opened its mouth in a rapid state, revealing its sharp fangs, aiming at Chu Yang's weak neck. The moment when the fangs were about to touch Chu Yang's skin, they were clamped by two slender fingers, and the terrifying impact force also erupted at this moment. It's just a moth, but its teeth are pretty good. Chu Yang broke the teeth of the moth monster with force, and then punched it in the face, and the explosive force directly blew it away. More than 10 cars and a house were knocked down, and dust filled the sky. Compared with the impact of Chu Yang being thrown out before, it was simply a small matter. The moth monster crawled out of the ruins, most of the wings behind it were damaged, and the steel-like shell on its body was pitted and covered in blood. At this time, the look in its eyes when it looked at Chu Yang was only fear and deep fear. I am not a monster with strength as its specialty. There is nothing to be proud of in beating me in this regard. The moth monster sneered. Human, you will pay the price for angering me. After that, the moth monster flew directly into the sky. The reason why it was rated as a ghost-level monster is that it can spread poison scale powder through the vibration of its wings. This poison scale powder is very toxic and has a strong spread force. It can poison people in the entire city in an instant. Idiot. You and those ordinary people will be poisoned to death together. That the moth monster laughed wildly and sprinkled the poison powder on the ground. A moth is a moth, and there is nothing new in its attack method. Chu Yang sneered and summoned a shadow clone, occupying a high point in the city, and then simultaneously formed a seal and performed ninjutsu. Fire escape, great fire extinction. Several waves of fire gathered together to form a terrifying sea of fire, rolling up into the sky, and the poison powder was instantly turned into ashes under the scouring of the sea of fire. The moth monster showed horror on his face and flapped his wings with all his strength, but still could not escape the engulfment of the sea of fire. Ah! Amid the shrill screams, the moth monster's whole body was ablaze with hot flames, and the poison powder on his body became an excellent fuel, and the fire burned more and more vigorously until it could not make any sound at all. In a corner of the city, a mother and son who were fleeing stopped and stared at the scene blankly. Mom, that big brother is a hero, right? He saved us. Yes, child, he is. Emergency report. Emergency report. The danger in D City has been lifted. The ghost-level monsters wandering in the city have been eliminated. Residents of D City can return to the city and resume normal life. The emergency news on TV appeared again. The person in the picture was still the news anchor who notified everyone to leave in the morning, but the content was different. He excitedly told the people the good news, and there was some fear in his words. The emergency broadcast was clearly spread to every corner of the city through the radio, and the fleeing crowd stopped on the road and listened quietly. Many people smiled with relief after surviving the disaster. Some people collapsed and squatted on the ground crying. Are their heroes coming so soon? Those guys are usually so slow, I didn't expect them to come so timely this time. How can you talk like that? They protected us. Huh. I remember they all get paid by the Hero Association, right? Everyone works for money, what do you mean by protection or not? Even if that's the case, you don't have to say that, right? A big quarrel broke out in the crowd. Some people were grateful for being protected, while others took it for granted. The content of the quarrel was well received. In fact, every time a city was attacked by a monster, similar voices could be heard more or less afterwards. If Chu Yang was here, he would probably laugh it off. What he wanted to protect was never these people, but the kindness left in his heart by the deceased girl. The ghost-level monsters were quickly eliminated, causing many A-level heroes who intended to rush to D City to return empty-handed, which also attracted the attention of the A City Hero Association headquarters. After confirming that it was not the work of the registered heroes, the Hero Association immediately sent people to D City to investigate the battle between Chu Yang and the Moth Monster did not affect the nearby infrastructure. They easily obtained the surveillance video of the road and saw the whole process of the battle. About 2 days later, someone knocked on the door of Chu Yang's house. Chu Yang opened the door and saw a middle-aged man in a suit standing outside. "Hello, Mr. Chu Yang, my name is Foster, from the Hero Association." The man named Foster introduced himself politely and looked at Chu Yang at the same time. Chu Yang's image was more ordinary than he imagined. It seemed like a young man next door who had just entered society. "You are quite fast. Of course, it is no small matter for a demon-level monster to be eliminated. But it is only a demon-level monster. Haha, Mr. Chu Yang is too modest. I have seen your battle. The enemy had no power to fight back, and you won it neatly." Chu Yang laughed and said, "Then you must not have watched the first half." "I was beaten badly." Foster replied solemnly, "That just proves your potential. It is very rare for a genius like you who has just awakened his ability to defeat a demon-level monster." Chu Yang nodded without comment, and then invited Foster to enter the house. The two sat on the sofa and chatted for a while. Foster explained his purpose. He came to invite Chu Yang to join the Hero Association. "If I join the association, do I need to start as a C-level hero? How is it possible, Mr. Chu Yang? You have eliminated the ghost-level monsters alone. The association is going to rate you as A-level, but the ranking will be lower." Chu Yang thought about it for a while and was about to agree, but before that, he made a request. "I don't want to leave D City in a short time. You have to give me a task, preferably around D City, otherwise I may not be able to execute it. One day in the future, the Giant Brotherhood will pass by here and destroy the city. If Chu Yang can't stop this, then everything he did today will be meaningless, and next to D City is Z City, which is where Teacher Saitama is. Chu Yang will contact the other party sooner or later. The biggest attraction of this world to him is to figure out how to break his own limiter." Hearing Chu Yang's request, Foster scratched his head awkwardly. He was a little embarrassed. According to the regulations, heroes below S level must unconditionally obey the association's allocation. Chu Yang is only A level, or at the bottom level. It is difficult for him to agree to the other party, but Chu Yang's potential is extraordinary, which makes Foster not want to give up on him easily. "Mr. Chu Yang, please wait a moment. I need to ask the headquarters for their opinion." Foster stood up, smiled awkwardly, took out his phone and walked to the balcony. Chu Yang nodded, motioning him to go ahead. After a while, Foster, who was on the phone, came back and said with regret, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu Yang, the headquarters did not agree to your request. In fact, we originally wanted to invite you to the headquarters of the Hero Association. There are many big shots there who need private bodyguards, and the remuneration given is very generous." Chu Yang waved his hand to interrupt Foster's words. "Let's stop here, Mr. Foster, I'm sorry." Foster was about to say something, and finally sighed helplessly, got up and left. He really felt it was a pity. This young man always gave him a sense of security as stable as Mount Tai, which was stronger than those S-level heroes he had seen before. Chu Yang didn't think it was a pity that they failed to reach an agreement. Anyway, his original intention of joining the Hero Association was just to have another opportunity to contact Saitama. whether it was money or reputation, these were not what Chu Yang wanted to pursue. Breaking the limiter was the only goal. Night, the whole city became extremely quiet, like a giant sleeping quietly. Chu Yang's figure appeared around the city. He was setting up a barrier, trying to cover the entire city of D. The barrier can be activated at the moment when the city is hit by a devastating blow, resisting most of the damage. In this way, the damage to the city caused by the aftermath of the battle between Chu Yang and the giant Maljerry can be minimized. Half a month later, giant Maljerry appeared in City D. The towering huge body is extremely oppressive, and the chest and above are completely covered by clouds. When it is stepped on, a terrifying air wave will be set off around it. The Hero Association rated it as a demon-level monster, which is very stupid. Its true strength is undoubtedly above the demon level, but Saitama is too strong and kills it with one punch, which makes Maljerry look like a weak chicken. Under the emergency notice, people began to flee the city in a panic. Many people saw Maljerry's huge body and were so scared that they couldn't walk. Maljerry waved his hand, and the terrifying wind pressure directly destroyed a forest around the city. Many people saw this scene through the TV news broadcast. How can we escape the attack of such a behemoth? The citizens stared blankly. Despair was gradually spreading. You will die if you escape like this. Didn't you see it? The giant just clapped his hands, and the whole forest disappeared. Instead of desperately squeezing out, it is better to stay and wait for death. Some people in the crowd shouted hysterically, as if they had collapsed. Where are the heroes? Where are they? Please save me, I will never say bad things about you again. Some people were angry, some begged, some were sad, and some laughed wildly. Between life and death, all kinds of sentient beings emerged one by one. Chu Yang, standing on the top of the tall building, watched this scene silently. The giant slowly walked towards this side. Its target was not actually D City, it was just passing by, but this city was blocking its way forward and was very annoying. Maljerry raised his arms high, his expression indifferent, as if he was the demon god who was responsible for judging the sins of all living beings at the moment of doomsday. He waved his arms vigorously, and the wind pressure caused by the terrifying force even caused the surrounding space to begin to distort. The strong wind did not destroy the city as Maljerry imagined. Instead, it was resisted by an inexplicable force the moment it approached the city. 4 purple barriers lit up around City D, then the barriers closed and protected it firmly. 4 purple flame formations. The citizens looked up blankly, and then they found that there were solid barriers formed by purple flames all around. What is this? The scientist Fako, who was standing on Maljerry's shoulder, pushed his glasses. Maljerry and Fako are brothers. It was because his younger brother Maljerry drank the ultimate steroid preparation made by his brother Fako that he became a super giant. As he became bigger and stronger, his intelligence also declined greatly. The current giant Maljerry is not much different from a mentally retarded person. Brother, purple wall. Whether it's a wall or anything else, anything that blocks our way will be cleared away. Maljerry. I know, brother. Marjorie stepped toward City D. Hundreds of thousands of tons of weight stepped on the ground, and the vibrations caused by each step were like a magnitude 7 earthquake. Countless citizens squatted on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Fokker looked down at the ground coldly, with the corners of his mouth raised. At this moment, he seemed to be the master of the world. In the distance, a small black that was approaching quickly. Fokker suppressed his smile and said impatiently, "It's those guys who call themselves heroes again. They come to die one after another. They are as mortal as mosquitoes. Marjorie, kill him." "Okay, brother." Margalie stared at the small black dot. When the opponent came closer, he punched out violently, and the wind of the punch tore through the space in front of him, forming an even bigger storm. Chu Yang swayed in the strong wind, and the barrier behind him began to flicker. He realized that if he fought near here, the 4 purple flame formation would be destroyed sooner or later. The next moment, Chu Yang began to form seals. A huge wooden figure broke out of the ground. 10 meters. 100 meters. km. 10,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, the wooden man was the same size as giant Maljerry. In addition, there is a wooden dragon winding around the waist of the wooden man. The dragon's head was held high, staring at the giant with stern eyes. Chu Yang stood on the wooden man's shoulder, looking at Foucault from a distance. How can something with nothing but appearances be compared to Marjorie? Fokker sneered. Smash him to pieces, Marjorie. The giant roared and rushed towards the wooden man, attacking roughly like a wild beast. The wooden man stretched out his hand and pinched the giant's mouth. The roar suddenly stopped, and then he hit the giant's jaw with an uppercut. Boom! 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 Marjorie was hit by the powerful and heavy fists and was knocked back repeatedly. He suddenly fell back and almost fell down, but he managed to regain his balance. Fokker was not so lucky. He staggered and slipped from Marjorie's shoulder, falling from a height of 10,000 meters. Marjorie! Fokker called out his brother's name in fear, and the giant lowered his head slowly, only to realize that his brother had fallen. Elder brother! Marjorie reached out excitedly to grab Fokkergeo. No! Fukagao seemed to realize something and let out a shrill scream. Snap! A ball of blood burst out from Marjorie's palm. When he let go, his brother was no longer in it, only a pile of flesh and blood residue remained. Chu Yang sighed. The ending of history is always surprisingly similar. Marjorie was stunned for a while, then raised his head to the sky and screamed angrily, "Brother!" The brother-controlled giant fell into extreme rage. The wooden man in front of him was regarded as the culprit, and his scarlet eyes locked onto it. Boom! 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 Marjorie ran wildly, and the surrounding mountains shook. Seeing this, Chu Yang controlled the wooden man's body to squat down, using a sumo wrestling posture, to face the enemy's brutal collision. Boom! The two behemoths collided fiercely, and the air wave set off by the shock wave blew away the helicopter that was performing real-time broadcast at high altitude nearby. Of the 5 helicopters, only one remained after the storm. The LED screen in the center of D, leaning against the only remaining helicopter, is broadcasting this scene in real time, and countless citizens are watching with breathless concentration. The 4 purple flame formation once again withstood the storm, but the barrier became much darker, and it was obvious that it could no longer withstand the next attack. You have to keep this guy away. Chu Yang murmured. The wooden man under him responded at the same time. His strength exploded, and he continued to move forward against Marjorie. The location where the two sides struggled left abyss-like ravines. You bastard! Marjorie gritted his teeth, veins popped out all over his body, and he drained all his strength before he could stabilize his body. He was trying to fight back. Unexpectedly, the wooden man on the opposite side made a move before him. When he reacted, he found that his arms had been clamped by the opponent. The little black dot standing on the wooden man's shoulder had dazzling blue lightning coming out of his body. Marjorie suddenly felt a chill running through his body, his heart palpitated violently, and an unspeakable fear spread in his heart. Let me go. Marjorie struggled wildly, trying to escape. The space and the ground were shaking everywhere. Thunder armor, breath of origin, armed color hockey, etc. In addition to the immortal mode, Chu Yang stacked all the buffs that can be stacked. Finally, he had 2 more wooden swords in his hand, one blooming with dazzling sunlight. A handful of flowing bright moonlight. Although it's not at full strength, it's still about 60 to 70%. I think I can respect you. Chu Yang smiled, jumped up, and turned into a bright stream of light, shooting out. The dazzling light penetrated directly into Marjorie's heart, and his chest exploded like a cannonball. Blood poured down like a torrent. Marjorie shouted hysterically several times, and his breath became weaker and weaker. The wooden man picked him up and threw him aside as if he was throwing garbage. Chu Yang returned to sit on Mu Ren's shoulder, and the picture on the LED screen was frozen on his indifferent face, and this face is deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone in D City. Foster, who was far away in City A, saw the news and once again confirmed the fact that Chu Yang had unlimited potential, so he eagerly found his immediate supervisor. Believe me, he will definitely become an S-class hero. There is no problem in giving him some privileges in advance. Foster, that giant is not as powerful as you think. According to the investigation, it is just a human mutated by drugs. But Chu Yang also showed overwhelming strength. This is the second ghost-level monster he has defeated. He has only awakened not long ago. The supervisor seemed to be a little moved, and suddenly fell silent. After frowning and thinking for a moment, he sighed, "Foster, I believe you just once. From today on, you will be his commissioner, responsible for the contact between him and the headquarters." Foster jumped up excitedly. Becoming a commissioner means that his status in the Heroes Association will increase with Chu Yang's strength in the future, and Foster is extremely optimistic about Chu Yang's future. After experiencing the battle with the giant, Chu Yang became famous in D City. What followed was endless harassment. His address was leaked by his former colleagues in the workplace, and now many media squatted at his door every day to prepare for an exclusive interview. After becoming a well-known hero, Chu Yang received gifts that made him homeless. Sigh, these people are so bored every day. Chu Yang stood in the darkness of the alleyway, looking at the sea of people in front of his house, shaking his head helplessly. Just get used to it. You will often encounter this kind of thing in the future, but this time, I suggest you move. Foster appeared quietly behind Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked at Foster in surprise, and the latter took out his briefcase and waved it in front of him. "I brought you a new contract, Mr. Chu Yang." Foster was all smiles. "I'm not interested in being a bodyguard." Chu Yang stretched and replied in a lazy tone. "Of course it's not this." Foster was a little embarrassed, but still said, "The headquarters agreed to your request. As long as you are willing, from today on, you will be a member of the Heroes Association." After speaking, Foster took out a newly printed contract from his briefcase and handed it to Chu Yang. "Please read the terms here slowly. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time." Chu Yang took the contract and nodded. After leaving his contact information, Foster walked out of the alleyway. Late at night, seeing that Chu Yang was not blocked all day long, the troublemakers finally left angrily. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, but not long after returning home, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it again?" After hiding for a day, Chu Yang's temper also increased. He walked to the door with a sullen face, opened the door, and there was a man in a windbreaker standing outside. The man is about 40 years old, has a mustache, and wears black-rimmed glasses. He is somewhat rugged in his art. "Hello, Mr. Chu Yang, I am Rod, the chief of the Major Disaster Response Section of the D-City Police Department." The middle-aged man named Rhodes smiled and his eyes were very sharp. Metropolitan Police Department. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. In recent years, the Heroes Association has become very popular, taking care of almost all matters related to public security, making the existence of the police extremely transparent. He almost forgot about the existence of the other party. Regarding Chu Yang's attitude, Rhodes was not angry. Instead, he showed a self-deprecating smile. "These days, the word police is unfamiliar to people, right? Everyone is used to asking heroes for help when something happens. The police seem to be very incompetent." Chu Yang smiled sheepishly. "That's not what I meant, I'm just a little curious as to why Officer Rhodes came to see me." Rhodes took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I have a short temper, so I won't beat around the bush. I hope Mr. Chu Yang can join our Metropolitan Police Department as a security consultant." "Join the Metropolitan Police? Be a policeman?" Chu Yang looked at Rhodes in surprise. Rhodes smiled bitterly and said, "As I said just now, people are more willing to believe in so-called heroes than us. Nowadays, the word police has almost become a derogatory term. The Heroes Association's influence is growing. Even the government is beginning to be unable to restrain them. Many high-ranking officials have even turned to this organization." Rhodes said in a solemn tone, "This is not a good thing. The Heroes Association is an organization led by the wealthy Algni. Its essence is to serve the rich, and ordinary people are just the objects of protection. When this organization completely replaces us, it's unclear whether ordinary people can still be protected." Chu Yang listened silently. In fact, Rhodes' worries were not unfounded. The Heroes Association has committed many transgressions before, but since it has indeed rescued many civilians, everyone has turned a blind eye. What is more obvious is that although the Heroes Association has contracted a lot of post-war reconstruction work, it also often occupies land privately and carries out self-interested transformations. "I go my own way. No one can guarantee what this force, which is entirely organized by the wealth of the rich, will become after it gains actual power, even though it is now so supported by the public. Chu Yang could feel Rhodes' eagerness, but he didn't want to participate in the game between forces, so he shook his head. The light in Rhodes' eyes quickly dimmed, and his disappointment was palpable. There are too few people as powerful as Chu Yang who have not been absorbed by the Heroes Association. I would like to ask, has the Heroes Association contacted you? They gave me a contract today. No wonder. Rhodes showed a self-deprecating look as if he was resigned to his fate. The Metropolitan Police really can't offer better terms than the other party, especially for a strong person like you. Chu Yang shook his head and said, they did give me very good treatment, but that's not the reason why I joined them. Except for S-level heroes, the income levels of other levels of heroes are really not high. Ron looked at Chu Yang with confusion on his face. The Heroes Association has a problem. Doesn't the Metropolitan Police Department have a problem? Mr. Rhodes, if you just blame others, even if I join you, the police's position will not improve. The Heroes Association is just an organization established a few years ago, and its time is pitifully short. Before the Heroes Association appeared, the police were the ones people relied on. And what did you do? Disappointment is not accumulated in a day, Mr. Rhodes. Rhodes was speechless by the question, lowered his head in shame, and his whole body was trembling slightly. Chu Yang sighed. Although some words were hurtful, he still had to say them. If the Metropolitan Police really intends to make changes. The next day, Foster came to Chu Yang's house happily and signed a contract with the other party, and Chu Yang officially became an A-level hero, temporarily ranked 10th. A coffee shop on the commercial street in the city center. Why should a guy like this, whose name I've never heard of, take my place? Just because he's been on TV? That kind of weirdo who mutates by taking medicine. He is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If it were me, I could easily defeat him. Stinger, who had just been pushed out of the 10th place among A-level heroes by Chu Yang, angrily complained to his companions, why he was pushed down instead of others. Sitting next to Stinger is Golden Ball, who is also an A-level hero and ranks 26th. Because of Chu Yang, he is now 27th. It's really strange. It's not the time for open recruitment yet, and a hero I've never seen before suddenly appears and is directly promoted to number 10. Golden Ball was dressed like a rapper and had a small goatee. When he spoke, his brows frowned unconsciously, looking like he was bitter and resentful. Do you think that guy came through the back door? This kind of thing is not very common. There are many such guys in the association. The man who was talking was wearing a brown snake print suit and a red tie. He was a little thin and looked very depressed. He is Snake, the last ranked A-level hero. Snake's comments resonated with Stinger. That guy definitely came through the back door. Stinger said angrily, I'm going to D-City to challenge him in front of everyone and take back my 10th place. Golden Ball frowned and said, this is not good. A meaningless fight between heroes may lead to punishment from the association. Stinger's attitude was very resolute, and he said solemnly, I must challenge him. Snake said, it doesn't matter. As long as the fight is not too serious, the association will not care so much. The most it can do is give a warning. Snake was eager to challenge Chu Yang because the sudden appearance of that guy made his ranking at the bottom even more precarious. Stinger was also impatient. As soon as he made his decision, he immediately got up and left the cafe in a hurry. Golden Ball looked at his leaving figure and said worriedly, there's going to be trouble now. It was already the second day that Stinger arrived in City D by tram. Chu Yang happened to deal with a tiger-level monster near the station. It was useless. He didn't even activate his domineering force. He defeated the opponent in seconds with just physical strength. His fist as big as a casserole fell on the monster's body, just like a butcher shop master. Beat the meatballs, and in the blink of an eye, the weirdo becomes a puddle of meat. Stinger saw a brutal scene as soon as he left the station. His eyelid suddenly jumped and he licked his chapped lips. Such a fierce newcomer, is his specialty strength? It doesn't matter. I can restrain him with technology. Stinger secretly cheered and strode toward Chu Yang with extraordinary momentum. Chu Yang also noticed the exaggerated Stinger, and the hairstyle was like that of a non-mainstream person who has been hanging out in internet cafes all year round. The spear in his hand somehow looks like a genital. Are you the newcomer who was ranked 10th in class right after you started? Your name seems to be Chu Yang. It's really a mouthful. Stinger looked unkind and his tone was even more provocative. What's wrong with you? Chu Yang clapped his hands indifferently and cleaned the flesh and blood on them. Stinger sneered, thanks to you, I was originally ranked 10th, but now I am ranked 11th. Chu Yang felt that he was a little confused, frowned and said, shouldn't you review yourself? If you were in 9th place, you wouldn't have been squeezed out. For a moment, Stinger felt that what Chu Yang said made sense. The confrontation between the two quickly attracted many spectators, and some people had already started to take out their mobile phones to record the scene. In short, I want to challenge you and prove that I am still the 10th hero. Stinger thrust his beloved spear bamboo shoot forward, pointing the tip of the spear directly at Chu Yang, provoking him mercilessly. Why don't you just challenge number 9? Is it because you can't beat it? Or is it because you like the number 10 too much? Chu Yang asked sincerely. This time, Poison Stinger was a little bit angry. Both inside and outside the words are saying that he bullies the weak and fears the strong, but from an objective point of view, this is indeed the feeling. The Stinger was awkward, and suddenly realized that it was not right to fight or not to fight. The people around him had already started laughing. Just now I was joking. You can just do it. I also want to prove the value of my 10th place. Chu Yang put on a kind smile and spoke in a gentle tone, but it made the Stinger feel a little creepy. At this moment, he could not care too much. The Stinger rushed towards Chu Yang with a gun and launched the first attack. Special move, Giant Spiral Stinger, that the gun head spun rapidly like an electric current, and the sound of breaking through the air was deafening. This was the Stinger's unique skill. It was always effective against tiger-level monsters in the past. It was a one-hit killing move, and it still had a certain lethality against ghost-level monsters. The long spear was like lightning, and it pierced Chu Yang's face in an instant. Chu Yang wrapped his whole body with armed color, stretched out a palm, blocked in front of the long spear, and the sharp tip of the spear pierced Chu Yang's palm, bursting with brilliant flames. The Stinger widened his eyes, looking like he had seen a ghost. Someone actually blocked his giant spiral stinger with his hand and was not injured. This guy must be a weirdo. The passers-by who were watching also took a breath of cold air and were silent. Chu Yang grabbed the tip of the spear, and suddenly sparks scattered like cherry blossoms, and the rotating spear slowly stopped. No matter how hard Stinger tried, the spear did not move, and was tightly held by Chu Yang. Chu Yang grinned. I see you have worked hard all the way. You should not have rested much, right? Stinger looked up at him blankly. Have a good sleep. Chu Yang suddenly took a step forward and kicked Stinger's chest and abdomen hard. This kick made Stinger's internal organs churn in his body. Stinger took a few deep breaths, his vision became increasingly dim, and finally he couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. The next second, the flash exploded. The crowd frantically took photos and recorded videos to record this humiliating moment. Chu Yang shook his head. Tomorrow morning, dust would be on the news. In the crowd, a pair of eyes stared at Chu Yang. As the crowd gradually increased, Chu Yang had to quietly leave, leaving Dust to sleep on the ground. He originally wanted to send the other party to a clinic or hospital. It's really troublesome. I hope others will be more careful and stop looking for trouble. If you want to rise in the rankings, the best way is to eliminate monsters. On the way home, Chu Yang was complaining when he suddenly found someone blocking the way in front of him. Again. Is it over? Chu Yang scratched his head, looking impatient. The man suddenly said, you are a ninja, right? Which ninja village are you from? Chu Yang was stunned and subconsciously said, I'm from Konoha village. The man's expression became blank. Where is Konoha village from? Chapter 100 The beginning of the war, the deal between Chu Yang and Odin. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Sonic stared at the man in front of him warily. Konoha village. Where is this ninja village? He himself was a ninja who came from a ninja village, but he had never heard of the existence of a similar ninja village. On the other side, Chu Yang also realized that he said something wrong, smiled awkwardly, and then asked, "Who are you?" Sonic raised the corners of his mouth and smiled wildly. "My name is Sonic, and I am the strongest ninja in the world today. I have seen images of you fighting giants, although they use ninjutsu that I have never seen before. But I'm sure you're a ninja. I came here to conquer you, join my command, and grow the name of ninja with me." Before Sonic finished speaking, Chu Yang had already waved his hand and passed him by with a yawn. "Hey! Don't leave, I haven't finished speaking yet. You guy. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your ideals. You can find someone else." Sonic trotted all the way and walked around to Chu Yang. He stretched out his hand to signal Chu Yang to stop. He took a deep breath and said, "I didn't think carefully enough. You haven't seen my strength. It's understandable that you think I'm talking big words. Original." Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. "Well, that's not what I meant, I'm just not interested." Of course he knew Sonic's strength. Except for the protagonist Saitama, there are really not many people in the plot who can defeat Sonic. Most of the people he fights against are dragon-level monsters or S-level heroes. There is no doubt about Sonic's strength, and he is a strong player in the first echelon in the world of One Punch. "I will convince you." Sonic took out his shuriken and threw it towards Chu Yang without saying a word. "You are so rude." Chu Yang turned his head to avoid the shuriken. 2 seconds later, the shuriken exploded behind him on the right side. "Your reaction speed is indeed very fast. Compared to me, it's only a hair's breadth away." Sonic looked at Chu Yang with admiration, "But I won't hold back on the next attack." After saying that, Sonic's figure flashed, and 2 afterimages separated in place. Mysterious meaning, 2 shadow burial. Chu Yang found it funny when he saw Sonic displaying a copycat version of the shadow clone, so he also used the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone quietly appeared behind Sonic and reached out to hold his shoulder. Sonic was startled, and when he looked back, his pupils suddenly shrank. "When did he appear behind me?" Sonic looked back. I found that Chu Yang was still standing there, not moving. So he looked back at the shadow clone behind him. "It's alive." Sonic looked back repeatedly with a look of disbelief on his face. You, what is this?" Shocked, Sonic began to stutter when speaking. "Clone jutsu, you say you are a ninja, but you don't even know such a basic ninjutsu." Chu Yang looked at him with disdain. "Basic, ninjutsu?" Sonic felt that his brain was about to be overloaded. In all his years in the ninja village, he had never heard that the clone technique could separate entities. "You weren't a loser when you were in school, were you? The teacher never listened carefully in class." Chu Yang teased Sonic, whose eyes were dull, with a half-smile. "Fart. This kind of thing has never been taught in our place. It must be the ninja village in your place that is weird." The word crane tail obviously stimulated Sonic's self-esteem, because when he was in the ninja village, he was really at the bottom of the ranking for a long time. By the way, it is precisely because of being a crane for a long time that Sonic was able to develop incredible gastrointestinal digestion capabilities in a harsh living environment and has a very high resistance to toxins. Flash, currently ranked 13th among S-class heroes, and Sonic are ninjas who graduated at the same time. On the day of the graduation ceremony, Flash killed all the instructors, fellow students, and staff of the ninja village. For Sonic, Flash did not attack Sonic directly because of his old feelings, but used poison. Sonic just managed to escape due to his high resistance to poison. "I suggest you go back and study again, and then come out and talk about your ideals of strengthening ninjas." Chu Yang kindly gave him a warning, lest he meet teacher Saitama in the future and inevitably become an orphan ranger. Sonic obviously didn't take Chu Yang's good intentions seriously, and became angry and launched an attack on the shadow clone surrounding him. Sonic Heavy Punch. Wind Blade Kick. Sonic was as fast as lightning, almost in the blink of an eye. Dozens of punches fell on the shadow clone like raindrops. Then, he kicked again, hitting the critical part of the shadow clone. The sharp leg wind was like a sharp blade. after hitting 2 fierce killing moves, Sonic smiled confidently. It's just a matter of distinction. When he wanted to catch up with Chu Yang, the shadow clone blocked him again. Sonic's eyes widened. Besides, after the shadow clone, there is another shadow clone. Sonic looked around. There were countless shadow clones standing in all directions on the streets, rooftops, and roadside. It was densely packed and crowded. Sonic's scalp tingled. Chu Yang's figure walked further and further, stretched out his hand, snapped his fingers, and said lightly, "Let him kill." Then, the shadow clones swarmed up and completely submerged Sonic in the crowd. Ha! In the next few days, Sonic kept coming to challenge Chu Yang. Then he was ravaged by Chu Yang with various ninjutsu. Chu Yang, who has the 6 paths immortal mode, can theoretically perform all 5 elements escape techniques. Fire escape, water escape, thunder escape, earth escape, wind escape. Sonic, who has seen a lot of ninjutsu, has a bright light in his eyes. After leaving the ninja village, he clearly felt his life goal for the first time. This is a ninja. What I learned before is all bullshit. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang urgently. Come again. Are you annoyed? I will beat the shit out of you today. After finally getting some sleep, Chu Yang got up from the bed angrily. He opened the door, and as expected, what he saw was Sonic's annoying face. You like to seek death, don't you? I'm going to ask you to delete your account and reopen it right now. Chu Yang rolled up his sleeves and was about to send him to the west. Unexpectedly, Sonic knelt down and looked at Chu Yang with bright eyes. Master. Sonic had a sincere expression and said in a pious tone, "Please allow me to call you Master. From today on, I want to practice with the Master, inherit your ninjutsu, and become the strongest ninja." Chu Yang. Sonic held Chu Yang's hand and blinked. Master, I believe you will agree. After all, genius disciples like me are not so easy to find. Bang! Chu Yang slammed the door shut. Climb for me. From then on, Sonic came to visit him day after day, insisting on becoming Chu Yang's teacher. He had made up his mind to learn the top ninjutsu from Chu Yang. Chu Yang was extremely annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. If Sonic came to cause trouble, he would just kill him, but he came to Chu Yang to become his disciple. With such a resigned attitude, Chu Yang really couldn't deal with him harshly. Another day, Chu Yang received the mission and went out to eliminate the monsters. When he arrived at the scene, the tiger-level monster had been killed by Sonic. Under the watch of the busy people, Sonic ran up to Chu Yang and said diligently, "Master, the mission has been completed." Chu Yang sighed deeply. Once a weirdo appears in D City, Sonic will definitely get rid of the weirdo before Chu Yang, as he calls it, work for the Master. If this continues, Chu Yang will almost lose his job. If nothing else, you are really fast. Where did you get the information? Chu Yang looked at Sonic confused. This guy told me. Sonic pointed at Foster who was hiding in the crowd. Chu Yang looked over and Foster smiled awkwardly. Mr. Sonic knows that you are a registered hero of the Hero Association and asked me what I can do to help Mr. Chu Yang, so. Foster quickly stepped forward to explain. For fear of causing Chu Yang's displeasure, I originally thought that Chu Yang had the potential of an S-class hero, but I didn't expect that he still underestimated Chu Yang. His disciples all have S-level strength. How strong does a master have to be? Damn it! I'm about to take off. Foster was happy in his heart, suddenly seeing Chu Yang's indifferent eyes. His whole body trembled suddenly, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Mr. Foster, do you like to find someone to replace me so much? Hearing this, Foster's heart nearly jumped out of his throat, and he quickly explained, No, I didn't mean that, Mr. Chu, it's mainly because Mr. Sonic insisted on sharing your worries. Chu Yang ignored him, turned his head and looked at Sonic seriously. What do you want to do? Sonic replied equally solemnly, I want to become a real ninja under the guidance of my master. Chu Yang didn't want to lie to him, so he made it clear and said directly, it's impossible, you don't have this talent. Chakra is a combination of spiritual and physical energy. Theoretically, it is possible for anyone to develop this power, but at the same time, it is also a special power limited by the rules of the world, same as psychic magic. After hearing Chu Yang's decisive reply, Sonic's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Is there no possibility at all?" Chu Yang shook his head decisively, "No." Sonic was shaking as if struck by lightning, the light in his eyes quickly dissipated and he became numb and dull. Foster scratched his head, thinking that Sonic was so strong, what else was he going to learn from Chu Yang? "If you understand, that's it. You don't have to come to me anymore." Before leaving, Chu Yang glared at Foster, who nodded and bowed, and apologized quickly. Sonic just stared blankly at Chu Yang's leaving back, standing motionless from day to night. Many years ago, when he was in the ninja village, the people around him, whether they were instructors or fellow students, emphasized one sentence to him repeatedly. "You are a person without talent, that's why you are the weakest person." Sonic's luckily surviving the graduation ceremony does not mean that he has gained a new life, nor does it mean that these words have disappeared from his heart. On the contrary, he still keeps these words in his heart. "Master, I have never believed in talent." The next day, the doorbell of Chu Yang's house rang as usual. He opens the door. "Master." Sonic was still outside the door, carrying large and small plastic bags full of food. He looked serious. "I've thought about it carefully. Just helping to kill a few monsters can't express my sincerity at all. From today on, I will serve you in all aspects. Until you are satisfied." Bang. Chu Yang slammed the door hard and closed it. This guy's brain is really a hole. "I told you that you can't learn it." Chu Yang turned back to the room with a headache. Sonic was still knocking on the door and shouted, "Master, don't worry, I will definitely work hard. Big brother. This is really not a question of hard work or not. You have to break the dimensional wall." Chu Yang sighed helplessly, silently returned to the front door, opened the door, and said impatiently, "Don't shout, I'll give you one chance. If it doesn't work, get out." Sonic was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, "Master, don't worry, I will never let you down." Chu Yang asked unhappily, "Why do you have to worship me as your master? Do you like being a ninja so much?" "It's one thing to like being a ninja, and it's another to want to learn ninjutsu from you." Sonic suddenly felt embarrassed, blushing and shaking back and forth, saying, "Because that is very handsome." Chu Yang. Sonic suddenly imitated Chu Yang's seal and said, "Fire style, great fireball technique. That's it. Don't you think it's very handsome?" Chu Yang. Suddenly I regretted it a little. Fuck. Chu Yang snatched the plastic bag from Sonic's hand and closed the door tightly with his backhand. "Master." Marvel World. Chu Yang, who nominally became Thor's aide, spent all day in Asgard's magic library, greedily absorbing the magic knowledge here. He had nothing to help Thor, since Odin was still alive. There were only a handful of forces in the 7 realms, or even the entire universe, that dared to confront Asgard head-on, so Asgard was very peaceful, at least that was the case for now. For small-scale regional conflicts, Thor would just rely on brute force to get through them, and there was no need for strategies and plots, and even if Chu Yang occasionally made some suggestions, that guy would quickly forget them. In the Avengers, Thor's intelligence could only compete with the Hulk. Over time, Chu Yang became like an airman. Chu Yang liked this state. As long as he didn't do anything to get married, no one would come to restrain him, and he was very free. One day after staying in Asgard for a few months, Thor suddenly found Chu Yang in a hurry. "You look like a primary school student whose breakfast was taken away by someone." Chu Yang joked. In the past, Thor would probably tell Chu Yang another not-so-funny joke in response, but at this moment, his expression was unusually serious. Chu Yang subconsciously felt that something big was going to happen. Father said Loki went to Earth and got the cosmic cube that Father had sealed on Earth. I must go to Earth and bring Loki and the cosmic cube back. Chu Yang put down the magic book in his hand and smiled. Does that mean my study abroad career is over? Yes, my brother. The Rainbow Bridge is still in a damaged state. If you want to return to Earth, you can only rely on Odin's power. Odin can teleport Thor to Earth, but this will exhaust his power and he will not be able to recover in a short time. If it is not an emergency, Odin will never take such a risk. the peace of Asgard is entirely based on his personal deterrence. As long as he reveals a little flaw, the last disaster will happen again. The entire universe is not just the frost giants coveting Asgard. Odin knows better than anyone what the cosmic cube is. If this thing falls into the hands of certain people, not only will the 9 realms have problems, but it may also cause a greater disaster. This is why Odin sent Thor to Earth. Chu Yang was just a byproduct. Thor brought Chu Yang to the main hall of the palace. Odin was sitting on the throne. When he saw the two of them, he slowly stood up, first greeted Chu Yang, and then told Thor to bring the cosmic cube back. Queen Frigga, Thor's mother, was beside him, responsible for assisting Odin in performing teleportation magic. As the most powerful magician in Asgard, Frigga was the main force in constructing teleportation magic, and Odin was just an energy provider. Chu Yang had been in Asgard for such a long time, and the person he had the most contact with was not Thor, but the queen of gods in front of him. Asgard's magic library was managed by Frigga, and Frigga herself also admired Chu Yang's talent in magic. In her opinion, Chu Yang's talent even surpassed most of the gods. What impressed her more than his talent was Chu Yang's thirst for knowledge. After Odin and Thor finished talking, Frigga walked to Thor again and gently reminded him to be careful and safe. She did not doubt her son's ability, but was worried about his reckless style of behavior. Then, Frigga looked at Chu Yang again and said gently, "Child, Thor is troubling you." Chu Yang smiled and nodded. "Queen of gods, please rest assured." Frigga sighed softly and said reluctantly, "I really hope you can stay for a while. In the whole Asgard, except Loki, you are the only one who can talk to me about magic." Speaking of Loki, Frigga looked sad. "Okay, Frigga, enough of the small talk, it's time for them to go." Odin began to cast a spell, preparing to teleport the two back to Earth. A colorful halo rose under their feet, like a rainbow bridge lighting up. Chu Yang stared at Odin silently, trying to remember the details of his spell. A trace of fatigue flashed across Odin's face, and his brows slightly frowned. For some reason, the teleportation magic was more strenuous than he expected. After a burst of bright light, Chu Yang and Thor were still standing there. The two looked at each other. Odin exclaimed softly, turned his head and looked at Frigga, who was also surprised. The couple stepped forward and looked at Chu Yang. "Child, you have a power that is no less than Thor's in your body, which will increase the consumption of teleportation magic." Odin smiled awkwardly. Thor asked anxiously, "Can't we go to Earth?" Frigga shook her head and explained, "You can, but he can't. Your father and I can't teleport two people back in a short time." Thor scratched his head and looked at Chu Yang awkwardly. He called others over excitedly, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Chu Yang didn't care, but just thought silently. Odin coughed dryly, "Get ready to go." "Wait a minute." Chu Yang thought about it, made a kunai engraved with the flying thunder god technique on the spot, and then let Thor carry it with him. The three looked at Chu Yang curiously, and Frigga asked, "What is this?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "This is a coordinate. If it succeeds, I can return to Earth through this coordinate." Theoretically, the flying thunder god technique as a time-space ninjutsu has no distance limit. It can be teleported from one space to another. Chu Yang has proved this in the Naruto world, but because the distance from Asgard to Earth is too far, Chu Yang doesn't know whether this theory can still be established, so he can only try it. Odin and Frigga were somewhat surprised. Thor didn't understand, but just glanced at his parents' expressions, and subconsciously felt that the small cone in his hand was very powerful. Odin smiled and said, "You created a new magic." Chu Yang shook his head and said, "It's just the wisdom of the predecessors." Frigga didn't know which predecessor had created similar magic. Anyway, she had never read related books in the library. "You are a smart child, I believe in your ability, but are you sure it's safe? I'm asking for you." Frigga still had that worried expression. "Queen of gods, please rest assured, even if it fails, it will not have any impact on me and Thor." Chu Yang explained softly. Frigga's brows relaxed and nodded to Odin, who cast magic again and reminded him, "Thor, you must bring back Loki and the cosmic cube." A flash of white light, Thor's figure disappeared in the temple. Chu Yang closed his eyes to feel the existence of the spell, and soon he breathed a sigh of relief. With a relaxed smile on his face, the presence of the spell became very weak. but it could still be the anchor point for releasing the flying thunder god. Frigga saw the smile on Chu Yang's lips, and understood that the other party's magic had been successful. She smiled with relief. Congratulations, kid, you can go home, don't forget to say hello to your family for me. The figures of Tony, Happy, and Pepper flashed through Chu Yang's mind, and he smiled and said, I will, Queen of Gods. Odin suddenly said, you can actually leave a coordinate here. Chu Yang looked at him in surprise. Odin explained, Thor and Frigga both like you very much, I hope you can come back to see them occasionally. Chu Yang only believed half of Odin's words, and he guessed the other half. Odin had some ideas about the flying thunder god technique. As Odin's bedside person, Frigga quickly reacted and couldn't help but glared at the other party fiercely. Child, ignore him. No, Queen God, what King Odin said is right. If I have time, I would like to come and visit you. Chu Yang readily agreed to Odin's suggestion, a win-win proposal. After all, Asgard still has many good things, the library alone records countless profound magic and technology. Odin laughed heartily and winked at Frigga. There was no trace of the majesty of a king of gods on him. Frigga shook her head unhappily. Since Chu Yang didn't care, she didn't need to say anything. After leaving a kunai, Chu Yang slowly formed a seal under the eyes of the two people, and his figure suddenly disappeared in the air. Teleported away. Odin's eyes widened. I didn't feel any magic fluctuations. How did he do it? Frigga also showed an incredible expression. Odin looked down at the strange-shaped kunai in his hand and thought, I seem to have found something very interesting. Earth, in the dark night sky, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Thor followed the lightning and landed on a plane. Sitting in the cockpit was Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. In the cabin, Captain America Steve Rogers and Iron Man Tony Stark were arguing fiercely. Not long ago, the newly formed Avengers successfully captured Loki, but failed to find the cosmic cube. In order to find out the whereabouts of the cosmic magic, everyone planned to transport Loki to the space carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. On the way of transportation, Steve questioned that Loki was caught so easily, while Tony didn't care and even mocked him. The two had a dispute because of this, until Natasha found Thor's arrival. Now is not a good time to quarrel, open the hatch, I'll go out and take a look. Tony put on the mask and walked out with big strides. Who knew that at the moment the hatch opened, Thor had already appeared at the door. He showed a friendly smile. You are Tony. I know you, I listened to Yang. Before he finished speaking, Thor was hit by a powerful beam of light and flew out. Steve was stunned and muttered, he seems to know you. Ah! Tony cursed angrily, who the hell knows him? An interstellar human trafficker, I'm going to beat the shit out of him today. After that, the Mark 6 suit thrusters were turned to maximum power, and with a boom, Tony rushed out of the cabin. Loki grinned and whistled, teasing, I'm starting to like this iron guy. Steve asked in confusion, who can tell me why he is so angry? Captain, you are new here, so you don't know. Tony has a friend who was taken away by this god, and has not returned yet. Natasha explained in the communication headset. Steve heard Natasha's tone with an inexplicable apology, so he asked curiously, do you also know his friend? Natasha took a deep breath and smiled bitterly, to be precise, I must also take part of the responsibility for this matter. I remember that Stark refused to join the Avengers plan because of that friend, right? Steve suddenly remembered a scene where he saw Tony and Nick Fury swearing at each other, and it seemed that someone's name was mentioned. Natasha nodded and said, yes. I see, it seems that it is a very important friend. Steve picked up the parachute beside him and slowly walked to the hatch. Natasha asked in surprise, Captain, what are you going to do? Stop Stark from doing stupid things. Steve's eyes were deep. I once had a very important friend, and losing him made me feel desperate, so I can understand Stark's current mood. But given the current situation, we can't add any more potential enemies, although I don't know who came to Earth with what purpose. After saying that, Steve jumped from the hatch, and his figure quickly disappeared in the thick clouds. Natasha sighed helplessly, turned on the communication and sent a distress signal to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The guy codenamed Thorpe appeared, and his attitude is still unclear. Tony Stark took the initiative to attack. The captain chased him out to stop his extreme behavior. After a while, the communicator made a buzzing noise, and then Nick Fury's voice sounded, asking only one question. "Where is Chu Yang? I didn't see him." A heavy sigh sounded, and Nick Fury seemed to have a headache. Although he had explained to Tony that Chu Yang would not be in danger, Tony's patience had gradually run out after not seeing him for so long. If Chu Yang did not show up again, it would probably only be a matter of time before he quit the Avengers. On the other side, Tony and Thor landed in a forest, and the atmosphere was tense. Thor raised his hands and shouted, "Hey! Relax, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet, listen to my explanation." Tony also raised his hands, but did not respond to him, and stored the energy cannon in his palm again. What a hot temper! Thor cursed in a low voice, and after holding back his anger for a long time, he finally couldn't help it, holding Thor's hammer tightly, and summoning lightning. The next moment, the two beams of light collided violently. In an instant, the sky and the earth were bright. The dazzling light made it difficult to open his eyes, and even Thor turned his head subconsciously. Tony was fearless in his iron suit, and he rushed directly to Thor and kicked him in the face. "Fuck!" Thor cursed in pain, stood still, and smashed Tony with a hammer, causing the latter's suit to sound the alarm. Just as the two were fighting, Steve fell from the sky and knocked the two away with his shield. "I hope you can calm down." Steve looked at Tony, "Especially you, Tony Stark. I understand your mood now, but we shouldn't make the situation worse. Even if you beat him here, it doesn't mean your friend can come back." Tony ignored Steve, turned and walked towards Thor, grabbed the other's collar, and asked, "I will only ask you once, listen to me, big guy, where did you take Yang?" Thor grabbed the mechanical arm of the Iron Man suit, and sparks immediately appeared on it. He took the hand away and said, because of this, the rainbow bridge used for teleportation in Asgard was destroyed, so Yang was stranded there. He is learning magic every day and is doing well. Don't worry. He should have come back with me, but it is difficult for my father to teleport two people at the same time, so I came to Earth first. Tony immediately said in a deep voice, "Why didn't he come back first?" Thor said coldly, "Because I have to come back first to take away Loki and the Cosmic Cube. If I leave it alone, that guy will cause a big mess." Steve interrupted at the right time, "In other words, you are here to stop Loki, not to be our enemy." Thor pushed Tony away and said, "As a matter of course, why should I be an enemy of you? This is Chu Yang's home. He and I are good friends. My mother also likes him and taught him a lot of magic." Steve and Tony looked at each other, and the former spoke first. "You have heard his answer, don't continue to make trouble." Tony snorted coldly, activated his battle suit and rushed into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Steve shook his head helplessly, pressed the communication headset, and whispered, "Natasha, come and pick me up." The next day, somewhere in Africa, a group of hyenas were besieging a lioness. The lioness seemed to have just given birth and was listless. There was a little lion the size of a kitten under her thin body. Chu Yang appeared out of thin air and landed in the center of the battlefield between the two sides. The hyenas barked at the uninvited guest, and the lioness also stared at him vigilantly. Chu Yang frowned slightly, stretching out his hand. Lightning roamed in the void, instantly hitting most of the hyenas. After the hyenas let out a few short howls, they immediately ran away with their tails between their legs. Chu Yang sighed. Flying Thunder God does not have a distance limit, but it still has disadvantages compared to Asgard's teleportation magic. In ultra-long-distance teleportation, there is a certain delay, or time cost. Chu Yang arrived more than 3 or 4 hours later than Thor. In addition to time, ultra-long-distance teleportation consumes a lot of chakra. Chu Yang consumed nearly 2/3 of his chakra just to teleport from Asgard to Earth. You should know that Chu Yang's chakra is at the level of a tailed beast, but compared to Odin's teleportation magic, Flying Thunder God technique is still very cost-effective. "Let's go back to Stark Tower first," Chu Yang whispered, and was about to use the apparition, but suddenly felt something tearing his trouser legs at his feet. Looking down, it was the furry little lion. It seemed hungry, and it seemed to want to tell Chu Yang something. holding the little lion by the scruff of the neck. Chu Yang came to the lioness and found that it had died quietly. It seemed that it died of excessive blood loss due to the attack of the hyena. In fact, the lioness was already at the end of her strength before Chu Yang came. It was probably because of maternal love that she persisted for so long. The little lion cried and licked Chu Yang's palm, not knowing that her mother had died. Chu Yang stopped for a long time, then pulled the little guy in front of him and sighed, "I don't know if you are lucky or unlucky to meet me." After that, he stuffed the little lion into the lining of his clothes and prepared to take it away. Leaving the little lion on the prairie is equivalent to sentencing it to death. Chu Yang silently recited the magic spell of apparition, and his body twisted with the space. The next moment, he returned to the familiar laboratory. Before he had time to catch his breath, the sound of artillery fire outside made his ears hurt. After opening the window, Chu Yang saw that the outside was full of chidori, like locusts passing through, covering the sky and the earth. "It's really better to come at the right time than to come early." Chu Yang complained helplessly, then opened a compartment made of rare metal, put the little lion in, patted its head and said, "Don't run around, I don't want to have an extra dish for dinner." The little lion couldn't understand Chu Yang's hell joke, and lowered its head to rub Chu Yang's ankle. "It looks like a cat and a dog. If you raise one, you can experience double the happiness." Chu Yang smiled, closed the door and walked out of the laboratory, and walked up the stairs. As a result, there happened to be a biomechanical spaceship that looked like a whale, flying past his face. The Chidori soldiers on the spaceship saw Chu Yang, and they were as excited as monkeys, shouting and jumping down. Seeing this, Chu Yang used the wood escape to create 2 wooden swords, and with a casual strike, he cut 12 meters long and cut the Chidori soldiers in 2. Seeing this, the remaining soldiers on the spaceship stopped and retreated silently. Chu Yang did not intend to let them go. He walked out of the room and came to the open-air terrace outside. He gathered his strength and slashed a nearly 100-meter-long slash, splitting the entire spaceship in 2. The Avengers who were fighting on the ground looked up and saw the huge biological spaceship cut in half. "Do we have reinforcements?" Tony asked in surprise. "I don't know." Steve Rogers was also confused. He didn't hear from Nick Fury that there would be reinforcements later. "Captain, there seems to be someone in Stark Tower." Hawkeye Clint Barton, with his extraordinary vision, vaguely saw the figure on the top floor. Thor, Hulk, and Natasha looked up at the same time. "Jarvis, who is standing on the top floor of Stark Tower?" "Mr. Stark, it's Yang." Tony laughed heartily and whistled, "Guys, my assistant is back. Everyone, work harder and finish the work quickly. I have to give him a welcome party." Natasha finally felt relieved. "If you want to have a party, you have to clean up the venue first." Steve looked around. There were broken walls and ruins everywhere, as well as Chidori soldiers and spaceships. "At the moment, it seems that it will be difficult for us to clean up here," Barton reminded. "Don't worry. If we compare the number of people, they will suffer." Thor suddenly smiled mysteriously and asked, "Has anyone among you seen Yang's magic?" Tony sneered, "Thanks to someone, I didn't know he was a magician until the last day he left home." Thor coughed awkwardly. "In short, all the miscellaneous soldiers can be left to Yang to handle, and we can just concentrate on dealing with those big guys." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the top of Stark Tower. Everyone looked up and found Chu Yang floating in mid-air, his whole body wrapped in a golden substance, that was the tail beast clothing, marking Chu Yang's entry into the 6 Paths Immortal mode. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yang began to use the technique of multiple shadow clones, and the shadow clones who were also in the state of tail beast clothing appeared in every corner like a goddess scattering flowers. "Wow! Can anyone tell me what magic that mitosis-like thing is?" Tony turned to look at Thor curiously. "Don't look at me. I don't know. I just saw him a few times in the library. That guy Yang thought he was too slow in reading, so he made a lot of those things. In his words, they are called clones," Thor said with a look of reminiscence. "Exactly how many of those clones can be split?" Steve asked seriously. Yang said he didn't know, but there must be more soldiers than the Chidori. Thor said. Captain, we seem to have enough manpower. The corners of Natasha's mouth raised slightly. In that case, we have to start fighting back. Steve tightened the shield strap on his arm and rushed out first. At the same time, Nick Fury is arguing with the senior officials on the space carrier. In view of the critical situation in New York, the senior officials have decided to drop a nuclear bomb to solve the problem. Nick, this is for the safety of the entire Earth. Then tell me, what should the millions of civilians in New York do? Billions of people and millions of people, you should know how to make a choice. Really for everyone's safety, not just for you cowards. Nick Fury, watch what you say. The war room suddenly fell silent, just as the senior officials were about to launch a nuclear bomb. Nick Fury's communicator rang. Director, you need to see this. The computer screen in the war room lit up. In the picture, Chu Yang's army of shadow clones had completely suppressed the steady stream of Chidori soldiers. Nick Fury looked surprised, then couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised, and quickly sent the video to the senior executives. They have reversed the situation and taken control of the battle. Is it okay for you to continue to wait and see? Nick Fury asked in a deep voice. The senior officials whispered and finally nodded in agreement with his request. The conference screen is disconnected. Nick Fury stood silently next to the computer, staring at Chu Yang, murmuring, "You must not become a new threat."